Forget to take your
Good
joy, and
morning.
I guarantee your day will go as smooth as velvet.
I did. Where is it? It's so full. Take your joy. Oh, what? Ooh, pretty ink on AG. I haven't looked. Oh, I'll have to look. I'll have to look. I haven't looked at my DMs this morning, but I'm excited. I love looking at cool tattoos. Oh god, what one's this called? I finished the co-blend. It's not the espresso one, it's the other one. Oh man, I don't remember what it's called now. It's really good though. I like it a lot. It's a little bit darker, but I like that. Honestly, I like to taste my coffee. Yes, Bayman's. Yes, it's very good. If you like coffee, I just put oat milk in it, but it's good. It's just if I was to say it's different from any of the others, it's a little bit stronger, but I like that, so I'm cool with it. Now I want to go to the little Italian place near me and get espresso for lunch. Is that a bad thing? Why is that a bad thing? Rin, have a good lurk, and I will look at that. I'm very excited. Coffee toast anime. That's a healthy lunch. I mean, you're asking someone who doesn't eat until 10 p.m. every day, so yes. Good morning, Viata. How are you? I got new weed. I packed a bowl and cleaned my bong, but I'll show you my cool new weed. What up, Bagel? How are you? I got a funny TikTok I was going to share yesterday. Oh my god, share with us now. I was Cramp City yesterday, but it's over, I'm hoping. Cross your dicks. It's over now. Please be done now, body. I'm over it. I'm done. I'm done. Hold on. Let me pull it up. Do you have to scrub your ass to leave? I mean, I go out in my jammies. I don't know. If people are gonna fuck them, dude, you're there to. Honestly, they should get your espresso a lot faster if you show up in jammies. Like they'll look at you and be like, "Oh shit, bitch needs some fucking espresso." You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to pause. Stop with that. I thought I turned autoplay off. Why do you taunt me like this? TikTok. I love bad lip reading so much. Kendo, you silly fuck. Thank you for the 250 biddies and good fucking morning. I try to at least scrub all the pink bits if I leave the house, but I'm a sweaty fatty, so I mean, I'm a sweat monster. I'm the same. I'm just saying, like, don't let your life be less than just because you're afraid to go out in your jammies. Like, get your fucking espresso. You deserve it. Good morning, Bacon. How are you? Good morning, Hex. Wait, there was a resub. Cocky resubbed at the beginning. I just remembered. Thank you for resubbing to remind me of the previous resub. I saw it when I was getting my coffee. Cocky resubbed. Thank you, Cocky, for resubbing the class, keeping the class alive, and giving an 8 of swings. I fucking appreciate you. And fucking Hex, Mayor. God damn it, dude.
44 months, though, that's a very long time, and I appreciate you. Thank you very much.
You silly fuck. I'm starving. Wait, afternoons. Wait, is it afternoon? I don't even know. I apologize for being late this morning. Rough couple days. What are you gonna do? That link won't open, Nick. Boo. Sorry, the music's so loud. That was my bad. Hex, wait. I come into hearing, do you scrub your ass to leave? Fuck 'em. Dude. I mean, honestly, Hex, though, I know you guys know me. I bitch about fucking male spiders all the time. I'm not kidding you. That little girl had 2 mature male spiders crawling all over her. And my first instinct was, what jerk parents? Get her a female, for fuck's sake, that will live longer than 2 years. She's gonna get all attached to these boy spiders and then they're gonna die. It was funny. I would never do that. Just for record. Like, never in a million years would I ever just allow my spiders to mount my body and crawl me all over me. Like, never, ever. I know. Well, the boy spiders always look bigger because they're really leggy, but yeah. Oh, yeah. I mean, I think those were just pink toes. I think those were avicularias, but arboreal spiders get huge. That's literally where the misnomer bird spider came from. Seriously. Like, there's Goliath bird-eating tarantulas. There are no tarantulas that eat birds, but they're so big, they looked like birds in the trees. So they called them bird eaters, but they don't eat birds. Oh, a pet spider on your avocado plant. Cute. Is it a little one? Is it like a little jumper? Good morning, Eliza. Good morning, Najil. How are you? So I wouldn't do it. I mean, that's like, I've never purposefully held any of my tarantulas. I think I can honestly say that. I've never purposefully held one. However, multiple times they have crawled out onto my arm, or like when I'm rehousing them, they'll crawl at my body. because arboreal spiders, meaning they live in the trees, their instinct is to just go up. They just crawl as high as they possibly can. And it doesn't feel good. Like, the way that it feels when a tarantula crawls on you, it's like if something had feathers for feet, but the feet have weight. It's like nothing's on you, but something's on you. And it's weird. I've had them, I mean, not on purpose, obviously, and I calmly just get them off of me. But I don't understand, other than people just trying to be badass for pictures, holding spiders. I don't understand it. It's not pleasurable for the tarantula. It's dangerous for the tarantula, if anything. Spider jumps from tree, cannonball! Seriously, they do. I'm not even kidding you, Bacon. So, most arboreal tarantulas, meaning the tarantulas that live in the trees, their only defense mechanism is either to flee by jumping insanely far, or they projectile poop at their enemy. That's it. That's all they can do. Because their venom is not, literally, tarantula venom's not as strong as a bee. So that's all they've got. All of my arboreal tarantulas have shit on me at one point. And it's the smallest little, boop. I always, literally, every arboreal tarantula I have, if I got them as a baby, when I took them out, the way they come, I haven't bought tarantulas in a very long time. But when you purchase tarantulas in the mail and you get them in the mail, that was repetitive, they come in little vials packed with, paper towels, and they're, in this very, I mean, it's basically so tight in there that there's enough room for the spider, but nothing else, so they can't jumble around and get hurt in the mail, you know? And so you basically have to, push that paper towel roll out and then kinda, poke the spider out of the paper towel roll, and I swear to God, they're, this big. They're as big as a grain of rice when they're tiny, but they almost I mean, literally every arboreal one I've had crawls out of the vial onto my hand, sits there, shits on me, and then I put it in its enclosure. Every single one has done it. They christen me. I don't know. It's their thing. Do you not understand how much of an arachnophobe I am? It should show you how much I mean, well, that's why I was shocked, honestly, that you tagged me in it. That seems like something that you would scream burn at, you know? Cocky, that's so exciting, though. Well, this time of year, I'm just guessing it's a baby, because babies, they're all born in the fall, you know, and then they, try to find somewhere over winter. And don't some of those spiders have little irritating hairs? Yes. So, there's, two classes of spider, or two classes of tarantula. There's New World and Old World. Old World means the tarantula comes from Africa or Australia. Just basically, it doesn't come from America. And if it's New World, it comes from either North America or South America. And the reason we've done this, these two groups of them, is they have very distinguishable different defense mechanisms, none of which are biting. I've told you guys this a million times, and I know I'm a broken record, but there's no such thing as a deadly tarantula in the world for humans or anything bigger than a baby pig. And they know that. So if they bite you, it's because they're about to fall off of you, or you're sitting on one. That's the only time a tarantula will legit try to bite you. Is a last-ditch effort, because they know that it's not going to do anything. And so if you're an old world tarantula, you have no defense mechanisms. It kind of sucks. If you're a new world tarantula, you can projectile poop, you can kick the hairs off your butt into the air, and then the predator would inhale them presumptuously or get them in their eyes, and then they'd run away. You can rub your body on something and shed hairs. And then some of them can they kick them off their legs or something. There's 3 different ways. I can't remember the third one, but it's rub them off, kick them off, and kick them off. I don't fucking know. But basically, they can shed those little hairs into the air, and they're itchy as fuck. They won't hurt. They don't unless you have some predisposed allergy, they're not going to harm you at all. But it's like if you've ever touched one of those cactuses that looks like velvet, it's got the little fuzzy hairs all over it, and when you touch it, your finger comes off, and you just have 5 million little hairs stuck in your finger. That itch, that's what it's like. If you touch a tarantula, they do not come off like that. Their hairs do not just come off and stick in your skin, but they do itch really bad. So, every time I clean out a tarantula enclosure, I've rehoused one and I'm cleaning out the previous enclosure, I always wear gloves, because I guarantee that enclosure is littered with their hairs, their little microscopic hairs. And if I was to do it without gloves on, my hands would itch for 3 years. It would just itch so bad. So if you're an old world tarantula, meaning from Africa or Australia, because they don't have any of these defense mechanisms, they tend to be what we call lightning. I literally, in the tarantula hobby, we just describe it as lightning. Most old world tarantulas, meaning all the tarantulas from Africa and Australia and anywhere over there, they tend to be insanely fast, and the vast majority of them are fossorial, meaning they just live underground because they don't have a defense mechanism. So they bury themselves under the ground and live there their entire life. I have one tarantula that's from Thailand. Not from, obviously, I got her from a local breeder, but she is I'm trying to think of her scientific name. She's called a Thailand golden fringe. What is the first word? Oh my god. I'm just really tired. It's something areotibialis. The last word is areotibialis. She's behind me. What are you? It's Ornithoctinae. That's what she is. She's an Ornithoctinae areotibialis, also known as the Thailand golden fringe. But when I was studying about her, good morning, Taco, I learned that in nature, these tarantulas will literally dig a 7-meter hole into the ground. 7-meter hole. As big as they are around, about this big, and then they just stay there for their entire existence, which can be up to 35 years if they're a female. And they just wait for food to fall in the hole. And that's it. That's their entire life. Because they literally don't have a defense mechanism. They have nothing. It sucks. So all tarantulas, like, their venom varies. None of them's deadly, again. But old world tarantulas, we tend to consider them, like, semi-medically significant in that because they don't have a defense mechanism, they do tend to bite as a defense, or they do this thing called defense posture where they, like, flip themselves on their back and put all their legs up and, like, go at you. It's fucking hilarious. They don't do anything. That's all they do. And so I have one, like, I have a Poecilotheria metallica, also known as the Goody sapphire. What's another one? The OBT. Apparently, if you get bit by one, it hurts, but it's still not going to kill you. It's like a bee sting, you know? Duct tape or Elmer's glue. I've literally used that so many times to get little tarantula hairs off my fingers. I have a couple tarantulas who literally just kick hairs all the time. I mean, in the tarantula hobby, we just call them hair kickers. They're so fucking annoying. If I just walk past their enclosure, I watch them and they kick them off their ass. And you can see them go into the air and I'm like, why? Why do you do this to me every fucking time, though? So yeah, tarantulas. Scream burn, fuck that. Nuke the entire site from orbit, only way to be sure. Or my bowels would evacuate and suffocate everything. Yes, this redneck will scream in octaves only dogs can hear. Hex, have you heard me tell the story of when a wolf spider crawled up on my bed at nighttime? I squealed like a small girl. I did the, oh my god, get it off. Because I was in my underwear, and that is not where spiders are supposed to be. Yeah, I'm not an arachnophobe, but I do not want a spider crawling on me. Especially a strange one in the desert. Fuck, I don't know what it's gonna do to me. Spiders are insanely more dangerous than tarantulas. There are a lot of medically significant spiders in the world. Tarantulas, not so much. 7 meters, right? So me and pizza delivery, I'm a Thai spider. Got it. Seriously, and get this, Sally, she is literally one of my most... Maybe, I'd probably say this because I never get to see her because she's literally fossorial. Oh, you can't see her. She's on top of this enclosure. She's literally just a box of dirt, and I get to see her legs like once a year, maybe. She's easily my most beautiful tarantula, though, and I named her Persephone because she's this beauty that lives underground. Actually, I think Katsumushi came up with the name. It was so genius. I was like, oh, that's a perfect name for her because she's literally gold. I mean, shimmering gold. Beautiful spider. Vissy, good morning, my love. Oh, Vissy! I cleaned it. I got it back now. Out of the dishwasher. I put my other filter back in it. I know. For those that don't know, I've had this for a bit. Vissy got this for me for Christmas, but it fell on my bathroom floor. And there's no fucking way I'm putting anything on my mouth that's been on the bathroom floor anywhere. So I had to clean it. Like, I had to sterilize it. But we good now. There was just dust on it. Cheers. Sally, right? I know. The only thing we have to worry about, I think, really is black widows. And really, there's not one recorded black widow death in the United States of America because black widows literally live everywhere in the US. So every hospital has anti-venom, and as long as you go to a hospital, you're fine. But we do have to worry about those. We don't have a lot of tarantulas in the US. We have, like 4 or 5 species, but they're all in like Texas and like the middle hot zone. There's some in Colorado, apparently. I've never seen them. There's one called a Texas brown. And then there's the Arizona blonde, but it can be a lot of places in the Southwest. I have one of those. She is called an Aphonopelma calcodes, otherwise known as the Arizona blonde. We have a couple tarantulas in the U.S., but they're all pretty basic and brown. Like if you look at like just the globe, the closer you get to the equator, the bigger the bugs get. Because bugs are all like cold-blooded, you know, they need nice weather to survive. That's why, like, if you live in a place that has extreme winter temperatures, you probably don't worry about fleas because fleas cannot overwinter. And so they just don't live there. Whereas if you live in somewhere like Washington State where it doesn't get cold enough to kill fleas, fleas are a constant issue and you're constantly defleeing or getting flea or what is it? The flea medication for your dogs. What up, Donna? Good morning, love. What up, Mandracan? Good morning. I know we have them here in Kingston. It's like 2 hours south of me. Black Widows. We have them. I mean, just the other day. Were you here, Vissy, when I found a black widow on the side of my house dead? Oh, you have tarantulas? Yes. I mean, literally, Andrew Infinity sent me a video from California. Him and a friend of his were hiking, and they found 2 big fucking tarantulas up in the mountains in California. I'm so jealous. I've literally never seen a tarantula in the wild, ever, in my life. And I've tried. Like, I am still that kid who flips every single rock, every log. I gotta look under everything. I like to find bugs. Did I find it right? Oh, I did. Okay. Yeah, it was literally like it was a big old black widow spider, but it was dead on the side of my house. And it looked like something ate the inside of its ass out. But we have black widows here all the time. Like, they're just prevalent in Colorado. I think it's a good environment for them, even though it gets cold, which is interesting. 8 days. Donna, I don't know if I told you this yesterday when we were talking about your food poisoning. I got food poisoning very similar to yours when I went to Germany. No shit, I got it on my way to Germany, which sucked. I mean, I don't need to say that. Literally, it was almost, for me, it was like 9 days of just, I didn't pee on my butt or anything, thank fuck, but I could not keep any food down. I would just puke everything up. And I remember my mom was even worried. Like, my mom's a medical professional. And if you have anyone in your family who's a nurse, doctor, medical professional of any kind, they basically don't care what's happening to you unless you're dying. That's the way I was grew up. Like, Mom, I don't feel good. Are you dying? No. Okay, then go to school. Like, you know what I mean? They just don't take much seriously because they see the worst. And so even my mom was concerned. Like, my mom, she didn't tell me this. She told my sister, who told me later. My mom thought I was going to die when we were in Germany because I was sweating through the mattress. I would go to sleep at night and then wake up in a literal puddle because I had sweat so much it had soaked the mattress of wherever I was sleeping. It was so bad. I still loved being in Germany and Austria. It was a wonderful, wonderful trip. But man, having food poisoning on vacation is not the way to go. Thankfully, I just happened to be traveling with like an entire group of medical professionals. Like, I travel with a pulmonologist, a infectious disease doctor, a charge nurse, a couple other nurses, my mom who's been an RT for like 45 years. And so it was literally like traveling with a moving pharmacy. So when they caught on that I was really sick, like every morning, each person from my group would be at my door like, here's a pill for this and here's this for this, just so I could fucking get through the day and like go do stuff without puking my guts out. It was bad. And we got to Germany on like a Saturday evening, and Sunday I was really sick. And in Germany, the world closes on Sundays, even pharmacies. So if you're sick on a Sunday, you basically go to the doctor or die, I guess. Fucking weird. Everything was closed. You couldn't get, I could not get anything. Thank fuck I was with a bunch of people who had like Valium just so I could fucking not just. Good morning, Fox. How are you? Good morning, Glut. Something ate its ass out. Reminds me of that spider mating video. Oh my god, though. Kind of. Yeah. This one literally got its ass ate out, though. Me too. My mom, I mean, if we weren't in a different country, I think my mom probably would have taken me to the hospital. I didn't think I was that bad. But when you're in it, you kind of don't realize. Like, I knew I was sick, but I was like, it's just got to be food poisoning, right? Like, and I chipped my tooth shivering to death. Yes. Which I will never fix. Just got to show it to her every time I'm cold. Con-ic bestatigen, I don't, help. Bestatigen? Did I do it? Good morning, Solipsis. How are you, love? No, it was so weird. Because, like, I guess I'm just so used to being a spoiled American. It's very, I've never lived anywhere where they actually close the world down on a Sunday, actually. Even in the tiny town that I grew up in of Kettle Falls, it did not close on a Sunday. Like, you could still go to a pharmacy. Everything in Germany closes. They're very much still, like, religiously affiliated in that way. I don't know how else to put that. I'm trying not to be, like, insulting, you know what I mean? Like, they're still, you know? It was weird. It was really weird. I've always thought that the whole Sunday everything closes in Germany is a weird thing. It is, but I've heard it's just like religion. It's still like this religious thing that's just built into the economy and government, and it's just never changed. Are your pharmacies closed on Sundays? That is fucking crazy. What if you're sick on a Sunday? I blame Bavaria. What did they do? What happened? I'm happy it went away in time for me for going to my mommy's and eating or cooking. I was there for 2 days. Didn't get home until 2 a.m. last night. Nice. Did you guys play games or anything? My family, whenever we get together like that, we always end up playing like Monopoly or we call it Wrinkle Rummy. I don't know. It's probably got other names. It's basically Rummy, but like you play through all 12 of the cards. So like the first hand, aces are wild, second hand, deuces are wild, threes, fours, so on and so forth. It's a whole thing. My whole family played it. I taught Vissy when she was here. I teach everyone that comes to visit me. I'm like, I got to spread this game because no matter what I do, I can't find the origin of it anywhere. Like my Nana just invented this or some shit. I don't know. Living in another country near the German border is wild on Sundays because people will make trips just to go shopping. No shit. That's so, I never even thought about that, but that makes a lot of sense, actually. Bavaria is south and more Christian than the rest of Germany. Oh, really? Didn't you know God said you can get sick on Sunday? You can't get sick on Sundays, so it's okay to close pharmacies. I mean, I remember being there and I was like, what the fuck? Are the hospitals closed too? Like, dude, Sundays, do we just give up? There's nothing wrong. I mean, my aunts still refer to my grandpa as daddy, which I'm gonna be honest, I find very weird, but to each their own. Rummy, but it's wrinkle rummy. It's an interesting, it's literally like similar to rummy, but there's differences. And you play like deuces through to kings, or you play aces through kings. You keep the jokers. Jokers are always wild. And when you are done with the kings, then you add up your points and you add up your wrinkles, which is how many times you went out. I mean, it's confusing, but if you're like in person, it's not that hard. Like Vissy picked it up in one hand. It's just I've never heard of anyone else. Like I've tried to bring this up to people and no one knows what this game is. Like I think my Nana invented it. It's kind of like her weird birthday song. My grandma used to have card game nights with her old. That's what my Nana did. I'm not even shitting you. My Nana did the exact same thing. And I can't remember how they did the points, but I remember like for every wrinkle, which is when you go out, it was $1. And then, or no, it was a quarter every time you went out. I don't know. It was quarters and dollars. Like her and her crazy lady friends would sit around, drink gin and tonics, and play Wrinkle Rummy. And I would sit under the table, and my Nana would like throw me nuts, like I was a dog. Who's my favorite doctor? Tennant. But that's not saying the other doctors are terrible. I mean, Doctor Who's a perfect everything. Doctor Who's perfect, but David Tennant. I like Matt Smith. It's hard for me because David Tennant's my favorite doctor, but Amelia Pond's my favorite companion. The Ponds, like the story of the Ponds with the weeping angels, fucking rips my soul out of my body and pastes it on the sky. I just can't. I can still see her face when she turns around in that scene, and I'm getting cold sweats. But I don't know what it is with Tennant. He just embodied the Doctor for me. He embodied everything about the Doctor and everything I want in it. I don't. Hi, Young. How are you, love? We used to play dominoes too. That was the other thing we played. We play Euchre? What is that, Viata? Oh, Donna, that's nice though. I wasn't old enough, neither were we. I mean, definitely not. I was really young though, to be honest. My Nana taught me how to play. I could play with the family, I just couldn't play with her girlfriends. David's just so fucking good. He's just everything. He's made me feel things so much, so many things. Me too. Like I didn't really like what's his name? I just blanked on his name. The newest male doctor, not the new female doctor, the one right before. But I like him. He's an amazing actor. I think he had shitty writing. I honestly think he was a victim of shitty writing. I don't know. Capaldi, thank you, Capaldi. I like Capaldi. Like, he was actually in a Doctor Who episode ages ago, the Pompeii episode, and he's fantastic. I've seen him in many things. He's a fantastic actor. I honestly think he was a victim of bad writing or something. I don't know. I think they were trying to, for lack of a better word, desexualize the Doctor, because every single Doctor is like, their companions are almost always female, almost exclusively female, and they always become attracted to the Doctor and fall in love. And there's always like this weird arc where the Doctor has to be like, no, I can't. And, you know, the Rose. It's just Rose over and over again. And I think they were trying to desexualize or something, but they ended up just making him kind of a cold asshole that I wasn't really interested in at all. I like Matt Smith and Eccleston art. Eccleston I love. It's hard for me to say he's one of my favorites because he literally only had like a second in the show. I really wish he would have stayed in the show longer because I think he had potential to be really fun. But definitely, just based on there's just so much more to watch, is definitely Matt Smith is my second favorite for sure. David's just one of the best actors to ever grace the role. 100%. I could not agree more. I mean, if you look at his other works, he's still incredible. Broadchurch and others, absolutely. What was the one where he was the oh god. There was the angel and the demon. It was him and the other actor. I'm so bad at names. I love the actor though. What was that? Oh my god. Good Omens? Bad Omens. Bad Omens. Literally, Vissy was just visiting, and we were just talking about this because we're both huge Doctor Who fans, huge David Tennant fans. And I was like, remember when he was no longer the Doctor and he started doing other movies and stuff? Did you feel nervous watching them? Because I mean, I worshipped him as the Doctor. Like, he was the best thing that ever happened. And then but I was like, but what if like that's the only thing he can do? And if I watch anything else he's in, I'm gonna be real sad because it's gonna be terrible. And it was just like, he's a mind-blowingly fantastic actor. He's so good. Euchre, it's pronounced Euchre. It's similar to Spades, but Trump changes per hand. Oh, interesting. That's kind of like Wrinkle Rummy. My fave's also Tennant. I really like his reactions and facial expressions. Yes, he's very like fluid. He didn't have like one, and I think that's what I didn't like about like Capaldi. Capaldi was very much just this static person. He didn't have any other intricacies to him at all. There was no depth to him, which was sad. And Matt Smith, I think, had a little bit more depth, but they definitely tried to make him just silly. Bow ties are cool. Fish sticks and fucking custard. What the fuck? I don't know. I don't know what it was. Oh my god, Jessica Jones though, dude. I've never been sexually attracted to David Tennant until I watched Bad Omens, and I was like, okay, you can tell me to do things. That's fine. That's fine. I have not watched Torchwood. I know that's one of the ones I need to watch. Donna, have a good lurk, love. I was so nervous with Jessica Jones. Me too. I was nervous because of him and because of the chick who plays Jessica Jones. I really like her. She's a fun actress. She was Jesse's girlfriend in Breaking Bad, which we were talking about the other day. She's a great actress. She's very fun to watch. She's kind of a snarky hoe, and I like her. And she's got a lot. Like, she started in that like a sitcom about being a bitch down the street or something like The Bee and something. And just, she's so much more than that. I don't know how to put that. Like, she's insanely talented. And I was scared for both of them, and they did such a good job. Sweden isn't as bad as Germany, thankfully, but a lot of places either close completely or at least only have a few hours when they're open. What's the point? Pharmacies are only really open if they're inside a larger supermarket and you have to adhere to their opening hours. But yeah, not without it available. If OTC doesn't work and you can't wait till Monday, you go to the hospital. That's crazy. I just can't. I mean, we're so spoiled here. I guess that's one perk to capitalism is nothing is ever closed. Ever. Oh my god. You know what's crazy? I loved Harry Potter way back in the day, like obsessively, like went to all the midnight releases, so on and so forth. And then of course the author had to come out and be a turfy cunt, and so not so much anymore. But that's neither here nor there. I watched Doctor Who, and I did not put that together at all. That he was oh god, what's his name in Potter? He's the dude's son. He's Barty Crouch. Barty Crouch. He's something Crouch. I don't remember. Fuck. Anyways, I didn't put it together, and then I just happened to like rewatch the Harry Potter movies at Christmas one year, and I was like, oh my fucking god, is that Doctor Who? Barty Crouch. Is it just Barty Crouch Jr.? Oh, there we go. Thank you. Maybe that's why I couldn't remember a fucking first name. Matt Smith is very English humor, and I actually like English humor. Like I'm it's weird. I didn't think I would, but every time I go to London and I put on the TV in like my hotel, I end up sucked into like fucking Gogglebox or something. Shit makes me laugh like nobody's business. I don't know what it is. You guys have some funny shit over there. Oh, Silver, thank you for the biddies. For no reason at all, ClassyKatie, you to bomb. Keep being awesome, self you amazing human you. I will do my best. The B in apartment 26. Was that what it was? Something like that? Yeah, something like that, Jonathan. You're right. Yeah, and it was canceled fast. It wasn't that great. But she's actually a fantastic actress. If you know who I'm talking about, like Jesse's girlfriend who ODs in Breaking Bad. Spoilers? It's been out for a bit. Like watch it if you want to. It's a great series. Actually inspired me to be a chemistry major, which is kind of weird. Oh, pharmacies have an emergency night service in Germany. No shit. So you go to one of those currently on the emergency shift, maybe a bit further away if you need something. I wish I would have known that when I was in Germany. I wish I would have known that because I was so sick. Torchwood's a spinoff of Doctor Who and has some amazing actors in it. I've heard it's amazing. Isn't it oh god, what's his name? He's a reoccurring character that they keep running into in Doctor Who. He's like the main guy of Torchwood, right? Because he's part of Torchwood in Doctor Who. God, I'm so bad with names. Barrowman, is it? I love the Jack Harkness. Jack Harkness. Yes, Jack Harkness. Yes, he's a fantastic character. Yes, Captain Jack Harkness. He's great. He's great. Every time he's in Doctor Who, I'm like, oh, this is gonna be a fun episode. Every time he shows up, you know it's gonna be fun. The face of Bo. Yes, yes. No, well, it's been out for a while. I always say no spoilers, but fuck, watch Doctor Who. He's the boss of Torchwood. That's what it is. That's what I thought. There's so many little things in Doctor Who that, like, I feel like if I hadn't watched the show a million times over and over and over, I wouldn't realize or know about. Like the fact that his wife plays his daughter in one episode and shit like that. Doctor Who. What? Oh, Ike Wolf.
What the fuck? That's 69 months, bitch. Nice. Thank you for subbing to the class, keeping the class alive, and give it an anus its wings! Go forth and be consensual in all the ways. I fucking appreciate you. Thank you.
Okay, River Song, though. Like, if we're gonna talk about Doctor Who, River Song, though. Talk about one of the saddest, most beautiful storylines that have ever existed since the history of ever. Boo. The library. That's all I have to say. I'm getting such sick chills all over. Yeah, same. The library when River shows up and she goes, "Oh, this is the last time I see you." Ah! I love Doctor Who. Can you tell? I'm so positive about it. It is. It's the worst. It's the worst. It's so fucking. Ugh. I'm getting sick chills thinking about it. Doctor Who fucking kills me, man. Doctor Who is just one of the best shows that's ever existed in the whole world. I highly encourage, if you haven't tried it out, please try it out. Start with Eccleston, and then go back to the older ones if you want to. If you like the show, it's harder to get into the older ones if you haven't watched any Doctor Who. But Jesus Christ, the Doctor in River Song, it's like Lady Hawk stretched out over a time curse. Oh my god, it is though. It is. That's what it feels like. It's horrible. Who turned on the rain? I've already cried my makeup off 3 times today, guys. I cannot do it again. Her last scene is so... I know, I can't. It's hard. It hurt. I mean, and it's like... From the moment the library episode happens, you know that scene's coming, and it's like you almost can't enjoy their little fun quips and their... Sweetie. You almost can't enjoy it because you know it's happening. I've said this before, but it's too much. I'm never going to get into it because I didn't start it already. I think there's too much shit out there. There's so much shit. I mean, there's so much, how do you say it in like, consumable crap out there. I completely understand. Like, seriously, I struggle bus to get through shit. Glut recommended a movie to me a month ago, and I just watched it last week. It's crazy. There's too much shit out there. I have such a list. I totally get it. If you're looking for something to watch that has good feels and a crazy storyline and aliens, Doctor Who's great. However, I completely understand the over inundation of shit. There's just too much. That's how I feel with music sometimes. I'm always searching for good music, but I feel like there's so much out there, it's kind of hard to do. It's like impossible, borderline. I can't. I don't want to go. I can't. Shut up. I can say them all. They're all the worst lines in the whole entire world. Oh, God. Ah! It's fine. I have to pee so bad. It's almost time for a break. I think I might take an early break. I seriously, I peed right before stream, I swear to God. I just drink a lot of water, and this is my 3rd cup of coffee. You'd think I cried it all out, but nope, still shit in there to piss. Was it Six-Headed Shark Attack? Unfortunately, no. I got lucky and was able to buy 9, 10, 11, 12, all seasons with holiday special episodes for $50? Okay. When I get back, I want to talk about this, but like, is anyone else just tragically heartbroken that Donna's father never got to be a true companion, even though there was the Christmas episodes? Because if anyone deserves a goddamn companionship, that lovely little old man deserves to be a fucking companion, and I never understood why they wouldn't let him. Donna, wait, oh God, how do you pick a favorite companion? I don't even know. I fucking love Donna. Missy and I were talking about this, like, Dr. Donna, Jesus Christ, the Dr. Donna episode literally rips my soul out of my asshole. It's almost worse than Rose. They're pretty on par. I don't know if I could compare them, but holy, Wilfred should have been one. Absolutely. All right, I'll be right back. I gotta. Welcome back, everybody. Sorry. Hail thine dank lord. Anyways, yeah. Wilfred. I really think Wilfred should have been a companion. He was one of my favorite characters, and the fact that he got to be featured in, I think, more than one Christmas episode was probably the best part. Thanks, guys. I got more coffee because caffeine is needed. Favorite River Song quote. Quote, well, I was on my way to this gay gypsy bar mitzvah for the disabled when I suddenly thought, gosh, the Third Reich's a bit rubbish. I think I'll kill the Fuhrer. She's easily one of the best written characters in the whole fucking show. Technically, he was still, he had such a good heart. Like, he was so enthusiastic and excited and, like, you know, oh God. Oh, it's King's Coast. It's one that BDO got me. Oh my God, what is it called? Bayman? It's called the Bayman blend, Baymen, I think. It's really good. The last 2 blends I had were the Christmas blend was really good, and then I had Co's blend, super tasty. If you guys haven't had Co's blend, it was really nice. Viss even had it, so we have 2 opinions, and it was real good. And this one's really nice. The only difference is it's a little darker, it's a little stronger, but I like that. It's not like burnt bitter like Starbucks coffee, you know? Oh, I've seen that, Lane. I don't wanna. Oh, I've seen it. I've seen it. I've seen it. It's so bad. So bad. I know. She did her best, though, right? Oh, I unfortunately saw it long ago. Thank you, BDO. Yes, this is the Bayman's blend. I'll read you guys the description. The roast is a tribute to those weathered and hardened by the sea. The perfect dark roast. There you go. It is a little bit darker. I didn't even know. The bag doesn't have descriptions like this on it, so I kind of go in blind, but I like that better. I don't like having a predisposed, like, opinion about it before I drink it. Perfect dark roast for those mornings when the seas will be rough. The quote, kind of day that'll blow the hair off a dog. Okay. Bayman's blend is our darkest roast. No shit. This is really tasty for their dark. I mean, honestly, that just goes to show that Starbucks is truly burnt, gross crap. A blend of Indonesian coffee is birthed in the fiery and smoky soils of Sumatra and Papua New Guinea. Semi-sweet notes of dried fig and raisin with a spicy dark chocolate finish. Hold up. Tastes like coffee. I don't know. Sure. This earthy and spiced roast pairs well with milk and sugar and is preferred by those who drink it that way. I just put some oat milk in it, like a splash. excellent on drip, blah, blah, blah. It's very tasty. I like it. If you like a dark roast, I would definitely suggest it. I mean, honestly, like, I put a splash of oat milk in it. It's not that dark. It's not like a French roast, you know? Like, I feel like a French roast is way darker. It's so 80s, but done so badly. It reminds me of, like, when Lindsay Lohan tried to sing and, oh god, who else? There's a couple other stars that, I mean, oh man, they gave their best. They did better than I could do. Random thought. Do you think after all this time after all this time would they both be bored of the whole heaven hell war and be watching humans like we watch television, just hanging smoking a bowl together? Dude, have you seen the new season? No man, what's up? Dude, you got to watch it. Cool, I'll bring the chips. Absolutely. Have you ever seen the movie Dogma? It's a fantastic movie. If you've never seen it, the only way to watch it now, literally the only way to watch it, is to illegally procure it somehow by torrenting it. Not that I encourage illegal activity. But it's owned by Weinstein, and they won't sell it back to Kevin Smith. It's a Kevin Smith movie, and so it's literally nowhere. Unless you already own it, you don't own it. Like, it's impossible. It's so stupid, but it's such a fucking good movie. And there's a part in it where an apostle falls from the sky, blah, blah, blah. You just gotta watch the movie. It's Kevin Smith. It's absurd, but it's funny. And it's very biblically based. I mean, it's very much like, it's got fucking George Carlin plays a cardinal in it, for fuck's sake. Like, if that doesn't tell you enough, I don't even know. But there's a part in it when he's talking about, like, do you guys watch humans up there? Like, do you just watch us all day do our thing? He's like, yeah, absolutely. Especially when you're naked. They watch us in the, like, what is it? Oh, God, it's been so long since I watched the movie. They watch us, is it naked, masturbating, something like that? One of the three is hilarious. And he talks about that, and I'm like, yeah, no, that makes sense. I would. Dude, for real, Vissy. And that's, like, I have it. I have a copy of Dogma that has been procured, not in the right ways. But what are you going to do? Fuck Weinstein. He protested that movie. Why? What do you mean? Wait, what do you mean? He made it. I'm confused. Help. What do you mean? What up, Cocky? How are you? Do you? Oh my god. I wish. I don't own anything Kevin Smith. Like, I was so young when they all came out, I didn't have money. And now as an elder, they're just not anywhere to buy. Oh! I mean, we might need to throw hands. Lena, I'm just saying. Fuck that. I had an ex take my KitchenAid. Do you want to get together and maybe go have a talk with him? Kevin Smith joined the protesters outside the theater for fun. So he joined. Oh, okay. So it was like a funny. Okay, I was like, what the fuck? What? Oh, Cocky. Oh, I'm very excited. I hope it's not too bad. Family time can go either way. I returned the favor and nicked all his Led Zeppelin. Good. What a jerk. Thankfully, I don't think I've ever had a horrible breakup like that where I had an ex, like, steal shit. I've had exes keep stuff of mine so that they can, like, get a hold of me later and be like, oh, you left this here, like, 6 months after we break up. And I'm like, no, I did not. You stole that. No, I don't want it back. Stop calling me. Good afternoon, BJ. How are you, love? This is literally the protest. Oh my god, we have to see this. Hold on. I didn't know that. Like, way back in the day, like, when it was in theaters. Oh my god. Oh my. Buddy Christ. I could never do what he does that way. I cannot lie and be deadpan. I can fucking viscerally picture how deadpan and convincing he would be. I mean, I'm sure that reporter was probably like, I don't know what the fuck to do. Like, I'm convinced that's actually him, but how do I prove that? That's so fucking good. That was so great. Thank you for sharing that. That was fantastic. Catholicism, wow. The same ludicrous outrage boiled up among the micro-minded when Life of Brian premiered. No shit. Life of Brian's probably my favorite. I know everybody's like, I think, oh my god, I just blanked. The really popular one. Why? Oh my god. Why is I hate my head so much. You guys know what I'm talking about. Fucking A. The one that's everyone's favorite is cool. Holy Grail. Jesus Christ. Thank you. I was thinking Spam-A-Lot. That's what got stuck in my head was Spam-A-Lot. My sister got to go see Spam-A-Lot in New York City when she was a kid, and I never got to see it, and I'm still bitter about it to this day. And Spam-A-Lot is Holy Grail, but on Broadway, so I was just stuck. My brain gets fucking stuck. Thank you, Cum Sugar. I should sit up straight. Um, huh. That one's really funny, and I think Holy Grail was the first one I ever saw, but Life of Brian is better. And I honestly, I just think most people haven't seen it. I just think people don't even know it exists. I mean, even my parents, I've told them there was more than one movie done by the people that did Holy Grail, and my parents were like, "What?" Granted, they're a little off the cart, but wow. It's not lying, it's acting. He's incredible. I mean, that's true. I mean, I guess I could do that if I thought of it that way. I would just break. I have no such thing as a poker face. He's fantastic, though. I love Kevin Smith. I always have. I just wanted to say he looks so good. If you guys didn't know, Kevin Smith is an incredible movie creator, Clerks, so on and so forth. He's fucking legendary. And he recently had a heart attack and flipped his life around. And I love to bring it up because the only reason he survived the heart attack, the doctor said, is because he was so fucking high. Cheers. Life of Brian's your favorite too, right? You like Life of Brian? Oh, Meaning of Life is Zach's favorite too. Boom. I thought it was Life of Brian, but I knew it wasn't Holy Grail because we both talked about that before. The Universe song's incredible. Because I wanted to stay in character. My mom's a Christian with a capital C, but only judges herself, not others, so she's good. But she loves Life of Brian. I was raised, like, I call it casual Catholic. My mom, we didn't have, like, like, I don't know. I know there's far more strict Catholic households. Like, we were, like, passively Catholic, like, meet on Friday kind of thing. And we went to midnight mass and stuff like that. And we all did confirmation and were baptized and all that kind of stuff. But when my little sister was born, my parents were running a motel at the time, and so they could not take me to church every Sunday. We went on, like, the holidays and stuff, and sometimes I'd go with a friend, like, if their parents would take me, but my mom was running a motel pretty much solo, and when my little sister was born, I was 5 years old, and because we didn't regularly attend the church, my mom was, like had to, like, call the Catholic Church and be like, "Hey, I just had a kid. Would you mind baptizing them?" Didn't have to, but Catholicism's all about the inner guilt. It's all about the guilt in the back of your head telling you, like, it won't kill the kid to baptize them, but what if you don't baptize them and the Catholics actually have it right? Then they burn in hell or go to limbo or whatever. Go to limbo. And so my mom, she's told me this before. She's told me very clearly. She's like, it's literally out of pure fear and paranoia that I baptized you and your sister. Not because I thought there was any magic to it. It was mostly just like, what if I'm wrong? Which is crazy. My mom is not the type of person to think that way in any way, shape, or form. Like I've told you, she's a medical professional. She's very science minded. But sorry, that was a really big hit. Oh my God, Sales, how are you getting excommunicated? Is it murder? Oh yeah. So, anyways, my mom called the Catholic Church in this. We were in a very small town. It wasn't Kettle, but it's another town in Washington called Chewelah. Really small, probably like population 3,000 people, maybe. Very tiny town. And so it had one Catholic church and a Lutheran church, two churches, which is kind of crazy for that side of the world or for that side of the state. And my mom called the Catholic Church and they were like, "Yeah, we'll do it." And I shit you not, a day later, I guess the priest called her back and was like, "Actually, we've changed our mind. We'll baptize your daughter if you allow two members of our congregation to come live with you for a few months to make sure you live a Catholic life." And my mom, who, bless her for all of her faults, she's very much like a "fuck you, bitch" kind of like, you want to fuck around and find out. My mom was like, screw yourself. I'm not letting two strangers come live with me and my two daughters, my newborn, my daughter, and my alcoholic husband. Fuck that. And so she ended up calling up the local Lutheran church, literally just the nervous paranoia. And they were like, "Of course we'll splash some fucking water on your daughter. We don't give a shit." So my sister's Lutheran. That was always like a hang up in my family. But ever since that, like she went through all of that to get my sister baptized. That moment was like when my mom was like, and my mom was raised in parochial Catholic school. Her mom, my Nana, was raised in a Catholic orphanage, an Irish Catholic orphanage, her mother, my great-grandma, was an Irish Catholic mail-order bride. Like, it's a string of this shit going through my family. But my mom's kind of the final straw. She was like, I refused to buy into it anymore. Like, I was like, that was her bullshit meter, I guess. I don't know what it was. So from that moment on, we basically went to like midnight mass and shit with my nana, or like Easter mass or whatever with my nana, just to appease my nana, but we didn't live like super strict. My mom just wanted us to be good people. That was it. Which is funny because she led me onto a life of unplugging people for a living, which I still don't know how that works out in the Catholic shit, but we'll see. I know, isn't that fucked? Let two strangers move into your house for a while. Yeah, Kevin Smith went vegan after his heart attack. He went like full hardcore vegan, still smokes a shit ton of pot, lost a ton of weight, and is very healthy now, thank fuck. My entire extended family's Catholic. Oh man, this is why we get along. We moved away when I was 5, was not raised in the church. That was that was the thing. We moved away, and I think that was another part of it. It was a mix of like, my mom just struggling to try to get my sister baptized. A church not willing to baptize an innocent baby. Like, why would anybody want to be a part of that? Who cares what my mom does? It's a baby. It's like an innocent baby, and the baptism's supposed to like cleanse them of the sin or whatever. Why would you not baptize every baby? Like, that just, it seems insane to me. Doesn't seem like a good purpose church, in my opinion. Anyways, it's all about guilt. I mean, I can't speak to any other religion, but Catholicism is guilt, 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 guilt and fear. Tons of guilt and fear. So hold on, I got to figure out how are you getting excommunicated? I said I want to unsubscribe and I'll be excommunicated by the church since they're petty and think that will affect the decision. Really? Oh, they think you like won't unsubscribe if stop. Not right now, baby. No, go. Get. Go, go, go. I love you so much. That's crazy. I didn't think you could. I love the accepted parts of religion that aren't actually from the particular religion. It's hilarious. I know. I'm the same. That's kind of why, I mean, a couple years ago, if you guys were around, if you weren't around, we read the Bible on stream. Every Sunday, we would read the Bible. Because I was like, I'm just tired of being fed all this shit my whole life and not having any argument against it because I don't know what the fuck they're talking about. Like, I was fed mostly Latin, and I don't know Latin. That's Catholicism, though. It's a lot of fear, guilt, and misunderstanding. They don't teach you what it means. They're just like, mea culpa, mea culpa, mea culpa, little kid, bitch, sit down. I agree, though. I mean, it's like how half the saints are actually gods from other religions. They're conquered, and so part of the religion gets added onto Christianity. Absolutely. And that was the other thing. Like, when I went to college, I took some class. I took a class called just Islam. Like, the class was just called Islam. Because my when I was in middle school, I think I was in 8th grade when 9/11 happened. And if you didn't live in the US when 9/11 happened, it basically became an atmosphere of like anything that had to do with the Middle East at all was the devil. They were all terrorists, blah, blah, blah. It was lots of overt racism coming out of everybody all the time. And so, like, my parents were very much against that, but it was just everywhere. It was the tone of the world, really, to make them our enemy. And I remember when I went to college, I saw a class called Islam, and I had an open period, and it was like, it fulfilled some general requirement. And I was like, I'm going to fucking take that class, and I'm going to learn what the fuck is actually, like, what. There's no fucking way you can villainize this many people. Like, there's no way. That's impossible. It's like saying all of America's horrible because Trump was our leader. Like, yeah, there's some horrible people in America, but stop it. You know what I mean? And it was one of the most enlightening classes I've ever taken in my entire life. Like, we literally read the entire Quran. We learned about, like, and the crazy part was how much mirrored the Bible. And that's why I wanted to read the Bible. And I read it on stream with you guys because you guys make it way less boring. That is a terrible book. Hi, Koto. How are you, love? Good and bad? Oh, man. Give me the bad first. How many sheep did Zach have to pay for your dowry? I know, right? Jesus. It was actually a Jeep and $37,000 worth of loans. I went to a Lutheran college. I described Lutheran as Catholic light, all the drinking, none of the guilt. See, and my sister went to I think my sister went to, you guys all know the college. It's Gonzaga, big basketball team in the US. My sister went to Gonzaga, and I think they're a Catholic church. It's run by Jesuits. And she said she didn't feel pressured at all. She was like, there was no religious pressure from this college at all. Of course, they had to take a couple theology classes, but the Jesuits were very factual about it. They're not, like, manipulative, I guess. At least her teachers weren't, which was nice. Good morning, darling. How are you? My brother and I were baptized Catholic as a slap in the face to my mom's Jewish mother. I was weaponized and indoctrinated. Go religion. You know, I so wish my Nana was alive for Ancestry.com and like 23andMe because both my mom and sister and I have done it. And we are Jewish. Like, my mom has the Jew, which means she can make Jew babies. And it's just like, my Nana would fucking roll. I'm leaving your church. Not if we kick you out first. Yeah, like, who made that decision, right? Nearly all my relatives are Catholic, but my mom was never the type to enforce religion on her children. So we all ended up becoming atheists who celebrate Christmas Eve, where we eat nothing but fish and bread and potatoes and drink poppy seed milk with poppy seed croutons. Fuck yeah. Hell yes. That's awesome. Okay, context. If you're baptized in Germany, Lutheran/Catholic, you're basically subscribed to church tax as soon as you earn money. What? That made my blood pressure rise. The fuck, sales? If you go through the process of telling the state you want to not be part anymore, they relay that to the church. You don't have to pay anymore, and your local bishop excommunicates you. A mandatory tax? I didn't realize how religious your country was. Holy shit. Oh my God, not gonna lie, I told my parents I was churching it up when we were reading the Bible. Jesus Christ. Oh, I should hydrate. Thank you. That's crazy. That's wild. What the fuck? Church and school or something else? Kind of both. I was just talking about, like, I don't even know how we got in the conversation, actually. But, oh, we were talking about Dogma. I think I was just talking about good movies. Dogma is one of them. And I was talking about, like, someone was coming at him saying, like, I hate that Kevin Smith is making fun of the Christian religion. He would never go after, what did he say? What did they say? Muslims or something like that. And I was like, I don't know how to word this, but, like, as what I consider an ex-Catholic or, like, a recovering Catholic, someone raised with all the Catholic indoctrination and the guilt and the fear and all that, but, like, I don't really subscribe to that shit anymore. I also don't worship Satan, if anybody's curious. Like, I don't know. Not really into that kind of shit. But I'm not, like, against people who find solace in religion as long as you're not pushing it on other people at all. That being said, I feel comfort in making fun of Catholicism because I was fucking indoctrinated into it. I was born into it, splashed water on by strange people before I could open my little blue eyes. Like, you know what I'm saying? But I would never go after a religion I did not succumb to and have no familiarity with because that's just idiotic. You know? It seems idiotic for her to say that. What I'm observing with the current tone of the moment is all these simps that stand for Andrew Tate are the same that cried about how the world's becoming more Islamic. Seriously. Yet they cheered on when Andrew Tate reverted to Islam. I think they would literally suck Andrew Tate's dick no matter what he fucking did. I honestly, it's so weird. I just think there's a population of people who want to worship someone regardless of anything else, and it's unfortunate they picked that. It's just the same kind of people that love Trump and, like, that fuck story. Oh, no shit. Our country's not religious. It's contracts from a few hundred years ago. So it's basically just based on where you live. Is it everywhere in the country? Jesuits are great. That was my sister's opinion. She had a really great time. She was nervous. She went to the school because it was a great school to go to if you wanted to be pre-law. She didn't go there for, like, a Catholic experience or anything like that, but she had a really good experience there. Mr. Fox, and that's how we started talking about we started the conversation. I was talking about how I had food poisoning. I literally got food poisoning on my way to Germany. And when I was there, we, like, arrived on a Saturday night, and that Sunday I tried to find a pharmacy or somewhere to just get, like, anything, aspirin, I don't even give a fuck, like, splash some herb juice on me. I didn't care. I was so sick, like, I was just sweating and puking. Nothing was open. Not one thing was open. Thank fuck I was traveling with basically, like, a moving pharmacy. I was traveling with a pulmonologist, an infectious disease doc, 2 charge nurses, a couple RTs. So I was set with them, but, you know, it's not great to take other people's drugs. Always a good idea to try to go to a doctor and get your own. Most Jesuits approach religion from a scholarly theological perspective in universities. BYU is diametrically opposite. They're straight up religious zealots. Really. I got to walk around. I didn't get to walk. I don't think I walked around BYU, but I had this crazy, like, weird, like, 6-hour layover in Utah one time, flying to Mexico with my family. And so my mom was like, we've never been here. Like, let's fucking go see the tabernacle. Why not? At that point, we were not religious. We weren't there to, like, poke fun, but it's kind of an obscene thing to see. It's kind of bizarre. And I just remember the streets being littered with what I would equate to the people handing out those little naked cards in Vegas that they used to hand them to you. Now they're not allowed to hand them out anymore. They just like they snap them, I think, now. And they're just like they're hookers, which is cool. Like I'm very pro sex work. You guys know this. It's just hookers. But they're handing out literature for like Mormonism, and they were all wearing like cloaks that made them look like they were from Harry Potter with like hoods. And they were everywhere, and they were all very, very young people on every like 2 blocks. Every corner you would see these people. And it was kind of insane. It's weird. Like it doesn't send me a good message that your religion's doing great if you're like this desperate for people to join. It's any church though in Germany. So if you're registered as Jewish, you pay a tax to the government. Oh, really? And then disperses it to your synagogue. That's really interesting. Oh, and it's just like really fucking old legislation or whatever, how you would put it. I think it's funny because they're doing that, excommunicating, so they can stop saying people are leaving the church. Oh, I didn't even think about that. I wonder if I bet you're right. I think they think that by kicking you out, it looks and reflects less poorly on them. I bet you're 100% right. I bet you're 100% right. It's similar to a hospital. Like if you start dying in surgery, they're going to push you into the unit, code you through the hallway, and the moment they get to the unit, they'll let you go so that the surgical operating rooms have perfect records. Because people die in the ICU all the time, so they don't give a fuck about our record. Same concept, but I'm sorry, I just told everyone about that. At least Catholic priests have a 4-year degree. The bar is so low in other sects. Man, I view Catholic priests similar to like cops in America. Like, I understand there's probably a few good ones out there, but there's so many that are like molesting kids / shooting people of color. It's like, I don't know how you can still be a part of that institution and like feel good. Sunday morning Bible stream with Sister Catherine. I remember those. I actually got a new book recently I wanted to read on Sundays, and not a religious text because again, I ain't here to throw shade on religions I don't understand because that's idiotic. But I've had this book for a while, and I found it recently, and I remembered I wanted to read it with you guys on stream. So, for those unfamiliar, I used to work in a surgical center as a respiratory therapist. I'm still registered, still keep my license just in case, but thanks to your kind asses, I'm able to do this full time. But I actually am still, I've always been very interested in the human body and science, and I actually almost I almost became a mortician before I went to RT school, but there was no mortuary schools in the state of Washington, and my parents could not. I mean, there's no fucking way my parents could afford out-of-state tuition. They couldn't afford in-state tuition. I wasn't about to pull out loans for out-of-state tuition because shit is highway robbery. So I didn't do that. I went to RT instead and did the other end of the death part. But that's neither here nor there. I got this really cool book called The Butchering Art. Joseph Lister's Quest to Transform the Grisly World of Victorian Medicine by Lindsay Fitzharris. And it looks really fucking cool. It's essentially like the history of how we mapped the human body via grave robbers and, those huge operating rooms that people could pay to go like watch people just get cut open, like fresh dead bodies and shit like that. It sounds like it's a really cool book and very informative. I don't know, man. 19th century medicine was a fuck story. Literally, nobody washed their hands. Like, it was a joke to wash your hands because they thought the water was dirtier or something. I don't know. It's crazy. Who the fuck even is Andrew Tate? Literally a nobody. Literally a nobody. I do not encourage you to Google that person. I do not encourage you to look up their name on YouTube. Don't give them any views whatsoever. That person, Andrew Tate, imprisoned women, raped them, and sold footage, pictures, and videos on OnlyFans of them while imprisoning them. He is a fucking horrible human being. Horrible human being. Do not waste any more thoughts on that human being, please. Also, if at one point in time you were the Holy Roman Empire of the German nation, the birthplace of Lutheranism as well, including having a war for 30 years about it, you pretty much end up with lots of things. You can basically split Germany north-south in Lutheran Catholic. Really? But most modern people tend to be agnostic atheists. I mean, the US, we have the same, we call it the Bible Belt, and it tends to be just this super religious, like hyper-religious Baptist kind of string through the middle of our country. For some reason, we kind of have the same thing. I've always wondered why that, I mean, obviously we don't have the history your country does in any way, shape, or form, but same thing happens. It exists in Norway too. A tiny portion of your tax goes to the church membership. that the state pays per person enrolled with each religion. It's not just the church here in Norway, though. It's Islam or Hinduist temples or any confirmed religion. That's insane. We think it's bad that churches get a tax break. They don't have to pay taxes. You guys literally have to pay churches. I mean, I guess kind of we are too by them not paying taxes, I guess. I don't know. That's wild. The bizarre paradox that I can't wrap my head around is the Christian factions who are entrenched in finance and profit making. Capitalism is the most satanic economic model in existence. 100%. We read that part in the Bible. I actually focused on that part of the Bible for like an entire day when we were talking about it. When we were reading it like a couple years ago, we focused on that so hard. One of the number one overarching themes I remember kind of being repetitively mentioned in the Bible is people who attain riches beyond their means go to hell and are the greatest of sinners. And then people who ask questions, and then people who like are, originally were fucking kids, but then, the Catholic Church paid for that to be changed. We learned that too. We learned all sorts of things. It was a very interesting experience, especially being raised Catholic and then actually reading the Bible that they claim to like fucking follow. Then they throw them on the ground in front of you too. I threw it on the ground. I'm not part of that system. The SLC temple's obscenely opulent, and they refuse to spend that hoarded cash to build homeless shelters. I believe that. It's insanely opulent is a really good way to put it. If you've never seen the Tabernacle in Salt Lake City, it's like a weird futuristic castle / prison, and it's enormous. And when you go inside, I think it's the main floor you walk into. Correct me if I'm wrong. I was 18 when I went. It's been a few years. They have an enormous enormous miniature model of BYU. I think it's of the Tabernacle BYU in the city, isn't it? It's like, you go into this temple and they've just got this, it's like I don't know what else you call it, those miniature sets, but it's huge and it's of everything. It's wild. It was very creepy. I'm not saying other religions, religion's kind of creepy, let's be honest. I'm not here to hate on religion. It was just weird for me. I remember being very creeped out. If we also revoke our membership in the religion, the state stops paying that money to the church. But I don't pay less tax? No shit. So I'm registered as a member of the church. If they can help someone with that money, I don't mind. That's kind of crazy that you would still pay the same. Hi, Zomit. I'm sorry if I was too real. ACAB because the good ones let the bad ones get away with it. That's BDO. That's exactly my thought process. Exactly. Like, I just don't understand how you can sit there and let all that other shit go down and be like, no, there's good ones. And I'm like, okay, sure. Priests are paid by the state here. Churches run a lot of social infrastructure and have some weird rules they can enforce on employees, but they have to offer services to everyone. Church itself only finances like 5 to 10% of them still. Something to still get rid of. Germany's whole is secular in a weird way. It sounds confusing even for you guys. Only went to church because I went to Catholic school for 7 years. Honestly, I stopped going. I got kind of like kicked out of Sunday school or whatever for asking why Jesus was white. Like they had a huge mural on the on the wall, and Jesus was hella white and blonde. And I just asked because my mom, way before that, I asked my mom, like, why do some people have different colors of skin? And my mom was like, all right, let's look at a globe. You see the equator. If you're closer to that, there's more sun, so you naturally need to have more of that dark coloring to protect you. And I was like, oh, okay. And I looked at the map and I saw where Africa was, and I was like, oh, it doesn't seem like white blonde people would be there. And they literally called my mom and tattled on me, and my mom was like, okay, you're not going back there anymore. Rin, oh my fucking god, yes. I can't pull it up on my computer. It's so fucking stupid. It's Instagram makes me log in for some reason, and I don't know my password to get, like, I don't have it saved on my PC. I know that's terrible. It's all like crazy generated passwords and shit on my phone, so I can't pull it up on my computer, but it is fucking gorgeous. I've been craving tattoos so bad, but I need to save money. Speaking of religion, isn't it weird that like 90% of Nobel Prize winners are Christian? I've never thought about it. Seems like they have nothing to actually do with greater humanity and everything to do with putting up a front, not to mention that the origins of nobles are incredibly dark and cost millions of lives. The origins of Nobel, not Noble, Katie, of Nobel are incredibly dark and cost millions of lives, as does a lot of the historical things going on in the US that we celebrate, which is pretty creepy. Thanksgiving. If you see abuse within the church and don't do anything about it, but, like, don't do the abusing yourself, thusly, you're a good person, nay, self-deflectionist moral bullshittery. I don't know what else. I couldn't have said it better myself. Mercs. Amen. Absolutely. You can't sit by and watch horrible things like that happen and make excuses for it and claim to be a good person. It's like people that make excuses for racist words. I'm sorry, I'm bringing up racism again. It's probably because this fucking amazing song is on. But you know what I mean? When people are like, oh, my dad just talks that way. It was his generation. Or my grandma just talks that way. There's no excuse. My grandma actively chose to change her language by the time she was in her 80s. It's possible. Or if you are a thinking human, you can do these things. Which super hell do billionaires go to? I don't remember, to be honest. The gluttony one. What happened in glut? What's the circle for glut? I've aspired to be a huge sinner for most of my life. Shame I no longer believe in sin. Kind of took the wind out of my sails. Oh my god, I reflect with that so hard though, Lena. For real. Same as a kid, I was like listening to the most satanic metal I could possibly find and wearing like Slayer shirts and everything just to try to be the most like little shit towards, and now nobody cares. My mom still doesn't give a fuck. Nobody cares. I don't care. Nobody cares. Fun story though. Oh my god, I forgot about this. This happened so long ago. So where I would say the longest I've ever lived anywhere was 4 years, and it was where I graduated high school. My parents built this house on the river. We lived in Western Washington, where you make pretty decent money because it's near Seattle. You know, cost of living's higher. You make a mildly better income. And then you look at Eastern Washington, and the property is insanely cheap. And my parents, being very naive, bought property, built a mansion on the river. We moved there, and then they were like, oh my god, you don't make the same money in the middle of nowhere and there's no jobs? What? I don't even know. My parents are smart people. I don't know how this escaped them, but it did. But so they built our house. That's neither here nor there. And my mom let me paint my room. So I did one of those, like I painted it like this dark red color and then used sponges to do a textured thing on it. So my room was like, looked like a fucking sex dungeon. I literally had a penis hanging from the ceiling and like a hung Barbie doll from the vent. It was weird. But I got a hold of like glow in the dark puffy paints. Do you guys remember puffy paints? It was like a little squeezy bottle and you would paint on shirts and shit and it stayed like 3D kind of. But my friends and I got a hold of some 3D puffy paint somehow. I don't fucking remember. And we decided to draw, you know, pentagrams all over like a huge one on the ceiling, one on my door, like the inside of my bedroom, one on the door, and a couple others in other places in the room. And you could not, because glow in the dark paint is see-through. When it dries, it's basically clear. You could not see it unless it was dark in my room. So my parents had no idea. No one had any idea. So fast forward a few years, Katie goes to college, moves out. My mom literally paints my room lavender and inserts butter yellow curtains the summer I'm fucking gone. Like, she is fucking on changing that room so fast. And I'm thinking to myself, oh shit, wouldn't it have been funny if she didn't and they sold the house and whoever moved into it, like, you know, turns all the lights off to go to sleep and suddenly it's just like Crucifix Nation all around them and it says like Hail Satan in pretty cursive on the ceiling. Because I've always been the same person. Again, I don't believe in a Satan. It's just funny and I like that it freaked people out, I guess. I don't know. And then my parents did sell the house eventually. And I was like, wait, didn't we put a pentagram on the door? Like literally on the inside of my bedroom on my wooden door, a huge, as big as the door, pentagram on it with glow in the dark puffy paint. And to this day, I fantasize about the small child that ended up in that room going to sleep with the Hail Satan and like calling their mom, being like, Mom, there's monsters of Satan. And their mom would turn the light on and be like, look, there's nothing on the door. There's nothing here. I don't know what you're, okay. And then they turn the light off. Mom, this is it. I really hope it's happening. I don't know, but I dream about these things. I really hope it's happening. That was a good memory. Those are good. I didn't plan for it, but it was great. And I really hope it's happening. Is that what it is? Oh my god, okay, this is it. Hold on. This is I was gonna look up which passage is it? It's passage. Sorry, I'm genuinely trying to catch up on chat. I don't want to miss anyone's chat. This is I can't remember what passage you said it was. However, this is the one about being rich. It's Mark 10:25, if anyone gives a fuck. Sometimes they're here or there, depending on what version Bible you have. It is easier for a camel to go through the eye of a needle than for a rich man to enter the kingdom of God. There you go. And that theme is carried throughout. That and a lot of murder. Yep. Oh my God, Octoberville, stop it. I like the Wikipedia entry. Someone edited Andrew Tate's Twitter loss to Greta. God, that's great. I love Canada. I grew up on the border of Canada. Like, I've been mistaken for Canadian when I was younger because I guess I had a little bit of your lilt, your weird, like, questioning thing. I do not anymore, obviously. But when I was a kid, I was always, like, 10 minutes from the border. We used to go to Canada all the time. Gravy and fries is the perfect thing ever, and is the most perfect pairing ever, and I just don't understand why the US hasn't picked up yet. It's the big white box that looks like a short coffin, isn't it? What box? I don't know what you mean. Cake or death? Always cake. I know, right? I personally think that in today's age, that's why they teach it still in a different language. Even in the early days when people could speak Latin, where they were learning the Bible, they just didn't have access to a Bible. You could only learn it through a priest. Absolutely. And the only argument I ever get is like, that's not the way it's translated anymore. And I'm like, okay, but who gets to decide that? Who's trained? Like, you don't get to tell me how I interpret what I'm reading. I'm going to interpret it. And that they're always like, no, you don't ask questions. I interpret it for you. Here it is in Latin. You're welcome. The tabernacle is legit gilded in gold. Wow, I didn't know that. Like real? I'm assuming that's what you mean. The statues on temples are gold. It's fucking insane. I knew someone who got married there. She wore the special panties. She was balls deep. One of the main points that held up Christian society was that if you had money or if you were a leader, i.e. a king or a queen, you were there because God wanted you to be there. Absolutely. You were a holy leader. Yes. But if you actually read the Bible, you would just think those people were all going to hell. And they usually literally ended up murdering each other, or someone murdered them. They always end up killed, always. Or they're fooled by, circumcision. Nobel had the classic Merchant of Death remorse. I like that people chose cake. I'm sorry to inform you the cake is a lie. Heated gamer language, I can't with that either. I can't with that, Glut. That's the worst. It's not the worst, but the fact that anyone tries to pull that anymore, like, oh, I was really angry and that's why racial slurs slipped out of my mouth. We all know that's fucking fucked, right? We know that's fucked. I know it's in the left field, bro, but how do you feel about them running our childhood with that new Scooby-Doo show? I haven't seen it. Is it good? Isn't it a Velma show? Someone the day before yesterday, said it wasn't bad. I haven't seen it yet. Third is gluttony. Fourth is greed. What is the gluttony? Like, okay, so here it is. In hell, they're forced to push great masses of weight. Those who were miserly with money push in opposing directions from those who wasted a great deal of money. Oh. I might go there. I'm quite miserly. Shit. You know your religion's shit if a cult deprogrammer hesitates to answer whether or not said religion is a cult. Mic drop on that one. In hell, they're forced to push great... Yeah, that's the gluttony one, yeah. Hail Santa. Is there a circle of hell for people with depression, or do we just go into the blender and become one of the demon lords? Our hell is heaven. Depressed people go to heaven and hang out with all the Mormons and their special underwear for the rest of eternity. Sorry if you didn't know. Hi, Mermy. How are you? Hail Satan. I loved it. I used to say Hail Satan all the time when I was vegan and I made homemade Satan. It was my favorite. Thank you. My little buns. My hair, I left it curly this week. I've just been like sleeping in wet hair and it's a mess, but thank you. I deeply need a cut. I lived in Newfoundland for a couple of years as a kid. Oh, is it beautiful? I've always wanted to visit. I don't think I've been that far north. I'm trying to think. I don't think so. Is it more north than London? I've been to London and Wales, but I've been to the Midlands. I guess that's a little bit more north. That's the most north I think I've been. I think. I don't know. I'm American and my idea of the map is absolutely terrible. We got a small chain restaurant out in Cali that does fries and gravy. You can find it every once in a while, actually, in like states that are on the border of Washington, because Canadians go back and forth all the time, and they cater to that, and it's fantastic. My favorite thing in the world when I was a kid was going to Canada with my grandparents and going to Dairy Queen, because they would have fries and gravy, and I would just die. I never knew that they did that in the U.S., too. I always thought it was so special. Oh my god, Rin. Please. Oh, it's not making me log in. As long as I don't click anywhere. It's like if I try to click the image, it's like, you must log in to do this. Instagram just fucking haunts me. It's unreal. Like, it's the kind of shit you dream about finding and you'd never really actually find. You know what I mean? It's fucking beautiful. Oh, I have a fitting. Oh my god. Oh my god, Vissy just messaged me. My wife described the beginning of the Velma show to me, and my Scooby-Doo childhood died in an instant. So I guess I watched with caution. Okay, so I have seen Scooby-Doo. However, when Scooby-Doo was really popular, I actually just straight up didn't have TV as a kid. Like, I lived on movies and Star Wars and things like that. So I'm not hella attached. I just, if it weren't for those darn kids, that's about as far as I get with the show. Is there any, like, how does it ruined? Don't spoil it. I guess don't tell me because I don't want to spoil I don't want everybody to get spoiled, but like, what? How? Because it's about Velma? I just want to know. I want heaven to be the good place, but actually be a good place, not a friend for the bad place. Zach and I just rewatched that show. That show is so perfect, except the ending. The ending I just don't really like, but it was good. I think it's funny that someone said "Hail Santa." I said it. I have this running joke with the VR game that I play with a Santa as a playable skin. The joke is I'll kill that Santa first time, first every time, and quote the Boondocks. You're gonna pay what you owe, Santa. I quote Boondock Saints a lot. That is one of my all-time favorite movies in the entire world, and it's so terrible because Zach hates it. Like, I have to watch it solitary. It's the worst thing in the world. Newfoundland's a lot like Norway, except for the port to St. John's was blocked by an iceberg all summer. All summer. Something in this doesn't make sense. I just hit my tooth. Hell is other people is usually how it goes, but I feel heaven is lonely after existence if heaven's just the opposite. Man, I just want to be warm. I feel like hell's the answer. I don't know. I hope there's not an afterlife. Like, I'm tired now and I'm only 34. I'm sort of near Canada and Washington. No shit. I went to school in Bellingham, if you know where that is. And where I grew up on the east side was like 30 minutes from the border, but I think we were the closest town to the border of Canada. So we used to go to Canada all the time, like just depending on what the exchange rate was. We would go up there to shop sometimes because it was just that convenient. It was just as close as everything else. You know what I mean? I bet they're booked. Oh, I bet they're literally never accepting any let me see. I can't click on it. If I click on their fucking account, it won't. Oh, it'll make me log in, but I bet you're right. Yes. The first episode is 100% character assassination. Hi, Black Bloom. How are you? Like, literally a reportrayal of all these people in ways they simply weren't in the actual show. Oh, are they trying to, like, rewrite it? So, like, Shaggy isn't a dopey stoner in the van with his big dopey dog, and Velma isn't a nerd, and the other two aren't forgettable. I guess. Uh, they're just letting Velma live her life to the fullest, and some object to that. I don't know anything about any of them. I know people have a lot of fetishes about Velma. There's a lot of Velma porn. Like, a lot of Velma porn. In one of the trailers, they ruined how we grew up with Shaggy. Don't tell me. I think I'll just have to watch it. 100% it feels like the show is only called Velma because it would be cheaper to market. That's sad. I thought it was bad here. We just got 23 inches of snow in 24 hours. Holy shit. No, that's bad. That's bad. That's bad weather. That's worse than me. Like, there's a hair on my nose. I have bad news about Scoobs. No! Murgle, I think there's a part of Mormonism where they believe they go live on the sun when they die, or like there's a population of perfect people that live on the sun who like wore their special panties or something like that. There's got to be somewhere warm that's not full of that. I have nothing against. I just don't want to like listen to that shit all day. I worked with a Mormon, I worked with someone who heavily identified as Mormon, and it like consumed all of their everything, and they never stopped talking about it. And like, I just, I don't care what religion you are. I just don't want to hear about your religion all day, unless it's like you can do magic. That's just me. Just watch it and be sad. Hi, boy, Will. Boo. I'm gonna have to disagree, even though I haven't seen the show. The notes on the show are a lot of what the original writer intended before they made it into a children's cartoon. Oh, so it did have like a was there different intentions with the show? You're getting more? Jesus Christ. Be safe. It's because she's thick, respectively. She was a short, thick bee. Absolutely. It's always the short girls that are thick, though, in shows and stuff. It's like, you can be tall and thick. We exist. I'm kind of excited for The Last of Us show. I feel like I need to personally play through the games. I've watched them played multiple times, but it's kind of like when I don't know, it's like reading a book before a movie comes out. I feel like I need to play the movies or play the games, play the movies. Some people, yes. Some Mormons believe, oh my God, some Mormons believe in a planet, or Mormons believe in a planet named Kolob, where the in the flesh God lives. Oh my God. It's pretty wild. She used to tell me all sorts of stuff like that. Like I don't know if all Mormons, I don't know if Mormonism's like Christianity, where there's like, varying sects of it. I have no idea. I don't know enough about it, but the one I worked with she's the one who actually went to the tabernacle we lived in Washington, but she traveled to Salt Lake City to get married on the steps of the tabernacle in front of some gold statue. The only issue I have with any of the newest Scooby-Doo is who they picked for Fred in the live-action movies. Is it anyone I would know? Is it an actor I would know? And that the faithful will inherit their own planet when they die? Oh, really? Like, everyone gets their own planet? I mean, I guess theoretically there's enough. Do they believe in the space, then? In the space? Katie, stop it. I went to high school in northern Idaho. At least 50% of my class was Mormon. You get used to it. I mean, I went to school in the middle of nowhere, Washington, and it's like, I didn't even know what atheism was until I went to college. That's just not even a concept. I kind of understand where you're coming from. I worked in a small finance office with one other guy. He was a creationist. I love to read science stuff and talk about it. Carbon dating and all sorts. Pretending I didn't know it drove him up the wall not to go into a tirade of religious nonsense. I mean, I can understand that. That would be fun. I could understand that. I love playing devil's advocate with someone who's fun to play devil's advocate with, but not someone who's trying to convince, like they're pissed if I'm not convinced of their side of the argument when we're done talking. You know what I mean? Does that make sense? Playing through it's how you really get it, and I know it's a phenomenal game because I've seen it so many times. I think I need to do it. That's like a goal of mine this year. They know ridiculous things that I just don't care about surrounding Scooby-Doo. Oh, wait, I don't know, my sister is a big Scooby-Doo head, and my mother watched Scooby-Doo throughout our childhood. She still watches reruns. No shit. Wow. I didn't know there was people that into the show. I feel like the emotional impact for most people will be heavier in the show because as great as the games are, they're still games designed to be fun. True. I wonder how they're gonna translate that into a show and not just make it one big sad. Oh, there are no sects in Mormonism with the exception of the FLDS, which are Mormon. Yeah, that's like the polygamous sect, right? And they have notebooks full of 13-year-old girls that they like shop for wives and shit like that. Yeah. I think people who are part of the not FLDS, I don't think they acknowledge the FLDS as part of the church though, right? Like the FLDS claims they're part of the church, but the church is like, we don't claim you. I think like publicly. Fred is literally Freddie Prinze Jr. Wait. Wasn't there a Scooby-Doo movie that came out like eons ago and he played Fred? And oh god, oh my god. The main dude from SLC Punk played Shaggy. Am I hallucinating this? It was a movie though, not a show. I could be totally fabricating this in my head. It just sounds like this is a thing. Yeah, Sarah Michelle Gellar played Daphne, and now Sarah Michelle Gellar and Freddie Prinze Jr. are married. So is he reprising the role? It was a terrible movie. I saw that one, yes. Oh, it's just men that get their own planets. Honestly, that's most religions. Married to IRL, yeah. It's really great to find someone who's open to hearing opposing viewpoints and discussing it. All too often you get people who are just offended, you won't believe what they do. And I don't want that ever. Honestly, like, my mods and I try so hard to harbor an environment, and I do in my real life too, of people who are open to discussing things. That being said, there are certain things, and I'll say it every time. I stole it from Glut. Glut said this one time ages ago, and it's just so perfect. Like, the devil doesn't need an advocate. I'm not here to play devil's advocate for, like, trans rights or anything like that. You know what I mean? The rights to women's bodies, we don't need it. But other stuff that's, like, casual and a little bit more light, I'm here to argue. I'm here to talk about the entire picture of it, not just sit in an echo chamber of two people being like, yep, yep, awesome, That's so fucking boring. That's not how we grow as people. It doesn't mean I'm going to change my point of view or my opinion in any way, shape, or form, but I believe listening to the other side makes you a bigger person and can make you more educated in your own stance on whatever your point of view is. Honestly, if I could have a bunch of husbands and a few wives, I'd possibly be in the polygamy, but not if it's only the men that get all the fun, and that's the thing I think it is. I don't know, man. It's hard just to, like, love one person all the time. How do they do it to that many? Oh, so yeah, Erica says, I grew up with LSD, the Latter-day Saints. Is that what it stands for? LSD? LDS, Latter-day Saints, right? LSD. I hope you didn't grow up on LSD. We say they're different. Yeah, that's what I thought. Like, they don't, because that's, like, gross. It's not just polygamy. Like, there are a lot of them are marrying kids and shit. That's a dude. It happened. The guy who played Shaggy is on Cyberpunk TTT-RP. I just watched yesterday. Like, on the new show coming out, right? Not the old movie we're talking about. Matthew Lillard. Is that the guy from SLC Punk? It sounds so familiar. Yes. That was Shaggy in the movie. Is he Shaggy again? No. Yeah? No. No? No. Oh, there were multiple? I'm so glad I didn't see the rest. What up, Chucky? How you doing, honey bean? As a kid with religion, I was kind of like, yeah, nah, we're probably just here and then we die. Maybe we get to be an animal in the next life when we've been good this life. And if we've been bad, we have to stay human because we got to think about money all the time. Dude, I kind of, same. Like, I don't know if it was I watched my dad die when I was 7 in our living room. He had cancer. And I mean, it was so, like, not magical and nothing, and, like, coroners just came and took him away. And it was like, I think that was a very formidable moment for me where I was like, oh, yeah, it's going to be like my rabbit that died. Like, he's going to go in the dirt and just become plants. Like, I get it now. There's nothing magical about any of this. At least to my childhood. And I still don't think there is. Like, it just didn't make sense. Great casting for the first film. I mean, honestly, the first film was terrible, but that's probably just the writing and the fact that it was the time period of that corny shit. Lillard is also doing special sets for D&D. That's fucking awesome. He was funny for his time. Like, he was I mean, if you've never seen SLC Punk, it's definitely one of those movies like Requiem for a Dream, so on and so forth, where, like, it's dark, it's a good movie, but you only watch it once. Maybe twice if you're showing it to someone else and you really don't want them to watch it alone. It's a pretty hard movie to watch, but it's a great movie. And Matthew Lillard's is the main guy in it, and he plays just fantastic job. He does a really good job. Sam Richardson. Okay, I gotta Google this person. I'm real bad with names. I could know who they are. My brain just gets stuck. Where do I know them from? Where do I know this person from? Wait, is that the dude who's like the nerd in fucking Hocus Pocus who like tries to betray the girls? Hocus Pocus 2, the new Hocus Pocus. Is that him? Is that where I know that guy's face from? I'm looking at all of his movies and trying to figure it out. I think that's the most recent place I've seen his face. He literally plays like the straight edge fuck that tries to betray all the little girls in the new Hocus Pocus movie. I know, that's a weird one I pulled out my ass, and you're welcome for it. I don't recognize anything else he's been in, though. But I recognize his face. Is he like on SNL? Beetle and Grimm's? He has a company? Oh, sick! I wonder what his opinion is on all the D&D bullshit. They did a tabletop of the new Cyberpunk that was put out with a writer, Arthur as the GM, it was cool. Fuck yes. Of the casting, the best was Lillard, near perfect. I don't think anyone could do Shaggy better, 100%. Like, and I don't remember anything about that movie Rerealed, but if you mention Shaggy, that's who I picture. That's the first thing that comes to my mind, is Matthew Lillard with the, like, ginger fringe. First thing, he was just perfect in it. There's no such thing as derailing, man. Wait. Dude, he looks great for his age, I'm gonna be honest. Hold on. Hold up. There's no context on this, but I'm curious. What is this dude's name? Fuck. I'm so bad with names. I know who this person is. The British dude who was like the hottie in Everything Forever. Fuck my brain.
Well, I've been heavily into S&M for, I don't know, 20 years now. So, I think so long as if you have safe words, it's fun. Well, I've been heavily into S&M for, I don't know, 20 years now. So, I think so long as if you have safe words, it's fun. Well, I've been heavily into S&M for, I don't know.
I'm desperate for context. Ma'am? What? Hugh Grant, thank you. Yes. I was trying to think of any movie he's been in. The Proposal with names. They're just not happening today. Sometimes they happen. I can just like pull really weird names out of my ass, and today it's just not gonna happen. It's just not. I just don't know. Was he in About a Boy? Chris Pine, like, choking on himself in the background is the best ever. He said to this day, his children will never let him live down that he was Shaggy. He's not dad anymore. He's Shaggy. I mean, he fit it fucking well. Fucking well. I did watch the documentary on Selma Blair. It was very sad. Requiem for a Dream was recommended to me by a then boyfriend. Oh my God, that movie's been stuck in my head since then. It burned your head forever. It will forever. Anytime you hear that violin song that plays, the last, 7, 8 minutes of the movie, you will remember every moment of the movie. I think I've only seen that movie maybe a handful of times in my life. First time was the first time, obviously. And then the other times were because someone wanted to watch it and insisted I watch it with them or something. Or I was like, you can't watch this alone. I don't fucking know. But it feels like I've seen that movie every week for my entirety of my life. That's how much detail I can remember of it. It's wild. That movie is wild. Good, but whoa. What a good anti-drug. Should that be a soundbite? Hold on.
Penetrate.
Is it
And the
Yeah, we'll clear that one out.
Well, I've been heavily into S&M for, I don't know, 20 years now. So, I think so.
Perfect.
Well, I've been heavily into S&M for, I don't know, 20 years now.
Oh, shit, I cut it too early. Oh, well. That worked.
As long as if you have...
Get out of here, Huey. Was he in Glass Onion? Dude, I watched Glass Onion. How come I don't remember him? Chris Pine always stuck in these interviews with weird co-stars. I know. I feel like he's a very shy person because he's always in the background just like, fuck, I don't want to be here. Why am I here? Would I like some tea? Oh my God, what kind of tea? Wait, is it gay tea? That was posted by his PR manager. I mean, why not? It's very true. A safe word is a smart thing to do if you're getting into S&M. Oh, he was blank. He was Benoit's husband. Yep. No, you're right. I think I fell asleep towards the end of the movie and I literally rewatched it the next morning, like while I was getting ready in the morning, and totally forgot. Or rewatched just the end, excuse me. Yes. An auditive phylactery for Hugh Grant in case of...
Well, I've been heavily into S&M for, I don't know, 20 years now.
Yep. That's great. Can you imagine? That would mean that when I was 14 years old, I found BDSM. I don't know about that, my dudes. It's kind of gay-ish. I got blocked by a sizable streamer on Twitter for removing my subs since they support the turf game. You got blocked just for unsubbing? I have to be honest. I cannot think of an excuse to. I've seen literally across the board a very 50-50 split of friends of mine where it's like, fuck all you sensitive blah blah blahs. I'm playing this game. She's not getting $1. And then the other 50% are like, there's no excuse. How could you? Do you have no heart? What the fuck? I thought, I mean, call me fucking ignorant and naive. I thought we were all kind of well informed on her turfy nonsense and that we were all like, yo, we all agree we loved Harry Potter to a certain point, but like now it makes us feel like poops and we're just not going to do that. Like I'm not even buying the game off to play offline. It makes me feel gross. You guys know I ripped up all my books with Vissy. I just can't with that. It always makes me think of Lewis and Peter from Family Guy. The safety word's banana. Smack. Jesus Christ. It makes me think of did you ever watch Portlandia? Cacao. Forever. He will live forever now.
Well, I've been heavily into S&M for, I don't know, 20 years now.
Whenever I get blocked with banned, I just don't care. I just don't come anymore. Easy. I don't even know if I've been blocked by anybody because I probably don't seek them out. I think if you're blocked, you just like don't see them anymore. I don't know. 12-year-old Marcus Brewer lives with his chronically depressed single mother, Fiona Brewer. Both Fiona and Marcus beat to their own respective drummers. Marcus will do whatever he can to make his depressed mother happy, even if it causes himself grief. As such, he realizes that he's perceived as different than most kids, as even the most self-possessed, weird kids don't want to hang out with him, as he's the target of bullying. Part of the taunts against him are the fact that he sings and speaks. That sounds really sad. That sounds fucking sad. I told them I was pretty disappointed in them because JKR directly conflates financial support of her IP to support of her beliefs. And that I wasn't financially supporting him any longer. Immediately, wow. I'm going to be honest. At first, just from the information that you've given me, it feels like that person is very insecure in their choice to stream the game, and they're making very volatile kind of what's the word, like whiplash moves to make themselves feel better about a shitty move. You know what I mean? Like, I mean, I can't even imagine what kind of chat you would have streaming that game right now. I can't even fathom what it would be. I don't want to be any part of that. I got blocked from so many manga websites because I refused to not call pedophilia what it is just because it's a cartoon. No, lolly shit. I'm not into it either. I can't. I don't care how old the ancient vampire is. If they have an 8-year-old body, it's fucking pedophilia. Stop. I don't want to see the panties of 13-year-old girls in school uniforms anymore. Like, it's ever, really. Like, I'm just over it. There's no excuse. Stop. She isn't involved in the game directly, though, right? Like, they already bought the licensing for the game. I don't know if she's making a royalty or % of sales. Honestly, I don't know. For me, it's more, and it's just me personally. Again, I can't generalize personal experience. I don't know about other people. But everything that has to do with Harry Potter, ever since she started, like, prolifically just chanting this hate shit and kind of attacking people verbally on Twitter with it, everything makes me feel gross. Like, I've been to Harry Potter World many, many times. I have 5 wands from the park of different characters, not of different characters. Some are RFI. It's crazy. I was a kind of a psychotic fan. I have an untouched, perfect Slytherin robe. Literally, it still has, like, the fucking wax paper on the badge. It's crazy. I was a diehard. And, like, I went through a period of, like, mourning after she decided to be so just disgusting publicly. Like, I don't understand why she chose to use her platform to become such an ugly, hateful human. I don't understand. But I went through a period of, like, mourning, basically, everything Harry Potter. I didn't watch a Harry Potter movie for, like, a year, which is crazy for me. I kind of lived off of Harry Potter the way most people watch Friends on repeat. Harry Potter for me. Love the shit. And, you know, she initially came out as her turf stiff, and then she, like, people were very vocal back, like, hey, I'm sorry, what? And she, instead of apologizing or saying, oh, I'm so sorry, maybe I don't understand, or something, she just doubled down and has become, like, the villain of villains, where she says things like Merry Turfmas to people, and it's just fucking horrific. And all of that combined, I just don't, like, I'm getting a sick feeling in my stomach just thinking about it. Everything that has to do with Harry Potter makes me feel ill in my stomach. All of it. And that's just me. And so I will never, again, happily participate in a Harry Potter activity, regardless of whether or not she's getting money. However, I do think about the money aspect of it. I know people who love Harry Potter stuff, And if I want to get them something for their birthday, I usually go to Etsy because I'm trying not to, like, the only way we can speak as the little people is with where we put our money. That's it. That's all we've got. Because we don't have some huge fucking, soundboard like she does. Ugh. She's involved with the game story writing as a whole, and she gets paid a lot of royalties for the game, but I just don't fuck with her. Me neither. I don't fuck with any of it anymore, and it still breaks my heart because it's great. I need to soapbox. I don't understand people having it both ways. Statement in support of trans rights and saying you're going to donate and still playing the game and effectively promoting it. I'd respect someone more for just saying they don't care and playing it. 100% agree. It's the same thing we were talking about earlier. Like, you can't excuse behavior and then say you support your trans friends or whatever. Like, it's like excusing racial language, racist behavior. It's the same thing. There's no excuse for that crap. There isn't an excuse. It doesn't exist because it's gross. We know this. I don't need to say these things. I know you're smarter than this. I'm just saying. I'm just soundboarding at this point. I know you guys believe this. Hi, Delphinus. How are you, my love? We should cheers. This is a deep conversation, but it's serious, and I cannot participate in supporting anyone financially or with exposure. Someone who distributes just vile hate towards so many people I personally love and people I don't know personally that are just trying to live their fucking life harmlessly. They were suggesting that they're fundraising for the Trevor Project while streaming the game, but that doesn't help. That just sounds like massaging your own guilt. Absolutely. That's what I was saying. Yeah, I agree. 100%. Yes. I can't look at Harry Potter anymore. It makes me want to throw up. I'm the same. I feel that's how I feel. Like, literally, Murray, I don't know if you saw the other day when Vissy was here. We took all my Harry Potter books, ripped them up into tiny shreds, mulched it up in water, and we made our own paper out of it. So now I have a whole bunch of homemade paper because I just couldn't. I didn't want to throw them away because it seems wasteful. I don't want to donate them because I don't want anyone else to read them. So we made craft out of them because it's just makes me feel poopy. And I'm not pushing that on anyone else. It's just me personally. But I honestly don't understand how anyone can feel good about it. No matter, there's a lot of games out there with magic. And if your excuse is, but I really want to hang out with other kids while doing magic, maybe assess what you've just said out loud. She's just opposing Scotland's gender recognition bill. Really? I don't even, ugh. It doesn't shock me. It's just gross. Hard same. And FYI, she puts her money where her mouth is, and that's even before she came out. She gives a fuck ton of money to hate groups and not just transgender hate. She's anti-Semitic and racist. I think I've heard this before. That's disgusting. It's in her stories. It's red handling all throughout her books for people. Red handling, yes. That we talked about this ages ago in chat, but yes, I learned what that is. She still lives in such an echo chamber despite all the pushback. I think she recently said that most of the world agrees with her views based on her book sales. That's so fucking gross. You guys promise to tell me if I ever become a shitty person? Like, come at me. Don't suck my metaphorical dick. I don't ever want to live in an echo chamber like that. Fucking Christ. It's so, I mean, it's like, I don't feel bad for her, but it's very sad. But I guess when you have opinions like that, you kind of want to surround yourself with people that, like, metaphorically jerk you off so you don't let the world get in and tell you you're being an ass. Sir Roland, I agree. Honestly, the Hogwarts world is so badly designed that anyone could do better. It's thin and inconsistent. 100% agree. Also, it's basically Star Wars fan fiction. Not to throw out that controversial topic, but I agree. During a Manic episode, I once ripped up the fast-forward ending because Hermione deserved better than Ron. I agree, though. The ending was so terrible. It's a shame, really. I found CK in this channel through the Witchcraft and Wizardry YouTube videos. Isn't that the worst? It is. It's heartbreaking. And I mean, I loved Harry Potter, but now it just makes me feel like gross. And there's all the goblin bullshit, which I didn't even, ignorant white bitch, obviously, did not realize until people pointed it out. And I was like, the meme, the bitch, what? It's, and then like the only Asian character in the entire movie is the Scottish Cho Chang, which I've been told by Asian people in our community that's a form of it's not whitewashing. Is it whitewashing? When they're like, "Oh yeah, we're inclusive. We definitely have one Asian person in the school, but she's like as white as we could make them." I can't remember what that term is. There's a term for it, and this is no hate against the actress or people of any ethnicity having a Scottish accent, but there was something about it. I can't remember what it was, but literally I had to be taught these things cuz ignorant white bitch, I don't see them. That is that is white privilege right the fuck there. Thanks, Mergs. That was a vagina. I meant to do Illuminati. I'm sorry. It's such a good song. Childish Gambino / Dong Lover is one of my favorite artists ever. He's just so stupid talented. Right, Sleazy, but we've talked about that. We've talked about it in stream. Not that we can conclude anything or I know anything, but like I've asked that question so many times, especially when like Bezos is out there flying cocks and what's his fuck buys Twitter and is being a jerk off. Like, are you in order to accumulate redonkulous amounts of wealth that no one human can spend in a lifetime? Do you have to be kind of a sleaze, like a fuck? Not to say sleaze, but you know what I mean. Do you have to be kind of a shitball? Or does the process of accumulating that astronomical level of wealth create you into a shitball? I don't know. I don't know anyone personally who is astronomically wealthy. Like, I've never known anyone who's a million. Like, my Nana, I guess. Sure, she sold her house for $1 million like a fucking contractor, whatever. Tokenism, is that what it is? Diverse washing? I think it's tokenism. That sounds really familiar. She is actually Scottish, and that's what I'm saying. This is nothing against, but it was a very specific choice, I guess, in casting and stuff. And I've been learned up on things like this. Yeah, that's no shame. People all over the world have accents of all different kinds. That's no shame at all. She was actually in something recently and had an accent. The movie was terrible, or the show, or whatever it was. She was in it, and literally, Zach and I called it the moment I saw her. And she even had weird contacts in. You literally are putting down a slave rebellion in the game. Gross. That's gross. That makes me feel icky all here. Based on what I know of Musk, he was born in a shitball. I kind of think the same, or at least he was molded by his parents, not by maybe the wealth and that. If you're a billionaire, you've created harm somewhere. You gotta wonder. I just don't know anyone who gets to that without. I just don't know. Honest, it could be possible. I just don't know. Dude, boy, Will, that just means you have fucking good taste in music. Good job. They're born with an ego. Can say this personally because of my uncle before he passed away. I know some people are definitely like, I mean, I don't know anything. Let's start there. I say I know. I don't know anything, but I do like to read a lot of papers on like psychology and stuff. And actually one that came out within the last year, a peer-reviewed paper that I read recently, I can't remember, it was like 6 or 7 months ago. It was really fucking interesting. And it was all on the study of babies and how, child psychologists, whatever, the specialty of baby psychology, they have concluded so far, that they think that we're actually born with a pretty set personality of who we're going to be, and that it takes like Dahmer level trauma to alter what that is. And I'm not saying you're born a murderer. I'm saying you're born stubborn or, whatever. Like, whatever. I don't even understand really what core personality is. But you're born with some sort of core personality. And I think it's how you interact with the world is kind of already wired into you. And then, nurture, nature, those things absolutely have things to do as you grow. It was really fucking interesting, though. And the fact that it takes, like, something we won't even speak of, horrific, to alter what that is. You kind of wonder. Asmongold went from nothing to millions, and he's just as much an abrasive asshole as he ever was. And he's not turned into a racist or sexist or anything. He still is genuine, lives in a shit tip. What's a shit tip? Yeah, we were talking about the Hogwarts game. And just, the shitty excuses people use to stream it. Are they still doubling down on the HP badness by including NFTs and microtransactions in the game? Oh my god, what? Is that a thing? Worthless, enjoy your reading. You do need an ego to do some big things, that's true, but do you need to be destructive per se? I don't think so. I don't think you need to. I think sometimes it's, you know, for one reason or another, it just happens. I know this is a really good song. Nature versus nurture, right? Yeah. And it's like, again, you can never generalize personal experience, but in my personal experience, for instance, my little sister was 2 years old, literally not even 2 years old. She was like a week away from turning 2 years old when my dad died. And however, throughout our entire life, as she's grown up, my mom and other various people who knew my biological dad, like very personally for many, many years before either of us were born, will point out things and be like, that is so your father. Like weird things she'll do or facial expressions or just like attitudes my sister has. And she does look a lot more like my dad. And I don't know how legit that is, but it's interesting how stuff like that happens. You got to wonder, like, we're not born totally blank. We're not as great as most animals who can like walk after birth and fucking just run off and do their own thing, but we're not total. Like, I just have a hard time believing it's a totally blank slate. And then you have people that go through horrific trauma and come through it wanting to make sure no one else is harmed like that in the future. Humanity is wild. Rin, I have a cousin that did that. No shit. This is a weird Katie fact. Is he my second cousin? He is my grandma's sister's kid. Second cousin, first cousin? I don't fucking know. He's my great aunt's kid. Invented the CAT scan. But I shit you not, this fucker had the worst, most horrific, like when I hear about it, not most horrific, but a pretty fucking gnarly childhood. I.e., his mom had like 6 kids, all by different men, 4 of them by different priests. And she's what my grandma would call the shanty Irish. I don't know if that's an offensive thing at all, but my grandma called her that all the time. Instead of like doing laundry, she would just buy the kids new clothes like every week. So there were some rooms of the house and the basement and the attic that were just piled like a hoarder with dirty kids' clothes. And fast forward, my cousin's like, his name's Michael Phelps, if anybody wants to fucking look him up. Not Michael Phelps, the swimmer. Michael Phelps, the inventor of the CAT scan. One of the inventors of the CAT scan. He was at school and she was at home with all the babies, falls asleep with a cigarette in her hand, lights the house up. All of his siblings die in the fire, except one, I think, and her. She gets out. And this fucker goes to college, drops out of college, and then invents the CAT scan and is fine. Crazy. I do not know this person personally, by the way, if you can't tell. We're extended family. Just, you know, the shit you hear. That's some trauma shit to get through to go on and be okay. You know? That's some fucking shit. My uncle had a weird family dynamic. His parents were divorced. His mom and my grandmother remarried, had 2 more kids, my mom and aunt. And when my grandmother passed away, my grandmother let him do anything. And he never felt remorse for losing any of my mom or aunt's money. Then ended up making a $1 billion company and never felt the need to repay them. Oh, that's sad. That's sad. Every family has a shithead and every family has weird dynamics, though. I've learned that. Like growing up, you know, you kind of don't see it. Your parents, I think, kind of hide it from you. And then as you get older, you're like, oh my God, everyone's fucked up. And this is why this cousin never comes to any family functions. Like, now I know. But I think nobody wants their family to appear crazy or unstable or what the fuck ever. But everybody's a little fucked. We're all a little fucked. Everybody's a little fucked. You just hope they're not like fucked in the dangerous way. Trick had his paw through my fucking cord. Hold up. I got your TikTok. I was trying to move it. And then Trick laid on my shit. Like a little bitch. Oh my fucking God, Kills. Wait. Holy fucking 3 years.
Wow. My brain just died. Thank you very much for some of the class, keeping the class alive and giving Nina swings.
Well, I've been heavily into S&M for, 20 years now.
What up, Kills? We were literally just about to watch TikTok relevant to psychology stuff because we were just talking about learned. That's crazy. I mean, I was familiar with a little bit of that. I did take a lot of psychology classes in school, and some of them are the history of psychology, which is dark. dark as all hell, as is most medicine in the world. Example, most of our medicine we use today we got from Nazi Germany. Out of the experiments they performed on innocent people in internment camps. So I knew some of it, but man, when they put the lines together, like when you put the line, like, damn. What up, John? How are you? Loznay, how are you, love? Oh my God, you had to send your dad an email asking him to stop sending you transphobic jokes. Was it like a breakup email? The fuck? Oh God, I'm so sorry. Talking about institutional racism, which exists at all levels of science and government. So congrats, everyone. Blame the monarchies, I guess. I mean, that I thought like that's what I mean by like I think yes. I agree. Like I don't claim to know anything. I learn, and the more I learn, the more I don't think I know anything. I guess is the way I feel. But he's right, and I think Katsumushi's right too. Racism is institutionally built into America. That's just facts. I mean, look how hard the right side doesn't want anyone to know about anything, really. Same with medical research for women. Mostly ignored, and women aren't found out to have things because we don't display the right symptoms based on research by men. Like a woman with ADHD is rarely showing the identical symptoms. Oh, dude, for real. I listened to a really interesting podcast by I think she was Danish. She was a Danish psychologist. And this was like a year ago or something. But one of the most interesting things that came out of it that I got out of her talk was she talked about why women are so low in getting diagnosed ADHD. And it's because our ADHD symptoms are often seen as just favorable character traits as opposed to a negative symptom that's not, cooperating with life. I.e., little boys with ADHD tend to be loud, a little bit more destructive, a little bit more crazy and energetic and bounce off the walls. Little girls with ADHD tend to organize and reorganize their pony collection and their bookshelf 20 times in an hour. But their parents are like, look, she's dusting. She's so clean. What a little lady. Ha ha ha. And it was fascinating to me because I too was not diagnosed. My mom told me I think right after I actually got diagnosed for the first time, I called my mom and told her, and she was like, when you were a kid, like I always tell the way I tell it, it sounds really bad. She didn't say it this way, but she was like, I knew something was wrong with you, in different words, of course, because when you were really little, like, and you were learning to read, in order for you to be able to pay attention to me while I was reading to you and while I was trying to teach you, I would have to put my hand on you. I had to hold your hand. I had to put my hand on your leg. I had to hold and like interact with you in some way. And that was the only way you could fully focus on the task at hand. But when I was a kid, if you were if your parents went to school and were like, hey, our child has blank and they need extra help, you were stuck in a tiny classroom called special ed with like a volunteer parent and you were given workbooks. Usually you graduated early and you had no future. Like they literally, American schools, unless they're exceedingly wealthy, give up on anybody like that. And my parents were like my mom did her damned best just to try to help me because I'm a terrible test taker, exceedingly ADHD, like just to the fucking needle. And I'm horrible when it comes to school activities. However, I don't think I'm stupid. I was definitely able to graduate, go to college, and work at the #1 hospital in America. I'm not a stupid person, but if you look at my track record of taking tests and grades, you'd be like, what a fucking burnout. And it's just, my mom didn't want that stigma on me that would fuck me for the rest of my life, which is sad. But I wouldn't have gotten extra help anyways, so I get it. People don't know that some of the medical and psychiatric organizations were founded on stealing clients and property away from the community-based support and midwives. Science is great, people not so much. 100% yes. Yeah. And it's in everything though, right? Like, there's not one area of the world everything probably has some ass nasty history to it, I guess is what I'm trying to say. Like, almost everything we use or is being utilized today has some disgusting past. That's just the world. Sorry if that was really loud and out of nowhere. It's wild because I was disruptive and insane and chaotic in a tornado, but still wasn't diagnosed until 25. Well, we all know how hard it was for you to get diagnosed, so I don't know if that was your fault or just like the system. That was crazy. It goes so deep too. Like those soap dispensers that squirt when you put your hand under them, they don't detect black hands. Oh yes, face detection in phones I've heard is horrible for people of color. There's multiple things in the world that like if you're white, you really have no fucking idea. Like, we just completely take for granted. We're like, oh, it has face detection. It worked. But if you are a person of color, it just absolutely won't work. And if you complain, they don't give a fuck. They laugh at you. A lot of medical procedures for women were developed by practicing on black women without anesthesia because it was believed black people did not experience pain like white people. And that is still upheld today. That is an opinion, that's a statistical opinion still upheld today by a lot of doctors. Something like 30% of doctors, not kidding, I was just listening to Amber Ruffin talk about this the other night. Something around 30% of doctors still inherently believe people of color do not feel pain and have thicker skin than someone who is not a person of color.
I don't have to point out how fucking stupid that is, right? Because shit's whack. That's not a thing.
We're not taught pain based on skin color in school. And I'm pretty sure they took the same anatomy and physiology class as I did. That's not a fucking thing. Right, cool, right? It's an antiquated, it's old antiquated views, but the fact that they can even ask, that a doctor would even openly like say that, and that they can get this statistic is pretty gross. It's just so stupid to me. And I'm not fresh out of medical school, like, but I know we all go to the same classes, and none of us, we're not, I mean, honestly, it's like very briefly mentioned gingers and like how they sometimes have like, like very, very ginger kids with a super pale skin and whatever. Gingery gingers sometimes have weird like interactions with pain meds. They need a little bit more, a little bit less, but it's not enough for us to generalize across the board. And I would never look at a ginger and be like, oh, they don't feel pain. I ask you on a scale of 1 to 10, where's your pain? And we fucking give you the meds based on what you say the scale is. It's just crazy to me. It's someone that would be like, you know what? I'm going to ask what your pain scale is, but then I'm going to judge it. What the fuck? Also, girls tend to mimic others around them. Like, my daughter likes to copy how the group she is with. Oh, absolutely. Oh, Black Bloom. I'm sure you experienced this because you have a daughter. When I was a kid, I would go over to friends' houses, and I had a couple friends who were just spoiled little bitches. They were only children. Nothing against only children, but you tend to come off as spoiled little cunts a lot of the time. And I was a child of 8 siblings. Nothing was mine. And my mom would tell me this. She's like, you would come home from your friend's house and be so mean. Just like a mean kid. All of a sudden, you would only be there for one night and you would just be a mean kid because I would just start to mimic and mask who was around me to blend in. And I had a friend, I remember like in 4th grade, who would straight up tell her mom to shut up. If I said shut up, let alone said it to my mom, I would be slapped in the face so fast. And my mom didn't hit. I was never even spanked. But I would have been slapped. Are you fucking with me? I never did that. But my mom said I would come home just acting like a little bitch. I'm a tapper. I don't know if that's the term, but I sometimes feel forced to do things in threes. I know it can also be OCD, and I have other ADHD symptoms that I've only just realized. Not sure I can get my doctor to believe that, though. Why? I'm also a horrible introvert and nerd and live in my own world most of the time. I mean, samesies. I'm definitely, if I'm forced to sit still, I'm a tapper or I'll pick. Like, if I have to go watch a movie in the movie theater and I'm forced to sit still for like 2.5 hours and literally not do anything, chances are every ounce of nail polish will be on a pile on the floor in front of me when the movie's over. I am a very nervous mover, but I tend to just keep myself moving all the time. Like, if I'm not streaming, I'm constantly moving. I don't even do my makeup sitting down. Like, I stand at my desk. It helps with that nervous energy a lot. And from what I understand, that is all to do with our, varying levels of dopamine, serotonin, and all those chemicals. Like, if they're not firing at the right rate, we start tapping and moving to try to fire them on our own. It's very weird. Standardized education does not work for everyone. I don't think it works well for anyone because life isn't standardized. I don't know what a standardized test teaches anyone for an actual job. Unless your job is to make standardized tests. Like, rote memorization doesn't serve anyone. It's also women's socialization historically was task-based. So doing quilting bees or knitting coffee clatch, oh, that would be so nice. And having something physical to do can help the ADHD brain stay focused, stay on task for mental things. That really makes sense as to why I craft a lot. Seriously. The book Unwell Women, A Journey Through Medicine and Myth in a Man-Made World. Wow, that's a long title. By Eleanor Cleghorn is a good overview of Ooh, I want to read that. Hold on. I'm just going to write down the author and like the first part because damn, that's a long title. Eleanor Craiglorn? Oh my god. How much local anesthetic? Why? Oh, because of how many times they had to like I believe it. It's kind of the fundamental concept of anti-racism, understanding that most of society we know is based on white supremacy and misogyny, and the hardest part to begin in understanding, it's not your fault and you shouldn't feel guilty about what has happened, but need to understand we have a responsibility to work towards breaking down and establishing better systems. 100% yes. Yeah. Yeah. 100 and it's just the willingness to accept we have fucked up and that's the reason we need to fix it. I think that's a huge roadblock cuz there's just this pride shit like, "Oh, it was my ancestors, it wasn't me." You're still catering to the broken system. So yes, it's you. Like, it's us. And it's easy if you have white privilege. Look at this creepy dog. If you have white privilege, it's very easy just to sit back and not notice it. I have a GBP surgery, so my intestines are much shorter. Oh shit! So when I take pain medication, I technically need more, as I'm able to absorb less of it. That's very, very common. Yes. Workster, Catholic. My medical history is very long, and we've investigated so many things, so many. It almost feels like my doctor's a little tired of me by now. Nah, they honestly, every doctor I've ever worked with loves a patient that actually comes back because then they, it's better for them to work on you and your case for a long period of time. They get a better picture of the whole body system as opposed to someone coming in just wanting a quick fix and never going back to the doctor, you know? I had a combo with a GP who was filling in for my regular doc, and they said intersex people aren't real. Ugh! And they don't like to use the pain face chart since those people quote unquote those people don't use it right. I'm sorry, what? What? Oh. It's only used as effectively as it is taught to be used. My God. I find calm in PC gaming and reading, also in coloring and embroidery. Same. Coloring, embroidery, I do all sorts of like quilting crafts and stuff like that. Anything that keeps my hands busy. I'm 6'3" and 425 pounds. I've never. Oh, Judy. Judy. Oh my God. I'll have to think of a story. I have to pee so bad. I was trying to catch up on chat before we take a break. Hold on. I'm writing down that I owe you stories so I don't forget. I have to just pee. 6'3", 425. I never get enough medicine to handle my pain because when I state my pain level, the first thing that happens is I'm looked up and down and I know I'm being judged. I cannot with that. Like, what's crazy is that is totally a what's the word? Like a self-inflicted thing that whoever's doing that to you is doing because we are like one of the first things that were like ground into us in school when we're learning about people's pain threshold and how to assess it is that you cannot judge or compare people's pain scales. An 8 is an 8 is an 8 is an 8. Period. End of story. An 8 isn't like if someone points to the 8 on the pain scale, I don't get to decide it's different because you're thin or overweight, or male or female, or or blank or blank. You know, blanc or blank or blank. I don't get to do that. An 8 is an 8 is an 8. I like if I broke my leg, I might not think I'd be at an 8, but if you say you're at an 8, I treat you like you're at a fucking 8, and that is so grilled into us in school. I mean, constantly. So someone is doing that on their own. I mean, and again, I can't say that there isn't a school doing that. I hope to fuck there isn't, but there's something stuck to my dog. Hold on. Ugh. What the fuck is that? Why was that stuck on you? Weird dog. I think the only class I ever took in school from 6th to 10th was called Learning Strategies. It helped me learn ways to manage my ADHD and whatnot in class, study better, and things along that line. I just don't know if they still have this class. My school was so small, we were lucky to get any classes, to be honest. Bill, please. Please. My neurologist put the whole "I'm prescribing you anorexia with a smile" on my clinic letter. Shut the fuck up. They wrote it down. Shut up. 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 Nuh-uh. Weathered, same. I've had people over medicate me before because they're like, you can't be handling this right well, and I'm like, oh, but I am. Please stop. I've had wound dressing changed with no pain meds. That's fucking disgusting. My favorite thing is the nurse who gaslight your pain. A 9 or 10 would feel like you're being ripped in half. I mean, yeah, it just doesn't make sense because literally, you say a 10 is the worst pain you've ever had in your life, and a 0 is no pain. And if you've never been ripped in half before, how would that be on your pain scale? Sorry, my dog's dragging me down because she's an idiot. Get the fuck out of here. Get out of here. You know, literally, I mean, come on now. Just listen. This is what every nurse I've ever heard say. And I've worked with millions, and all the nurses I've ever personally worked with have been absolutely phenomenal. A 10 is the worst pain you've ever experienced. A 1 and a 0 is no pain. If you have never been cut in half, that's not on your fucking pain scale. Maybe this is the worst pain you've ever experienced in your life. It just is wild. The shit you guys tell me is like, I'm just so glad I've never worked there. I would have ended up punching someone in the face. I would have literally thrown hands. Okay, I have to pee so fucking bad, and my dogs are driving me crazy, so we're going to take a really quick break so Mama can pee. I'm literally about to burst. My fucking bladder is like, ah! Enjoy the music. I'll be right back. Lost myself to the song. My bad. Yeah, I wanted to know what the answer was to what the fuck is reverse sexism? Isn't sexism just sexism? I didn't know it had a genre. Is it just me? Can't be, right? Cool. Thanks, Clyde. I just needed confirmation on that real quick. I don't like to live in an echo chamber. I was legitimately asking, like, was I off base on that one? Like, sexism is sexism across the board. Yeah, I wanted to hear an answer. I don't know. I think they just wanted to stir shit. Hello, boyfriend. How are you, love? I don't really know what reverse sexism is. Maybe be either misogyny and misandry are both sexism. I don't know what sexism as a concept is directed anywhere. I don't think so either. I think it's just sexism. Yeah. Same. Yep. Same. I'm glad we're on that same page. I was confused by it. I think that person was just trying to be a shit disturber. I don't fucking know. What up, Professor? How are you? Was it Lizzie? Lizzie gave us a... I don't know what is this TikTok? Should I have... What is this? Should I have, what's the word? What's the word? Burn. Context to this? The automatic assumption, because I wanted a definition, I didn't speak English. You should have done the... Did you do the English command? No context needed. I've never understood the war on phones. A phone is a phone is a phone. They all do the same fucking thing. You're going to download the same 3 apps on whatever phone you have, and you're going to check those 3 apps every 15 minutes and hope for some more interactions on them, and that's it. I don't get it. Get a cheap one. Absolutely, I will. I mean, people are always open to message me if they've been banned and they're like not having a good time. Absolutely. If they think they've been banned for the wrong reasons, we've absolutely accidentally banned a few people. I am not afraid to admit that, and I apologize for profusely, and we bring them back. It's just like, sometimes people accidentally word something wrong. Absolutely. I ain't here to be a fuck. I ain't here to be a fuck. Absolutely. Like that goes for me and any of my mods. If you feel like you've been wrongly banned for some reason, always hit us up. Like I don't consider myself an unreasonable person, and we have made mistakes. It's happened. I've done it. A couple of my mods have done it. I feel terrible, but like, it happens. I'm only human. I have so many windows open. That thing tried to get me to log in so many times. Please stop trying to get me to log into shit. I'm not logging into your shit. Get out of here! I'm actually in the process of trying to get all my shit off LastPass since all that LastPass stuff went down. It's been a nightmare. Nightmare! Cheers to not nightmares. They're not my favorite. Were you in like band in high school, or you mean like while you were in high school, you were in a band? Because I always wanted to be in a band. I'm infinitely jealous. That's very cool. Was not. Lived in a very small town. No bands. But I always thought that was a really it would be cool. Sorry, I'm just trying to find a music list. My music list. Where'd it go? It is. Oh my God, David. Since you brought it up, I have to say it again. I forgot Eliza's birthday. I'm going to say it every day for the rest of the year because I feel so fucking terrible. Yeah, it is her birthday month. That the worst person in the world forgot. Oh my fucking God. Oh my God. Oh my God. That was loud. I apologize for everyone's ears bleeding. Jesus Christ. That was my fault. Sorry. I just was trying to put on background music and it fucking auto played. I thought I turned that off. Although there have been updates lately. Maybe I turned it off. Happy birthday again. Eliza gets a birthday all year. Cheers to Eliza, because I'm shit. I forgot I had this on. No shit, you play guitar. Do you still play guitar? I always dreamed of playing a string instrument. I don't think I can. Like I have a guitar. I bought myself like an acoustic electric guitar that was on sale. It was used to teach myself because I grew up playing music. Like I can read music. I grew up playing piano and singing opera, but I've got this thing where like this finger I cannot independently bend. It does this on both hands. And so string instruments are just like I can't push with that finger on anything. So it always ends up a fucked note. And it drives me crazy because I think string instruments are so fucking cool. No shit. As a matter of fact, I was literally asked to stop. Rude. David, so do I. This is the first year since I was 16 that I didn't buy a planner. I just haven't bought a planner this year. I don't know if I don't know if COVID ruined me. I've just kind of forgotten time exists and time just rolls on and I don't know what the fuck's going on anymore. It's really weird. And I've always, literally since I was 16 years old, I've bought a new planner every fucking year and I fill in all the birthdays. And that's how I do it because I'm the same. Like, I don't remember anything by heart. Like, I usually remember around the time, but I don't remember most things unless there's some weird, a weird one, like a birthday with 3-3 or something like my own. I don't know. I can't think of an example. But yeah, I haven't bought a planner this year. I just completely forgot. I still can't really, I honestly, this morning, I was thinking like, what am I going to do for Thanksgiving? Like, it's like Thanksgiving and Christmas didn't happen. It's really weird. Does anyone else feel that way? It's so weird. I just feel terrible. I mean, Eliza's like my soul sister and I'm a shit. I just feel terrible. It's terrible. Mel, how are you, love? Thank you so much for subbing the class, keeping the class alive, and giving an A. That prime sub, Beach.
Don't forget your prime subs.
If you didn't know, Bezos makes bajillions of dollars and flies penises and does nothing. And every time you forget to use your Prime sub, if you have an Amazon Prime account, you pay for this sub regardless of whether or not you use it. Every time you don't use it, you're tucking it into the greasy-ass G-string of Jeff Bezos, where you could be putting it in the pocket of a streamer who needs to pay bills. I don't know. Use them. You don't have to use it here. No pressure at all, but use them. Thank you, Mel. It's 2023. We're taking it easy. No worries. I mean, man, I hope this year's easier. The past couple years, I'm just like, maybe that's why my body's forgetting what time is, because it just sucks. I don't remember anyone's birthday, including my own. It's big. Oh, it's my birthday? I guess I get to treat myself with some pizza. Same. I usually don't remember it's coming until like a week before when other people start going like, your birthday is this week. And then I'm like, oh, God. You know? I'm too old to talk about this year, so it's okay. Do you feel old? D&D days are always good. Man, Mel, how do you feel about all that shit that actual Dungeons & Dragons is cracking down with right now? Like all this pay-to-play bullshit. Sub, or he's gonna fly another penis. No one wants that. Unless the penis comes. I mean, does he get ejaculated at the tip? I still feel 14. I feel the same. When I look at pictures of myself at 16, I'm like, I literally just recently, I was cleaning out the spare bedroom and I found like a stack of photos of just like me and my sister throughout life. And it was me in high school and I was like, how do I look exactly the same? Like, don't most people morph into an adult at some, I don't know. I feel like I look exactly the same. I still feel exactly the fucking same. I'm still like confused and lost and just trying to survive every day. I don't know. It's weird. I don't feel like I'm getting old. I don't feel like I'm older. I know I am, but like, I'm curious. Was just talking about that with my dad because he played years back. Yeah, I'm curious too. Like, it's wild what they're doing. I mean, they're literally making it so like people can't even make fan art of D&D now. Is that correct? Yeah, and then they've also Wizards of the Coast. What Ali said, Wizards of the Coast so shot themselves in the foot with that. In the foot. Yep, in the foot. Shot themselves in the foot with that, and they've also been fucking with Magic: The Gathering, which is, I mean, I've been playing Magic far longer than been playing D&D just because I didn't have anyone to play D&D with as a child. Always wanted to, didn't have I knew no one who even knew what it was. But Magic, I was invested in. Like, I had a black and green deck, and I fucking loved it. I loved it so much. I like Magic, and they've like in the past. I just listened to a couple podcasts about it in the past couple months, and they've been doing this thing where they're just. I mean, I equate it to like ESO kind of does this sometimes, where they just release so much new material so fast and so many collectibles and like cosmetic items in the pay for shop so fast that you don't have enough time to even consume the material and do it all or use it all. You kind of forget you even have half the shit if you're purchasing it all. And they started doing that with Magic. And then they released like this deck of legendary cards that are unplayable. And I think this deck's around $1,000, which is crazy. I don't know. I just feel like they're really, I don't know what's happening there. It's like, did marketing win? I don't know what's going on. It makes me sad that a company who has its roots in several decades of tabletop RPG turncoat on their own fan base for sake of greed. Excuse me, I feel like I need a burp. Shows the era we're slowly moving towards where people want to cash in as soon as they can to avoid the imminent cash. There's no focus on longevity of players anymore. It's all about like just how do you get new players in as fast as possible, and that breaks my heart, to be honest. Anime, thank you so much for using your Prime sub. I appreciate you. Thank you for subbing to the class, keeping the classy alive, and giving a fucking anus its wings. Go forth and be consensual in all the ways.
And hail the Dank Lord.
I subscribe now, much like my fellow humans. CK's channel is my favorite Twitch ball sports. Go sports ball! Goal! Oh, God. If there's a dog whistle in chat, Ahmad is at every liberty to sort it out. Every stream is different. 100%. I just want to make it a positive conversation experience for everybody. And I mean, again, I hate to parrot Glut, but he said it the best. The devil doesn't need an advocate, and I'm not here to advocate the other side of racism or trans hate, etc. Like, it's just, I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to have that conversation. It's the image you have of yourself. It's mostly about the details that shape how you see yourself. Sure, there's a wrinkle here and there. My teeth are busted up. Same. But we all are the same. At 18, that's it. We hit the final stage. It's like RuneScape. You rush through level 1 through 98 easy, but 99 through 100 is double time. Oh my God, that's such a fucking good example, though. I gotta read that again. It's like RuneScape. You rush through level 1 through 98 easy, but that 99 to 100 is double time you've already spent. Wow. It's weird. It is weird. It's like you kind of just pause at a certain point, but you know you'll die. It's very strange. The bullshit Black Lotus. The deck with the Black Lotus in it. You know the exact one I'm talking about. Yes. And it's unplayable. Hasbro's broke. That's what I've heard. Someone said that in chat the other day. It's all Hasbro's doing this because they're just scraping the barrel, I guess. It was such an obvious money grab, and a money grab on a community that will not stand. A money grab on an arguably highly intelligent community. I'm not saying the smartest in the world, but you got to have some level of intellect to play those, to be good at, to like really invest your life and be, good at Magic: The Gathering. Like there's so many cards and so many different decks and stuff. It can take a really long time to like accumulate and build the deck that works for you. everyone I've ever played with has been a fairly academic human, I guess. Don't they both have the monopoly on board games? I don't know, do they? Hasbro going broke? You mean the people at the top is banking on taking out as much as possible before selling it off as a skeleton corporation? That sounds almost too much on the nose. That hurts me a little. Corporations destroying legacy IPs since Disney circa 2010. Isn't it gross? It's kind of heartbreaking. Yep. Corporate executives have the disgusting ability to find a singular point to inject themselves and leverage the entire infrastructure of a company's decisions. It's grotesque. I've watched them do it to game companies too, where they just release unfinished, unpolished, shitty product, and it gets reviews as such, and it's all because the marketing team pushed it too early or something. At its core, it's a strategy game that benefits from memorizing cards. Very much so, yes. Crazy. What's up? I loved your idea for my mom. That was a really good idea, because we've talked about doing that drive, or doing that, driving to it, a million times, just casually throughout our lives, but never done it. How are you? Well, darling, how would you, they've been coming out so fucking fast, how would you even have time to play them all? What up, Ty B? How are you? Monopoly's Hasbro, and yes, I think that's true. I think it is. I don't know. Man, it's been so long. You kind of buy board games and you just have them forever. I don't know. I honestly, I have stacks of board games, but I just haven't really looked at it. I think you're right. I'm trying to think if I've ever seen anything else on just Monopoly, sorry, Candyland. I think that's all Hasbro. Weird. What a weird thing to think, something so innocent to be like a Monopoly that's not a good thing. Fuck yeah. Really? You've been on it once and it's still a bucket list item? Fuck yes, dude. But companies like EA have been doing it for years with little attention, but Disney does it with Star Wars, and now everyone's trying this shit out. It's pretty gross. When Amazon bought Twitch, I got real scared the exact same thing would happen. And just because we've all experienced watching EA do this for years, I never thought, I've never seen a giant company buy up a tiny one that's not exactly immensely profitable and buy it to help it. They buy it, they absorb it, it's gone. I don't know. I hope. I hope for the best, because this is honestly the only place I'll be, but I don't know. But companies, oh yeah. And getting baked and finally enjoying a free weekend. Oh shit. What are you going to do? Nothing? Are you going to do nothing because it's a free weekend? My dogs are just hovering around me and I don't know why. Please stop. Go. Get away from my cords, please. I love you. Shoo. Shoo. Thank you. Sometimes they just like to bite at each other and they'll hit my... You're so creepy, Trick. They'll just hit my cords and it drives me crazy. Been a hell of a year since Mike and I broke up. I went through some weird tumor stuff. Are you okay? Are you feeling okay? A small heart attack, seeing the cord getting stuck on a dog's collar. Exactly. Yep, worst fears. I honestly do have insanely good cord organization. I have probably 50 million of those little Velcro wraps, making a dick tube of all my cords behind my desk. There's nothing hanging except my headphones and my fucking controller cord, because those are mobile. I'm constantly moving and grabbing them and moving around and shit, and they're right there. And I just cannot, the idea of my dogs getting caught on my cords. They're not down while I'm not here, by the way. I tie all that shit up. Ever. It just scares the shit out of me. Sorry time? The game? Sorry? I never liked that game. I never understood the point. There are independent board game creators. I'm just thinking of the classics. Not anymore, CK, but now on, you can buy a subscription license to a board game. Wait, why would you... Oh, you mean to play on Jackbox? Microsoft bought Nokia and totally fucked it up. And Nokia was the brick. We still legendarily talk about the Nokia brick. Rip OG Dead Space team. I'm doing jack shit besides gaming. Fuck yes. Good for you. They're standard poodles. I love them too. I'm just trying to not strangle them on my desk. I'm noticing that fandoms are standing up when big companies try to mess with their favorite IP. The Witcher kids are doing it on Netflix too. Really? Good. I mean, it's better than just standing back and watching it get destroyed. You know? This has been happening for years. Like Best Buy putting out small tech stores like then Amazon to Best Buy. Yep, like Radio Shack. Rest in peace. There's a lot of positive for the consumer in these scenarios, which is why it happens a lot, but often the details are gross and hidden. But we have Twitter now, so maybe we can get the benefits without the pain after we work it out. Yeah, if it doesn't die. Different forms of nodule lymphomas. Oh, yeah. I'm okay. I do have some osteomyelitis. Oh, really? Myelitis. Is that how you say that? I know what it means. I don't say the myelitis is hard for me. I think it's myelitis. So I'm going to be on lifelong antibiotics, but I'll be okay. Do they affect quality of life, or do you still feel pretty okay? Story time. Oh my God, no, you're right. Hold on. I have to think of a story. Do you have a theme? Usually I can come up with one by now because someone's reminded me of something. Trying to think. Someone mentioned RuneScape earlier. I could tell the story of how I learned about what cybersex is. It involves RuneScape. I was really, really young. I don't even know. But it's a funny one. It's still funny to me. I'm glad you guys love my doggos because I love them intensely. You know what, Worthless? If you like gothic horror, I have a couple books. I'll look at. Let me make a note. I'll look at my iPad tonight. I have a couple like gothic horror novels I've read in the past year that I really liked. And if you like that genre and you've read it often, you know how hard it is to find a good one that's not just like cheesy or something. I don't know how to put it. But I've read a couple good ones. Hold on. Victor. I didn't make a note to remember. I don't have. Wait. Oh, I do. Oh my God. Wait. This never happens. I actually have my iPad and I can literally just pull them up right now. I do have a story though. I will tell you the story. Hold on. Let me just tell you these books before I forget. They were good. You might have already read them. Honestly, I just surf the Kindle Unlimited library, and I get free stories a lot. I look for like free books a lot, and these were a couple of them. But there's so many good free books on there. It's kind of crazy. I still love to go to real bookstores, but I got kind of into this during the COVID times. Okay, so how do I read too much. I'm sorry. 1 second. Okay, so one of them was called. Okay, a book I did not enjoy was called The Midnight Library, and it was like a New York bestseller. I don't get it. That was not a good book. What the fuck were they called? Where are they? It's not in order. Hold on. I'm sorry. I would just like guess at it, but it's one of those books that has On a Hill in the title, and I swear to God, there's so many books that are like House on a Hill, Kids on a Hill, Grandma on a Hill, Haunted Hills, Haunted House Hills, blah, 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 blah. It's fucking just, it's too much. It's too much. Shitballs. Man, oh God. I remembered one of them, but it's not on here for some reason. One of them was called The Silent Companions. That one's still haunting me. I would absolutely say that one. That one. The Silent Companions. That one's pretty fucking. It's creepy. Like it was well written and legitimately gave me like the hibba jibba dibbas. Very much like a Victorian kind of horror novel, but a story to restore faith in humanity. Zach washes his hands after he pees at home. And he sits to pee. That restores a little bit of my faith in humanity. I probably can. That's a hard one to just pull out my ass, but I'm doing my best. I'll still tell you the cybersex story. No, he washes his hands everywhere, but like most people are like, when I'm at home, I don't need to. And the other day I heard Zach wash his hands after he peed, and I was just like, I knew he did, but like, I know he's not doing it just for me because I was on the other side of the house and he had no idea where I was. And that made me happy. Restores faith in humanity. Dude, that's great. Scrap in the barrel. I'm doing my best. Man. I know, I'm trying to go through medical stuff. They're scarcer for me because I always worked in the ICU. And 9 times out of 10, patients downgrade to like PCU and then the floors, and that's when the happy endings happen, is when they get to go. I usually only see people when they're like literally looking like cut up steak. I'm trying to think of one though. I will get one. Somehow. There's one in me. They're just very, very scarce because I don't really get to see that side. I mean, you know what my job was. Like, if you're doing okay, you don't have a respiratory therapist. So, like, it's hard, but I can come up with one. Just give me a minute. Trying to think of someone who actually walked out of the ICU. I mean, most of the stories, they're not necessarily like restore faith in humanity stories. They're more like miraculous. And I hate using that word because I hate people that I see miracles. You can save anybody. Like, not a miracle, but like pretty fucking damn close. Just like a science mystery to this day that still haunts me. Not in a bad way, just in like a how are you walking way. I've seen that kind of shit. I'm really trying to think of like one that isn't sad or just grotesque. Hello, Cake Love. How are you? I'm digging my brain for a story. Yeah, like an unexplainable. I've had unexplainable, but they're usually kind of freaky and, not a lot. I mean, honestly, really, if you're okay in the hospital, you don't have a respiratory therapist. If a respiratory therapist comes in your room for some reason, that means the nurse and doctor didn't know what to do and they called you and said, we don't know what to do. I'm like, in order for a respiratory therapist just to walk into your room, I think it's a base pay of $300 just for me to grace your presence. It's pretty sick because there's not many of us and we're a specialized thing. So we're usually there only for catastrophic events, but I'm trying. I'm doing my best. I will find one. It's in me. They're in me. I'm trying to think of a story that's like like someone actually like getting up and leaving the ICU in good health, like a miraculous kind of recovery story. Because I always worked in the ICU and normally patients, step down. They like are in the ICU when they're really bad, intensive care. Then they go to PCU and then they go to the floors and then they go home. And the floors in PCU usually gets to see these patients like actually wake up, speak to them, see them heal. I'm there for like the chaos. So it's few and far between that I get to see those, but I do have a couple. I'm trying to think of one I've never told you guys before because the one that's coming to mind, I think I've told you guys very recently. I don't want to repeat myself. It's boring. So I'm trying to think of a more unique one. It'll come to me. Just give me a second. It's in there. She's in there. When I was a junior, a classmate of mine received the Soldier's Medal for running back into the building to bring people out after the bombing in Kenya. Oh my God. What an incredible human being. Jesus. Yeah, anytime a specialist is called generally means the patient's not doing great, right? And it's always going to be like fuck dumb expensive. And this is probably apparent. I didn't see that $300. I wasn't making that by any means. Might sound weird, but when you describe what you described reminds me of the vertical in repair engineering for computers. How so? Teach me. I walked into a hospital with my tummy pain. Turned out to be a ruptured necrotizing ileum. Oh my God. My intestines refused to start for almost a week. Oh, I thought of one. You might have heard though. Give me one sec. Let me finish this and then I'll say. Doctors didn't tell me this at the time, but they kind of thought I was on the way out. What the fuck? That's terrifying. I refused to stay in bed though and was walking around all the time day after surgery. To be real, 100% honest, the patients who have the will to live, and I don't mean that lightly, like they want to get up and start, moving, they want to get back to normal as fast as possible, usually always do. The ones that are like, and just a slug and won't cough and they have no will and they usually don't have any family around, which is really sad. they just tend to wilt. They've got I've seen it a million times. It's very bizarre. I can't explain it, but I've seen it. So Judy, if I say this, just tell me if this rings any bells. Shit fountain. Because this is both a miraculous, scary, gross, and they were okay. I try to never tell stories where the patient died. I don't think, even if they're funny, they're not funny if the patient died. That's just sad. They're humans. But shit fountain, you haven't? Oh, shit fountain. Is anyone eating? Now is not the time. I mean, the miracle is that the patient lived. That's the miracle. Because this is one of the craziest things I've ever seen and experienced in a hospital in my life. Mergs, do you feel comfortable eating with the shit? I mean, just knowing this, I've coined the story since day one, shit fountain. Had a concussion for a few weeks. The doctor said, take it easy, be careful for a month. Come back and we'll see how to proceed. He couldn't see or walk or talk. Oh my God. That sounds like so much more than a fucking concussion. My God. The miracles that you lived, the miracles that we all lived. Cheers to that pre-story, because it's both my dogs are staring at me. I can't take it. We just went outside. You're fine. Please go lay down. Press, it ain't the time. Get it down. Deep throat it like a cone head. I'll give you guys like 5 minutes or like a minute. I'm going to repack a bowl and then I'm going to start shit fountain. It's not like graphic. I mean, if you haven't heard shit fountain, it's pretty epic. And the patient, just to preface, did live, did walk out totally fine. And it's one of the most crazy things I've ever seen in my life and experienced, like easily. And I've experienced a lot of weird shit in the hospital. But this is one that is like, I mean, crazy. And you reminded me because this person also, so to preface, if you ever have something like necrotizing tissue in your intestines, or if for some reason we just have to remove pieces of your intestine or we're cutting up your intestines in your body are basically like wet tissue paper. They are so thin and delicate and fragile. And the only thing that touches them is the smooth muscle lining them that does peristalsis, which is the undulating that makes us poop. Other than that, nothing. And this is why your body wants to break up food as much as possible in your stomach with acid and bile so that nothing cuts up your intestines because, again, exceedingly fragile. So a lot of the times when we do surgery on your intestines, what we'll do is we will route you to a shit bag to let whatever we've done surgery on heal for a while and not allow shit to pass through it. And then once we deem enough time has gone by, I don't know, I'm not a doctor, I'm not a surgeon, whatever they're doing, they will then reconnect all your stuff. So then reconnect your ileum or whatever the fuck they cut up. They'll reconnect your stomach to your intestines. And so what happened was, we cheers. People should know better in my stream, Judy. I give a warning out of courtesy, but let's be honest. You don't need to redeem a story in my channel to get this kind of story. Like, you're just lucky. Foutzen, have a beautiful fucking day. Cheers. I'm sorry you have to miss shit fountain. I was just gonna say they didn't fucking drop you, did they? I feel like every time they fuck up with you, they try to argue with you and treat you like you're stupid. Lift control. Thank you so much for subbing to the class, keeping the classy alive and giving it in swings. I appreciate you. That's a lot of months.
Hail the Dank Lord and cheers.
Cheers, Viata. Right, Press. And I think that's why I so easily went into the medical career, because my mom and all my aunts are medical. And so I grew up with like my mom coming home from work around 8 o'clock at night, cooking dinner for the entire family, which is insane. I don't know how she did that. I could barely speak after a 13-hour shift, but she did. And then we would sit around the table and she would tell us all the interesting things that were pulled out of asses for the night or whatever the fuck happened in the ER. Because that was mostly what my mom liked, was ICU and ER. She's kind of like me with the chaos shit. So I was pretty desensitized to this shit. So anyways, shit fountain. So patient, this patient, I never even saw the patient when they were on the surgical floor. I think the reversal, putting it all back together, was deemed so successful that they put the patient immediately back to just to the floors. They didn't even go to like ICU or PCU. And what happened was, I guess this patient goes to the floors and they're feeling fine. No, they feel no pain. They feel nothing. And they're being fed food. They pass a swallow test. And the nurse notices that very rapidly, this patient's stomach just starts to distend without having eaten an appropriate amount for this level of distension. Meaning this patient started looking like this patient was a fairly thin, older dude. And he started developing out of nowhere, you could see it through his gown, just a prego belly. And the nurse was like, oh shit, no pun intended, something's obviously going wrong with the reversal. We need to call the doctor, get him into surgery, do whatever. This is just the story I hear because I'm not here for this. I'm in the ICU. So Katie's innocently in the ICU, and what I see is we have these double doors. The only way in and out of the ICU is these two double doors, and they lead to a hallway that goes either to my office or it goes straight to the OR. And the OR doors are another set of double doors. And so, like I was talking about earlier, a lot of the times, hospitals, if your patient starts to crash and you know they're dying in the OR, they will start to wheel them into the unit, like out of the OR into the unit, coding them. Someone will be on them while they're wheeling them on the gurney just to let them die in the ICU because they want to have nice, perfect stats for their surgical wards. Because that's how funding happens with hospitals. You have to have perfect stats in order to get good funding, in order to buy things, to do things in hospitals, and to educate, and so on and so forth. But anyways, so I'm in my unit, and my unit was an older building, and it was kind of like a figure eight. The nurses, or the med room was in the very middle, and then there was two nurses stations in a half circle on either side of the med room. And that's how the rooms were separated. And it was like 21 rooms. And where I would normally sit was like up towards those doors opening, because if someone comes through them rushing, coding a patient, they're going to call me the fuck anyways. I might as well just be there. And I see them come flying through the room, and I see a tiny resident doctor, baby doc. We just call them baby docs, but they're residents. And she's maybe like $120, 5 foot. She's climbing on the gurney as they're pushing it at the fastest speed possible into the ICU and screaming, "We need a room, we need a room, we need a vent as fast as possible." Because ventilators, they have to get sterilized and cleaned and like cared for between every single patient, obviously. So we don't just leave them in the rooms at all. We have to like remove them, remove everything disposal off of them, send everything we can to autoclave, and then we, the respiratory therapists, have to do the sterilization process to the machine. And then it sits in a room and it does its special little internal sterilization process. There's a whole thing. And so normally what happens is if they need a vent, they're coming from the OR, they call me at least 30 minutes before and they're like, "We need a vent set up in room da-da-da, we're coming in with a patient." And then I run my fat ass to get the vent, and I run into the room and set it up, and I have to be ready before they come to fucking plug it into a human. So we have nothing set up, and they come flying through this patient, and I see a resident like start climbing on the gurney as it's going. And I'm just like, this isn't like, I'm not going to go run and get a vent, because chances are by the time I get to the room where the vents are, they're going to be calling me saying, "This is an emergent code, get the fuck over here right now." And I'm by myself. There's a fruit fly, the fuck? And so I run into the room, I call another RT to bring a vent, and I'm ready to intubate or do whatever the fuck they need me to do. And the resident hops on this person's chest, and the resident's so tiny that they literally have to like straddle the patient's very, very distended belly at this point. It looks like ascites, like it's just octomom levels. They're visible, like outer thoracic area is enormous. So this tiny resident's like climbing up and straddling and about to start compressions. As they pull, they're like, drift into the fucking patient room, any room. I don't even think we assigned him one. It was just like, get the fuck in a room. And the patient, not only did they have this reversal of some part of their intestines, whatever it was, they also had C. diff and a couple other things. And anytime you have a highly communicable anything, we have to do a full gown up to enter the room. So we wash our hands, gel our hands, and then we got to put on a gown and gloves and a mask. Sometimes a hair thing, whatever. We have to put the whole fucking shebang on, because if we are to take anything from you to another patient that could kill another patient, like we don't want C. diff going fucking rampant in the hospital, so on and so forth. And if you don't know what C. diff is, it's a bacteria that you can get that causes you to basically pee out your butt until you die, and it smells like hot, sick death mixed with like bologna and hot, sick diarrhea. It is the fucking most gnarly thing ever. And without medication and antibiotics, you will die. And so he had that on top of it. So before I can even get into the room where all of these surgeons have like, with this little resident like starting to do compressions or whatever on top of him, we have a cart that flies up and that's got everything on it. So we're like getting into our gowns as fast as we fucking can. And there's a certain order you put everything on, because if you don't, then you've officially made whatever was sterile, unsterile, so on and so forth. So we're all getting it on as fast as possible, and thank fucking fuck we did. So we get into the room, and by we, I mean, when they call a code, basically, if you're in the unit, you just go if you're not doing anything. Everybody goes, because chances are we need a lot of people, especially if we're going to do compressions. I've told you guys before, one person can only do effective compressions on someone, meaning pushing at least 3 to 4 inches into the chest cavity of the human being that they are doing compressions on. You can only do them effectively, and this is like the strongest, most fit person in the world, can only do them effectively for about 2 minutes. Most people, you and I, can do them for about 1 minute, and after that, we're going to start bending our elbows, we're going to start getting lazy, our back's going to get tired, and the patient's going to suffer because of that. It's not an insult to you, but we always have a line of like 7 people waiting to rotate in to do compressions, and you get in between the patient and the person. They never stop. You never stop compressions, and you slide your hands under theirs, and you immediately take over, and we do that constantly. So there's like, everybody in the unit is rushing to this door. We have no idea who the patient is, but everybody is ready, just getting all their fucking shit on to get, no pun intended, to get into the room, because it's literally, I think it was like a nurse, the resident straddling the gurney, and that was it. I don't even think there was another doc there. So we all run in, we're ready to like do whatever, intubate. I've called an RT, and she starts doing compressions, but the distension of his belly is so much now that it's pushing up on his rib cage and making it so his lungs can't expand. So I've told you guys this before, that I've seen a million x-rays of elderly people who get chronically constipated, and they come in with shortness of breath, not with the chronic constipation, and we do a CT scan, and it's like, oh, that's because your shit's up to your nipples and your lungs can't expand. This man had been consuming food and doing all these swallow tests and things without having the reversal been actually done well or something. I can't even remember exactly what happened, what was wrong with it, but things weren't going through like they should. But they were getting mulched up in his stomach, and stomach acid and bile were being added, and they were getting to part of the intestine. And so what happened was, when this tiny, bless her soul, resident jumped on top of this human being and starts doing compressions, the gut was starting to fill above the rib line into where we hit for compressions. And like, this is probably common sense. I'm not saying this because you guys are stupid, but when you push on one part of the body, the pressure in other parts of the body is going to go up, because you are, making the space of that part of the body smaller. Because when we do compressions to someone, also, we put a stiff board under your body. We don't compress into a soft bed. There's no point, because I got to go 3 to 4 inches. I'm going to break your ribs. So there's a hard board under you to begin with. So I see this tiny woman. She's doing compressions. She does not have a gown on or anything. She's in like a white lab coat or something like that. And she starts doing compressions, and he's unconscious. I don't even know why. I don't know if they put him under or not. I don't remember that. But he's unconscious. But you see his mouth do the thing. And I swear to fuck, every person in the room like instinctively knew what was going to happen without having any idea who this patient was or what the fuck was going on with them. Because again, they didn't come to us first. They just went straight to the floor. They were assumed so well done. They didn't need to go to the ICU. And so every person in the room, I mean, I saw it as I myself instinctually did it. Everyone just like grabs their yellow, the yellow papery gown thing, and it's just like, no, in slow motion, as a literal fountain of feces starts to eject at least a foot out of this person's face. I don't know how many days of shit. I don't know. I have no idea the specifics, but I know the amount. And thank fucking God we all it's like something out of a movie. Just watching it, because all the gowns, like the C. diff room gowns, basically are all yellow. They're just like this piss yellow paper color, and they have like material cuffs. Some hospitals have disposable, some don't. I don't remember what we had, to be honest. And you just see a flash of them, this instantaneously, because the amount of just like fecal spray that started to come out of this human being's mouth was unreal. It was like a movie, like when people do the hose behind their mouth. It felt and looked like that. I don't know if it was actually that much. That doesn't matter. My personal experience is all I have. And holy shit, no pun intended. So not only was every single person like, no, and then you heard like that splatter, splatter, splatter down your gown, the fucking smell of it. The only time I've ever really been exposed to an extreme smell of C. diff is when a C. diff's patient's flexicele comes off. So if you have C. diff or any sort of diarrhea problem, usually what we do is we have like an asshole catheter, except instead of inserting it into your butthole like we do your pee hole, it has like this stickum that sticks between your cheeks of your ass and tries to make like a nice airtight seal. It's like that Meplex stuff, that breathable stickum shit. Make a nice airtight seal around your asshole. And so, because you're just nonstop 24/7 peeing out your butt, you have no control. Your sphincter's control does not matter. You could have the world's tightest, strongest butthole, and it wouldn't matter. This shit will just literally leak out of you. And so, there's no possible way for a nurse and 20 CNAs to keep you clean. And that's like literally a huge goal of ours, is keep you clean, give you your pride and your humanity, and keep you like not leave you in a pile of your own leaking shit just because we don't have time to change you. And that's another thing. No nurse has the time to change you that often. So flexiseals can be great. And once in a while, if you're just like, you can imagine if you've got an intestinal infection going on, you probably have stomach cramps, you're in pain, so they're rolling around on their side and they're moaning and groaning and shit like that. No pun intended. Again, I realize I say shit a lot. So a lot of the time the flexicele will come off a little bit and that piss shit just starts to come out everywhere, and the smell of it. I mean, I've told you guys, like, my unit was like 21 rooms and it was like a figure 8. And if there was not very many patients, we'd try to put all patients at one end of the, unit, so all the nurses could hang together. We could be there if we needed help. We try not to spread everyone out a million rooms apart because that's not beneficial to anybody. But the only exception to that rule is if you had a C. diff patient. Bitch, you were in the dark side. You got to the hall where none of the lights turned on because they were all motion activated. No one was there because the smell is just unreal. It's wild. It's the byproduct of this bacteria eating shit and pissing out your butt. I don't know. It's crazy. And the smell is horrible. And so what came out of this person was like a mix of solid, partially undigested food that was like vomit. So it was a sour, like orange juice plus pepperoni pizza masticated smell. But on top of that, just like the horror that is C. diff, just like down your shields. And I think I don't even remember what happened. I think I blacked out. He was fine though. Moral of the story: once that happened, like all of it came out at one time, and we intubated him. But he was literally on the ventilator less than a day, and he was gone by the time I came back the next night. Like gone, went home. That's the stuff you will never see on House because it didn't involve lupus. That part was wild. But they had no conscious memory of it at all. They were out. I don't know why they went I think after their stomach started to distend, they might have just fallen unconscious, and that's why the nurse was like worried about them and brought them to us. I don't remember. Like it's been a while, and honestly, the whole shit part was the biggest part I got. I wasn't there for the other stuff, so everything I got was hearsay on that part. But man, I'm glad, and I hope no one told him. Who wants to know that their mouth was literally full of shit? I wouldn't. What up, Poop Deck? How are you? Fuck yeah, Judy. I hope that was well. I hope it was good enough. I hope it was good enough. I always try to think of a good one, and that's when I haven't told that one in a very long time. The other one I was thinking of was, I've already forgotten it. Oh, the pelvic ectomy. Did I ever tell you that one? That one's not near as long or exciting at all, but equally wild, and I will throw it in because it's crazy. I mean, it's one of the most, like, I hate the miracle shit because it leads people to have misconceptions about what's going to happen in a hospital. And I don't like that. That's the main reason I don't like medical shows, is it leads people to believe the vast majority of people get like coded and come out walking and go into the playground with the kids and playing tag, and none of that's real. It drives me crazy. So pelvic ectomy, it's not that long, which is why I really wanted to think of another story. It's not that long. Basically, a patient comes in with stomach discomfort. We do a CT scan. Their intestines are up to here, like literally up to here, full of shit. And we're like, oh, have you noticed shortness of breath? Da da da. Long story short, again, because I wasn't here for all this pre stuff, this is just stuff I learned in the post. They come to me because I worked in the surgical ICU. They go into surgery because the patient ends up like fainting or something in the ER. And literally it was coined at this moment because I don't think this has ever happened before. But this patient allowed themselves to remain chronically constipated for such a fucking long time that what happens is, and I think I've told you guys this before, and you probably know, I don't ever assume you're stupid. I just talk too much. But if you're chronically constipated, your body doesn't know the difference between nutrition and toxins. And the longer your poop sits in your colon, in your intestine system, your body will just keep trying to leach everything that's happening out of it. So even when all the nutrients is gone and your shit is literally starting to rot and decay inside your butthole, your body's going to start taking all the toxins and all that rotten decay and all the byproduct, whatever the fuck that is, into it. And what can happen is you can end up with dead, necrotizing intestinal tissue. Because like I said, your fucking intestines are literally like wet tissue paper. They are so delicate. There's a very special part right before your butthole called your sigmoid colon, and that's the part we usually like fucking have playtime with. It's a lot rougher. It's the holding tank for poop. Like when you're like get the cold sweats driving home from work because you instantly need to shit. It's because that filling tank is now full and it's time to go. So, that's why I'm always like, please don't put things up your ass that aren't like, don't have a flared base, aren't 50 million inches. Like there is a workable area. Take what you got for fuck's sake. But anyways, so what happened was she was chronically constipated for so fucking long that her body was just leaching everything out of this necrotizing feces inside of her that the intestinal tissue all died. And what happens is necrotizing tissue just spreads to anything it can. Anything alive, it will spread to. So this patient was a very small person, very compact. Everything in here is pretty compact on everybody, to be honest. So it's not like your intestines are like in this special little sack of not touching everything. Like your guts are kind of just like, blah, blah, blah. They're hooked by mesentery to your back. It's crazy. But that's neither here nor there. It spread to everything in her body from her belly button down. Necrotizing. Necrotizing meaning dead. It's dead tissue now. It's black. So when they went in to do surgery to remove the excess amount of poop inside her intestines, what they found was just what was it? I think they said it was 7 pounds of just black goo inside of this human being. And they were walking and talking and working and jogging and whatnot. And so they went to surgery, came out like 7 pounds lighter, and they coined it in the notes a pelvic ectomy because they literally ice cream scooped everything inside of this human from the belly button down out. Gone. And they walked out of the ICU. Probably happier because now they had a coli bag. They could actually like shit. Cross my heart. Swear on Millie's life. Real. I've seen like a handful of these things in my life, and they're not miraculous in like God saving anyone or a doctor being miracle. It's more like, are you a robot? It was like, but I'm a fucking demon. Speaking of dogma, I don't know. Human bodies are fucking wild. I have no idea. What up, Banana? How are you? I was trying to think of like miraculous, not sad, or like sad in a funny way, which is weird to say, but it can happen. I was trying to think of stories that are more just like, what the fuck? And that was one of them. I told that and Shit Fountain. You've probably heard that one. Yeah. Those are two of the ones that just stick out. They'll stick out of my mind forever because I just don't understand. I still to this day don't understand, like anatomically, medically, in any way, shape, or form, how any of this works. Me know nothing. This is what I mean. The more I learn, the more I realize I don't know shit. I know nothing. I think we need intestines. Do we? I don't know. Right, darling? And that's what I think about. Like the way the human body can like compensate for stuff for a certain amount of time is pretty fucking crazy. Glitches in the Matrix, right? Like, did you see the same cat twice? Do we need to talk about it? I know, our bodies are like LMFAO, psych, at the wildest opportunity. We think we know them, then they just throw the craziest curveball. And you're still, yeah, yes, it is fucking, it blows my mind all the time. That kind of shit, it just will haunt me. It reminds me of the Dagobah Swamp story on Reddit. Everybody says that. Honestly, it wasn't near that level of shit. Like, it was just more than I've ever seen come out of someone's mouth. But that one's sad, right? I try not to tell stories about people dying in a funny light. Like, I've told stories about patients of mine that have passed in like like an educational light or a moralistic light, but I never ever, because it's never funny if they died. It's a human life. Like, it's just not. Doesn't matter how funny it was. Human bodies are definitely weird. I've been paralyzed for 12 years now, and even though I can't feel below my nipples, nips, I know what part of my body is hurting by the migraines it gives me and where they are. That's like black magic. That gives me the heebie-jeebies. That is so creepy. It's like Phantom, but not. That's cool. I mean, cool, but very creepy. God, that's weird. So here's a thing I learned. Oh, fuck yeah. When they do surgery on intestines, especially when they manually inspect your small intestines, manually, they don't put them back in you in any special way. Your intestines like self-organize and move around. So they just stuff them in you and figure your body will figure itself out. I can tell you how. Can I tell you how? Can I tell you how? It's one of my favorite words I don't even know if it's an English word. Mesentery. Mesentery. So your intestines, unlike what the movies like to portray, are not like free floating. They are connected to your back, to like the back wall of your body by this stretchy, thin, tendinous tissue. And it is extremely stretchy and malleable because our bodies are constantly moving and our intestines are especially, they have that smooth muscle, peristalsis. They're being full, they're being empty, our stomach, all sorts of things. Things are always going on inside of our body cavity that's changing volumes and stuff. So it's extremely stretchy. So if we can put you on a table, jack that table up to the level of a little surgical table next to you and literally pull them out of you a certain like length, distance, and fuck with them and just like, and it's kind of like the way your balls move, not the same, but exceed it. To me, it looks the same. It's like a strangely slow, sentient, like like blah, 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 blah. I've only seen it a couple times, and it is like a mood ring or some shit. I don't know. It's wild. It's so weird. But yeah, your intestines are held on into your body in a certain way by this like weird tissue that connects them to the back wall of your thoracic cavity called mesentery. And I really like the word mesentery, so thank you for letting me nerd out on that word today. I appreciate you. Thanks. But it is very weird. It's, if you've ever watched your balls move, it's like that slow, weird, like, are they moving? Are they not moving? And then suddenly you're like, they're definitely moving. Kind of like a sea urchin or like a sand dollar or like one of those slow, weird sea creatures that might be a plant, but isn't because it moved. Like that. Reminds me of when Amelia Clark was saying she had no idea how she was able to walk and talk after getting so much of her brain removed. It's wild what they can do to your body, and you just walk. I mean, I've had patients before. I had a patient one time, this isn't as, I mean, it's not as sad, but she didn't die, but probably is dead if I put money on it. She was only 21, and she already had a non-functioning pancreas because of the literal amount of alcohol she drank. And she was what we called a frequent flyer. She'd be in like once every couple of months. She'd be in the ICU for like a couple weeks. She'd walk out. It was crazy. That was one of the wildest things I've ever seen. Literally, pancreas, liver did not function. They were dead. They were black. They were dead. She walked and still drank and was fine. It was crazy. I have no idea. Those are the things that you're just like, okay, that's happening. This lady must have known something was wrong before it got to that point. She knew something was wrong in that she had a tummy ache discomfort, but she just kept taking like, this was the problem. I think, David, honestly, this was a big part of the problem was that she kept taking like Tums and Pepto-Bismol, which I don't even know if you guys can get over the counter in other countries, but in our country, it's basically like a chalky, how do you describe it? It's just Tums and Pepto. It can help if you have really bad, like, heartburn. It helps calm down your stomach acid, but it can also help you if you're having, like, diarrhea or stomach pain, like your intestines are aching because of something, like you have gas pain. You know, when you got, like, a bubble of gas for some reason, you just super need to fart, but it hurts getting around the corners. It can help with that. And I think they just kept drinking that stuff and it would make the pain go away. And then they would think it was okay, and then they would do it again, and then they would do it again, and they just kept. And the problem is, I think Pepto actually helps solidify your poop, and so it just kept making her poop harder and harder and harder to pass. I think. I don't know the exact. I mean, it's been a really long time, and I'm not a nurse. Nurses are way smarter. Is it considered an antacid? Yeah, it's like gastric chalk, because then there's Zyrtec, which I don't think is for sale anymore, but Prilosec. What would you consider that? Isn't that still an antacid? But they work differently. Right? Man, you're really scratching the backs right now. I can feel my brain being like, not today. I'm pretty sure all we need is our brain, as long as there's something to feed it, oxygen and sugar and stuff, right? I mean, you don't even need your brain. I mean, you need your brain to think and stuff, but like your heart has its own brain, which is why, I mean, if you didn't just bleed out to death, when you're beheaded, you'd be like, fine. A lot of chickens, because their vessels in their neck are so narrow and the longer your neck is in the animal world, the more valves you have to control the blood pressure. Like giraffes have like a bajillion valves, like the ones we have in our heart and all throughout our bodies as well, but they have them throughout their neck just to get blood to their brain, because it's such a fucking journey from neck to head. They literally need that. And so, like, the longer your neck, the more fucked you are. But it means the vessels are a lot smaller and there's a lot more stopping points. So you're going to bleed out a lot slower. So if you cut a chicken's head off, it'll run around for a really long time. Your heart has its own brain. Your heart will keep shit going for quite some time. It's pretty creepy if we didn't bleed out to death. But you wouldn't have thoughts. Like, I don't know. Honestly, I don't know, though. I never had my head chopped off. Like, who the fuck knows? This is all theoretical. I don't know. Like a nipple contracting, maybe, the wrinkles. Exactly. Or like cat skin. Yes. If you ever like touch a cat's back and their back like does that quick wrinkle thing, kind of like that. Yes. Yes. They do it during some C-sections. Yeah. In people that are really, really small. Yes. I've never seen it done in a C-section, to be honest, though. All the C-sections I've ever done, they just scoop out a fetus. It's crazy. Or they scoop out the bubble. It's pretty wild to watch. Considering I'm walking around with a literal ticking bomb of flesh balloon due to a trapped explosion hernia deal, I wonder how they're going to carve me up and fix the mess. The tricky part is that if I get an extreme coughing fit, I'm probably going to kick the bucket. Honestly, they don't carve you up too much. From all the hernia surgeries I've ever seen, it's the non-invasive one. All they do is stuff your intestines back, like with their fingies kind of, and then they just sew because all it is a bust in the abdominal muscles that the intestines decide to burst through. They just sew up those two abdominal muscles. It's like 2 stitches. It's pretty wild. Zyrtec's an antihistamine. Oh, okay. Oh my god, what is the one that was an antacid? Zantac? There was one that started with a Z. I'm fucking them up. I don't remember. It's a great example of why I try not to kill pain if it's frequent. That's usually your body trying to tell you something. I always, like, literally press... I was going to say this earlier. I totally forgot. Thank you for reminding me. I had a really cool dentist way back in the day. I know that's so crazy to say out loud, a cool dentist, but it happened. I had a really dope dentist way back in the day. And this was post-horse incident. And ever since... Zantac. Is that what it is? Thank you, Moon. Ever since I got stepped on by a horse, my face, the way it healed, and like from all the surgery and shit, my nerves are just laid out differently than if I hadn't been stomped on by a horse. Big fucking shocker. But it doesn't affect me in any way other than going to the dentist and getting Novocaine shots, because dentists are literally trained to put the Novocaine needle where they are trained every human has a nerve, but because my face was shattered and then put back together, my nerves have grown differently and are in different spots. And I fuck you not. I went in one time for I think it was just a filling. I don't even remember. I think it was literally just a filling. And they would give me a Novocaine shot. He'd start drilling. I would instantaneously feel pain, be like, nope, you didn't hit it. This has been my life ever since the horse thing. It's basically guess and check. Like, they'll give me a Novocaine thing. We'll see if it worked. If it didn't, they try somewhere else until we figure it out. He had to give me 14 entire syringes. He told me this afterwards. 14 entire syringes full of Novocaine, or whatever they'd used to numb back then. I don't even know if it was Novocaine, but whatever they used to numb inside your mouth before he could get anything. And all it did was kind of, basically my face was so full of Novocaine. I couldn't feel anything from here down. I remember my nose was numb. It was so weird. I couldn't feel anything in my face, but I could still feel the goddamn tooth every time he hit it. I was so fucking angry. And what he said to me was, think of it this way, Katie. The pain you're feeling right now will never get any worse than that exact moment you are telling me to stop. And if you can sit through that moment, we can get this done in 15 minutes. And I trusted him. He was totally brain fucking me because it absolutely could have gotten worse. But it was the best brain fuck that's ever happened to me because it literally never got any worse. It was mostly my panic that it was going to get excessively worse. I've had root canals and shit and a horse step on my face and horrible oral surgeries. So I have a lot of like predisposed opinions as to how they're going to feel. And my paranoia and my anxiety kicked in the moment I felt anything. And I'd be like, nope, not today, bitch. And I just sat and breathed and it was fine. It actually wasn't pain. It was like the sense of the vibration in my jawbone was freaking me out because I just associate everything that has to do with a dentist with pain, which is sad. But honestly, I've gotten through a lot of things in my life now. I just tell myself, like, it's never going to, tattoos, definitely. It's never going to get any worse than this one moment right now. Can you sit through this moment? And I literally sit with myself for a minute and go, yep. And it's fine. And I don't know if I'm actually brain fucking myself or if it's real, but I don't care because it's good. And I'm the same, like, I try not to take painkillers until I need to just to, like, function in life and not curl over and die. Because usually, aside from period pains, and sometimes period pains, like if you have PCOS, which I don't, thankfully, but it's your body telling you something's fucked up, and you're just gonna keep fucking it up if it's numb, right? Wow, Lizzie, that's a lot. How's your tummy after that? Jesus. It's mostly self-healed now, no hole in my stomach, etc., and it's the trapped explosion I want fixed by having it drained out of excessive liquid, hence the flesh balloon part. So then they really don't have to do much then. I mean, it's probably just a needle, right? Not to get too weird, but I mean, probably. I've seen so many hernia shits. Like they're one of the most common things you see. That and Whipple. Oh, Whipple. I did the math a few weeks ago because it takes me like an hour and it pisses me off how long it takes. Sounds like Eliza's day. She has to have like alarms on her phone all day. It's also straight up wild how many of you know so many brands of medicine. I know it's probably normal for most of you, but I think I literally name one brand of painkiller and that's all the medicine I know. Isn't it? I mean, and that's the thing. It's not just me as a medical professional. Everybody, like, and they're all different for the most part. The part where it gets really fucked up, David, is like, do I have any meds on my desk to even use as an example? No, I don't. So, for instance, like say there's Tylenol, and then there's Aleve, and then there's aspirin, and then there's Excedrin. Excedrin has aspirin and Tylenol in it, as well as caffeine. Then there's just Tylenol, then there's just aspirin. Then there's Aleve, which is actually a non-steroidal anti-inflammatory drug, which I don't think you can buy over the counter in any other country except the US because it is so dangerous. It's literally the reason I have an enormous ulcer in my stomach because it is the only drug that touches my cramps. It's terrible and I hate it. But they're all different and it's kind of like we can super fuck ourselves up by playing with our own pharmacy. There's no one stopping you from eating a bottle of aspirin. Do not do that. It is going to fucking harm you. You won't die. You will just be miserable the rest of your life with dead kidneys or something. Don't fucking do that. But you know what I mean? It's kind of weird. I've thought about that a lot. We actually learn about that a lot in school, how people will try to correct us when we are the medical professional. They'll be like, well, I know this and this and this about aspirin, Tylenol, da-da-da-da. And it's like, all right, I realize you're American, but like, let's just not right now. It can be very tumultuous sometimes. I've seen bumper stickers before that say things like, please don't mistake your, what is it? Please don't mistake your Google search for my nursing degree or my doctorate degree or something like that. They make me giggle. I like people trying to participate in their healthcare, but I don't like when people come in to a hospital just to argue with me and correct me every other word. It's like, why did you come here if you know best? Lena, honestly, first off, thank you very much. I've thought about that many times in my elder years. Like, I'm so happy my face didn't, grow weird. I think I'm a little uneven, my jaw is, but I think everybody's a little, like, nobody's face is perfectly symmetrical. I think that could just be natural asymmetry, in my face. I've thought about that because it was literally 3 days before my 13th birthday. And I wasn't a 6-foot titted monster yet. And so I went through a lot of like body growth and bone growth after that accident. I don't know. I don't know. I'm very lucky. I didn't grow funny. I don't know. I don't. Thank you, Satan. I don't know. I'm just lucky. I have no idea. Recurring pain is why I'm glad I'm half redhead. Do you have one of those weird, like, pain tolerance / pain, pain pills don't work for you? PCOS represent has the guy. Oh, I'm so sorry. So many. I mean, it's crazy how many women I've met. I should say uterine people with ovaries I've met who have PCOS who suffer. Like my cramps are debilitating, and I do not have PCOS. I've been tested. I don't know how y'all survive. It's crazy. It's crazy. I take omeprazole as one of the meds, so that's how my tummy. Oh, I mean, that's good. I have omeprazole in the house. How much do tattoos actually hurt? Like, is there a comparison? I would say, like, without honestly, if I was to, like, exclude the irrationally painful tattoo parts I've had, because there are some areas of the body that are astronomically painful, but I think it's different for everybody. Everybody has, like, a weird spot that fucks with them for some reason, because everybody I talk to is different. Some people will tell you, like, "Oh, yeah, tattoos on your ribs are gonna kill you." I've had lots of rib tattoos, and none of it was significantly worse than anything else. Um, if I was to just, like, generalize the ones that are, in general, the same level of pain, to me, it feels like a sunburn being scratched by a cat. That's, like, the best equivalent I can come up with. Line work kinda feels like a hot blade just being dragged through your skin, but the moment it's over, it's over. So, it's kinda like that, "Can you handle this one? Okay, you're gonna be fine." Tattoos, the pain doesn't, like, grow. There's no growing to it. It's the same, which is why a lot of people, while we're getting tattoos, start to go numb in that area. Their body just goes numb. They're so used to it, and they're just kinda, like, scrubbing in the same spot over and over. If you can handle that 1 second, thank you. I'm sorry. Well, David, I'm just not my type. That's what I say. I'm just not my type. I don't think I'm nasty. I'm just not my type. Yeah, Tylenol is bad. I mean, it's a great drug. We use it a lot in the hospital, but man, the irresponsible, like, gargling of Tylenol in the US is fucking sick. The magic combination for pain for me when I'm really bad is Nefapam and paracetamol, and I think paracetamol is, aspirin, yeah? I think that's comparable to our aspirin. Correct me if I'm wrong, chat. And then when the brain swelling is painful at the front, weed is like a cushion. I'm glad weed works for you. Weathered. I'd like to be like, yay, but no. I'm sorry you guys all represent with them PCOSs. It just fucking sucks. I've heard all your stories and it just makes me so sad. Shit is the worst ever. I tend to stay off painkillers and try and let my body go, oh, we're in pain. Let me fix that. Pours them biochems out. I do the same, even with cramps. I always try to sit with them at first. The only reason I eventually end up taking painkillers is because I can't get up to take my dogs out. Like, there are sometimes that I'm just like, sucks. Pills don't work for you at all? Oh. You can't just buy omeprazole over here. Over the country. When I saw it just on a shelf in Walmart, I was like, what the fuck? I know. It's actually, I think, the one I was talking about earlier, Zantac, I think it's called. I called it Zyrtec at first. It's Zantac. That one I actually think was pulled off the shelves because some of them can be dangerous. And even Prilosec, which is omeprazole, you shouldn't take it, like, every day for the rest of your life. Your body will get used to it, and then it will never work for you again. Like, I can't remember, a couple of my nurse friends told me, like, the max amount of time you wanna take it at a time, and if you need it more than that, you need to go see a doctor, and I can't remember what it is. Don't trust me, I don't remember. There are definitely times that doctors have asked, "Doesn't that hurt?" Mhm. I get that from my tattoo artist, and then the places that most people hurt a lot don't really hurt me as much. Like, for instance, to carry on, the worst places for me to get a tattoo were, like, my back and right there. Just that little nubbin. That bone, that wrist bone, that's one of the worst things. I can still viscerally feel that. And then the fold of my butt cheek. I don't know. Like, just oh, I'm so sorry, Bubba. The crease of where, like, your butt cheek turns into thigh. Oh, absolutely not. I will never voluntarily do that again. I mean, I've never ever in my life felt the need to, like, get up. I'll sit until the tattoo artist needs to take a break. I'll sit. I don't give a fuck. I'm one of those people, I'd rather like get it over with than stretch it out over an extended period of time. Like just fucking do it. And I had to get up. I was like, this is the, it felt like a million bees were crawling inside my butt cheek through a tiny hole in my butt crease. But I know some people that have their ass tattooed and have no affect at all. So I think it's really different. But overall, I mean, it basically is like being scratched with a hot blade. Kind of. It's basically a very rapidly undulating needle being dragged across your skin. They are sweet. Hello. He's a good boy. Lilith's humping him. Is your sister trying to dominate you right now? Bud. Is it break time? Do we need to go outside? He's my boy. You guys never get to see Trick, though, because Lilith always dominates. Hello. This is my boy, Trick. He's very polite. He normally does not do this. Unless he needs to go outside. Mom, she's topping me again. What? Can you go potty? Want to go outside? Lil's mom. Dogs are so fucking. Oh yeah, they sometimes like it's so weird, Nick, for real. So Zach pretty much yells every day at one point. But once in a while, there's a tone he makes that makes them freak out and think there's a stranger back there. And for the life of me, I always have my headphones in, so I can't figure out which one it is. But once every couple of days, they'll be like, bah, bah, ah, and start freaking out like someone's in the back room. And it's just Zach doing something, like on stream, as always. I have no idea. They do. I swear to fuck, Press. They have the weirdest human behaviors and human eyes. Look at her. Look at those eyes. Can you sit? Can you sit? Oh, right outside the camera like a bitch. She has people eyes, I swear to God. She looks at me. They're round. They're like pale green gold. They're people eyes. He just looks sad all the time. But she looks at me and I'm like, you're plotting shit. It's happening. Can you sit, bud? Here. No, you gotta sit. Sit. Look at them. They're just the best pups. You guys are the best pups. Do you deserve to go outside? Yeah. Maybe go potty outside. Yep. Okay. All right. I'm just fucking with him at this point. He has people eyes, but they're like black like him and just as void-tastic and so fucking gorgeous, and you don't see them as often. She looks at me and I'm like, why do you always look like you're crying? She always looks like she's crying. They drive in silence, and I was just like, this is the worst thing I've ever done. I'm so happy I brought Bluetooth headphones. I would have gone fucking nuts. Like, what the fuck? Silence in a car. I just cannot. Oh my God. Welcome back. Sorry. Yeah, the dogs are filth. I don't know where they are. They're somewhere. What up, Zoe? How are you, love? I totally wash my human hands like a human would. Do you mean autoclave the metal parts? Dude, their feet, though. I'm gonna have to vacuum. Oh my fucking God. Oh. It's literally like I take my fingers with a towel and I have to like carve it out of her webbing of Lilith's feet. It's like I feel like I need a horse pick for a hoof. But it would kill her. I have to like Clay. Nope. Go lay down. Not under there. Not right now, B. Not right now. You nasty. You know, I tried dog boots. They just bit them off. They just chewed them off instantly. Hello, Viana. Welcome. How's work? How's adulting? Oh. Business as usual, for real. I mean, I just told like the shit fountain story, and I told the pelvicectomy story. My brain died. I went very into medical mode, and I apologize, kind of. Stupid busy? Boo. I mean, good for your business, but like, I wonder why. Oh, it's a weekend. That's why. That makes sense. I'm repacking my bowl and cheersing. If in spirit. Oh yeah, I wanted to show you guys my new weed, and then my dogs are so weird. Just lay down somewhere, you fucking weirdo. Why are you weird today? And this week. Let's go lay down. Bitch. People who wash their hands after coming back indoors and after going to the bathroom or handling their phones, specifically before cooking, make me nuts. Same. I literally, Mr. Fox, I don't know if you were in here earlier. I was saying, before I told the stories, I was trying to think of something. I'm like, here's something that restored some of my faith in humanity. The other day, Zach was streaming and he took a break real quick to go to the bathroom and he literally just peed, and he pees sitting down. So it's not like he's even like interacting with his dick much. And I heard him wash his hands and I was just like, that gave me warm feelings. Warm feelings. It's the little things, right? That music was so loud I did even better in my online video game. Fuck yeah, you're welcome. Mine likes her boots better than stepping in puddles. I wish. They would chew their collars off if they could. They're naked dogs. I get it. I was a naked child. Yeah, okay, so the weed I got. I think I got some new strains, I think I've tried apple tarts before. I don't remember, but it was on sale on the menu. And that is what I ground up today. That's actually what I've been smoking right now. It smells like a pine tree. I don't know, like a pine. Ooh, wait. With old fruit. Maybe fruit that like animals would get drunk off of and we would take pictures and laugh. Good habits. They are just, and it's those little things that like, that's why he's never sick, so on and so forth, you know. I got OJ Kush. I got this one because you told me you got an OJ strain a couple months ago and you really liked it. And I smoked it last night. This is so fucking fresh. It is like, it almost jammed up my grinder. It's so fresh, but it's like, hold on. Let me see if I can pour out another strain to show you the difference. The color of it, it literally looks like it's just stamens. Like they had to press the stamens on it. That's what it looks like to me. I'm gonna open one with my hand. Perf. This is terrible. There's not much in here, but you can definitely see the color difference. So this one is lilac diesel, and this one's the orange kush, and it's literally like orange. It's so fucking covered in the stamens. It's wild. I don't know, and it's just like sticky. I mean, literally, it did kind of jam up my grinder. Like I had to pull the lid off and regrind it multiple times, but it's good and I like it. Oh my god, I haven't. You know, the last time I had. Man, I can't remember the last time I had a good apple fritter, to be honest. It's been a while. Places don't focus on fritters for some reason. Like, usually they have, like, one fritter and it's in the back and it's not, I don't know. They're like, here's our 50 million different types of donut frostings, though. Okay. Thanks. But I mean, honestly, I've had a really good blueberry fritter before, too. And I love an apple fritter. And I tried it on a whim and it was so good. But I haven't had one in a very long time. It does kind of smell sweet. Also, if you touch the flush, you're touching toilet paper, piss, finger residue at some point, surely. So it's always best to flush for the purpose, for that purpose. It's always best to wash for that purpose, even if you don't touch your own body. Honestly, I take that attitude and apply it to everything in the bathroom. Like, bathrooms are where we clean ourselves. So that room I clean more than any other room in the house because it's where we, like, denastify, right? I mean, wash your hands. Yeah. It's the place where, you know, you bathe or wash or whatever. The loo, if you will. Does grinder lube exist? My grinder would do. I don't think so, but I can tell you how to like make it run smoother. I don't have my pink grinder. It's so much more apparent on that one. But a lot of the times, my grinder, I notice it too. It won't, it's not screwing down as good. If you look at the threads of your grinder, do you see how much keef is built up in there? Eventually, that gets pressed into like a cake of keef, and that will jam it and make it so you can't turn your grinder like it should. This I just cleaned literally right before Vissy came, so this is like 2 weeks of just grinding with it. And it's already covered. I'm talking this right here, that edge, and then inside this one. And in a couple weeks, if I didn't take like a, like a safety pin or just a needle or something and go through and kind of carve that out, it'll jam it up bad. Yeah, that's why you got to empty your keef catch too, because your keef catch will jam up stuff really bad. Keef is the arguably the most potent part of the plant. It's the finest part of weed. It's the pollen, and when it's sticky as fuck. Like it is basically oil, and so as it compiles itself, it'll and it's smokable. Like do not throw that away. That is clean, beautiful, expensive if you buy it keef. It's the same shit that I've got in my little Kefir Smokerland. This is where I keep all my keef that I knock out of my grinders. It's the same stuff. It's just been pressed over time because you just keep sitting there and grinding on top of it over and over. It's good. Oh, oh my God. You know what? The mail's not as bad because the holidays are over. I have something I need to ship you. Thank you for reminding me. I'm writing it down. Not anything to do with a grinder. I would never send paraphernalia. Oh, it is. I mean, honestly, it's because I never smoke it. Like, I just don't think about it. This was actually probably like half a centimeter higher, but Vissy and I definitely tapped into it a little bit. But let's see. I haven't checked my keef catch in 2 weeks. Let's see what it looks like. It's already got like a layer in it. That's crazy. It just builds up really fast. And if you don't catch it, no pun intended, it jams your grinder up really bad. And I mean, this is literally straight THC. So if you ever get shag weed, that's what I keep it around for. You just put a little tiny, like, Coke spoonful on top of your bowl. I'll put some on right now. And you smoke it, and it's clean. It smells like just the most perfect fields of weed. Like, this would be our Elysium. You know what I'm saying? Where's my little spoon? There it is. Very far away from me. 1 second. Basil Keef makes pasta. The heat doesn't kill the THC in it. I always wonder about that with cooking with it. Oh, Jackie, I was literally just packing a bowl and putting a little bit of keef on it. I'm right there with you. It's totally fine. We are all late because I was talking about weed. Hold on. Like, un moment. So literally, this is like a tool to pop keys off the keyboard. I'm pretty positive, but I have so many of them that I use one for my keef, and I just do that little tiny. And that is like I don't even know how to tell you like how to equate it to just bud, but it's good. It's good. It's good. Same brain. Oh fuck yeah. I was telling everyone my new weed. I got some new strains. Apple Tarts was the one I was talking about. Apple Tarts, and then I was showing everybody I got OG, what is it? OG Kush, OJ Kush, excuse me, like orange juice, OJ Kush, and it is so fucking orange. It literally, the whole bud looks like it's just wrapped in little stamens, and it's so sticky. That's how we got in the conversation. When I ground it up, that's what I ground up today. I'll show it to you in the grinder. I don't know if you'll be able to tell how fluffy it is. It's so fluffy and like sticky fresh. It like, did I not grind it in this grinder? It jammed up my grinder. Hold up. I did. I think I've just been smoking it and I'm high. But you can see how much of the weed is stuck. That's just from today. This doesn't happen. This shouldn't be happening in the grinder part. All that bright green, that's just from this strain. And it's just stuck. It's so fucking sticky. I'm going to have to take a safety pin just to my grinder today. Just because of this strain. It's good though. I like it. Oh, blueberry kush that was purple. I've only had purple weed like twice and it was so fucking special and tasty. Jelly. Very jelly. The other one I got was apple tarts. I think it looked normal, didn't it? Didn't I open this one? I think I did. Hold up. Oh no, this one's very pale. So this one's actually better to compare to the orange one. I'm going to put it in the lids. Hold up. I nerd out over this stuff. I hope you guys don't mind. I think it's fun. Why not? I know a lot of us are still in illegal land. I hope someday you get to have this fun. Honestly, I don't mean to do this like rub it in your face. I'm totally of the opinion I'd rather have weed of mystery strain than no weed at all. But it's fun. That's honestly the funnest part about living in a place where it's legal is that it all gets you fucked up. But now I get to like talk about my hobby with people and not get arrested. So this one is the OJ Kush, and then this one is Apple Tarts. See how different the color is? It's wild. This one's almost like blue silver. It's coming up a little orange because of my lighting, but this one's a little blue silver. And this one, it's just stamens. Like, look at that chunk in the front. My God. This is the shit I ground up today, and it has just jammed the shit out of my grinder. Apple Tart smells nice. Light. That's a light smeller. It's pretty, though. Rainbow Kush? Oh, shut up. Hold up. I gotta pull it up on the right monitor. Is it like a hella pretty plant? Hold on, it's gotta load. Stop. That looks like some insane cactus or something. That is so, that like makes I'm a little sad that I haven't smoked that. How would you kill that? It's so pretty. Hold on, I'm gonna show you guys. I'm just putting my lids back on. It is really pretty. Savage Dope Panda, what up?
Meat.
Thank you for subbing to the class, keeping the class alive, and giving it native swings. For those just listening, this strain is literally rainbow. It looks like a crazy, like, rainbow succulent or something. That is so pretty. I love macro shots of weed. That's really pretty. Savage, thank you for subbing to the class, keeping the class alive, and giving it native swings. I appreciate you. Just to finish off, I got another quarter of lilac diesel because it's the best. And then I got a bag, but I've misplaced it. Anyways, the other strain I had, it's the strain I had the other day too. It's nothing new. But this one, it's the Veritas Dime Jar again, but they had a different strain. This is ice cream cake. Will it tell me? Oh, apparently it is an indica. The parent strains are gelato number 33 and wedding cake. And it's called ice cream cake. Pairs well with a midnight snack. Of course it does. Hand-grown, harvested, trimmed, and packaged in Denver, Colorado. And it says the terpene profile is humulene. B-caryophyllene, and limonene. I haven't cracked this one open yet. Maybe we'll do it. I can't smell it if I don't crack it open, but if I crack it open, that means I'm gonna wait. I have a lot of weed to get through. I love any wedding strain. Wedding or Cinderella strains. Oh, they're so rare to find around here, so that's why I got the dime jar, because they're just the dime. Actually, I will open this because I'm going to show you guys. It's amazing. They call this shake if it looks the way it normally does. And it's literally just like perfectly plucked buds with no stems. It's like they put in more work and you get it for cheaper. It's crazy. I'm just breaking the seal. Hold up. I don't have any fingernails. I broke them when I fucking burned the fuck out of my hand. Ow, Catherine. It's fine. I'm fine. Don't worry about it. I'm responsible. I'm an adult. Ugh. It's fine. I think it's plastic. I know, dude. Lena, I totally get it. I still have my bag of shagweed from Maryland. It's like my emergency bag. It's so fucking old and dry, but it'd probably still get me a little high at one point. That looks like I would smoke it and then stare at a picture of it for 4 hours. I've definitely done that. They just hit right for me. We keep selling out of it here. We have something called member berries. Ooh, I love berry strains. I always look for berry strains. I'm so jealous of people that can smoke weed and then like do shit. I know. I do not take it for granted. Every time I smoked or had an edible, I went full vegetable. Like taking me 20 minutes to take 3 steps to the PC. I mean, like, to be fair to you, like I have been smoking relatively regularly for more than half my life. So I definitely have a tolerance. That being said, that level of high, I consciously know I've only had like maybe 5 times in my life. And I don't know if it's something about me or my body or something, but it fights through the high like nobody's business. There's almost no point in me like kind of over smoking myself because I cannot get beyond a certain point of high. My brain, it will never give into it. It's always like, "Ah!" Which is probably why I love weed. But yeah, I've only got that a couple times. I also don't get munchies. I actually smoke weed to stay awake. That's weird. I know it sounds crazy, but really, like if it's, like 8 o'clock at night, I don't want to go to bed yet. I'm up playing a game and I get kind of like yawny and tired. Take a couple hits. It's like a jolt. I don't know. Different biology. It sucks. So this is what I was going to show you. This is the dime jar, and it's just perfect little pre-plucked buds sans stem. I mean, it's insane, and this is cheaper than getting the bigger buds, even though the bigger buds I have to put work into. Ooh, it smells so strong. Hold on. It's like lemonade a little. Yeah, they're really tiny little nugs, huh? But they're so perfect for grinding for a bong or something. This is like the perfect weed. I love these jars. And they call this shake because it's not big, pretty buds. So they throw it in these jars and sell it for cheaper, but it's fantastic. I mean, I smoke a lot of weed and it gets me just as fucking high. I've been smoking weed since I was 16, but it's like once every couple of years if I'm lucky to find some right. I've definitely had dry spells where, like, you know, when I was in school and applying to be a medical professional, obviously I could not smoke pot because lots of drug tests. So I've definitely had dry spells in my life. But even when that happens, I only get that high the first time I smoke, and then I'm back to point A. It's weird. I'm just like back to point D or something. I think I'm just part weed at this point. We are. My camera, literally, I think my lighting's yellow because that water is clear IRL. Wild. If I pull it away, does it? I'm just noticing how yellow my lighting is. Anyways, doesn't make me look yellow, does it? Cheers. Stream. I had a friend one time when I was working at Hopkins, and we went out one night, and I don't think either of us drank at all, but we smoked a lot of pot. Like, we rolled some fucking fat, like, hemp blunts. And the next day at work, she told me that morning she woke up and was just like, and she drank. I think she did drink. No, she did drink. I don't really drink, so I think I was the DD or something like that. Anyways, the next morning she woke up and had to puke. She was super hungover and was just projectile vomiting like biological matter. She was like, I literally was convinced I was puking up my stomach because her stomach hurt so bad. She felt like shit because she was really hungover, and she was puking up just like blood red liquid and chunks. And as medical professionals, we know if it's blood red, it's fresh blood, and there's something actively bleeding, and we got to do something. So she was freaking out. She was like 2 seconds away from calling calling an ambulance or something, and finds one of those huge silver mixing bowls of cherry seeds under her bed. We've all been there. We've all been there. I haven't been there specifically, but we've all like been there. I had a moment, I had a night one time where I guess I had eaten a salad or something. We went out to dinner and I had like a big old salad, and then we went drinking. And the next morning I was just crying, still drunk, about how I couldn't stop puking up leaves. I remember it, but I don't remember why I thought that. They're exactly, Lena. They're the perfect size for everything. I mean, the bigger ones, it's like you got to get your fingers in there. You got to tear them apart so they grind up nice. You got to tear the stem out. Like, those are literally destemmed and everything. I don't know. These buds aren't very big either, but you've got leaves on there. It's just different. It's a little bit more work put into this bud, and this was arguably more expensive. Not by much, but a little. With beets? Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. Did you think you were pooping blood? Slow bro, cheers. How are you? Glut, now, I know, there's a non-zero amount of weed in your DNA. Zeke now calls you as edible. I honestly am curious as fuck to see if you would pass a drug test. Because I take little tea breaks here and there that are like a week, 2 weeks. But beyond that, I haven't gone without daily smoking in ten years. I am an edible. I think I have to be at this point. Oh my god, savage, same. I had a patient who literally explosively, like, shit blood out their anus all over my shoes one day. I've been there when it wasn't Beats. I've been there, I totally get it, like, you when you've seen the worst, that's immediately where your brain jumps, is like, "Oh, we're fucked and I'm dying." That's what's happening. And then it really happens, like, when a friend of yours rips out their asshole, shitting too hard, and actually almost bleeds out and dies, and you're like, "Aw, fuck. I'm not just a hypochondriac, people do shit out their assholes. Fuck." You know? Nesros, what up? What a time to come in, how are you? One time I woke up in the middle of the night, went to the bathroom, and I started freaking out until I remembered that before bed I ate asparagus and beets. Oh my god. The combination. I think Zeke had that. He ate, not beets or anything, but he had, what the fuck was it? You guys probably remember. It was like a couple years ago, some fast food restaurant was marketing a black burger for Halloween or something. Like the bun and everything was black, but the way they got it turned black, it was like actually dyed just really dark green. So everybody was giving birth to like these neon green / black poops. But there's not like a warning label on the burger being like, yo, you gonna shit green / black poops for a bit. And Zach thought he was dying until he realized what happened. That's one of my favorites. I wasn't here for that one, just heard it in hindsight. It's a good one. I once peed red, but I didn't feel any pain. I later realized that I ate a whole bunch of beets the day before. I've done that one. Absolutely. This is crayon. I went on like a juice. I bought myself a juicer back when I was vegan because I was terrified I wasn't getting enough vitamins. Like I went vegan because I was dating someone who clinically couldn't consume like animal byproducts without, dying. And I was like, I don't care about fucking food. Like, let's go. This is a fun challenge. And so I started juicing on top of eating a lot because I was like, I'm not gonna be a stupid vegan and die this way. This is not the way it's gonna go. And I don't hate beets by any means. I don't know. A lot of people think they taste like dirt. I really like them. I think it depends on the way they're prepared. And there was one juice recipe that sounds disgusting, but I was very much into it. It was called the ABC. It was apples, beets, and carrots. And it was tasty as fuck, but literally your juice looked like blood. I mean, just like thick, bubbly ass blood. And the first one I ever had, I pissed so bright red. I think I called my mom. I was like, "Mommy." I thought I was going to die. I didn't even know you would piss red from beets. I had no idea. My mom ate so many carrots in college, though. She turned orange. Things are weird. The most I've gone without is a weekend, maybe a week at most. I've been smoking for about 12 years now, right? Well, that's what we were just talking about. Like, the way that some of us can be like completely functional and some people for some reason just get fucking fucked every time they smoke. And I mean, part of me wishes I could get to that point, but I'm glad I can function. Shrooms and herb are our family. They are one with the earth. They grow out of the fucking ground. And the fact that either can be illegal is kind of wild to me. It's wild. Do the clay poops and bring me back to the butt bleeds call. Oh my god, I can't. I know. And it's everybody takes everything lightly until their asshole bleeds, and then it's like, oh fuck. Oh fuck. And then they're in the ER. Was it Burger King? Okay, it was Burger King did the crazy burgers. Yes. And everybody liked shit black or green poops. I don't know why there was a difference in people's colors of poops, but it was wild and hilarious. They were fine. But there was no warning label, and it was on the news. I mean, the news was talking about how your fecal matter would be very, very vibrantly one color or the other. Have you ever had, like, a pickled beet salad? I grew up on those. My grandma used to make them, like, beets and cucumbers and shit. Babies are just aliens learning to be human. Word. Beets, fresh mint, and mangoes transcendent. Oh, I've never thought to put mint in there. Ooh, that's probably tasty. I'm gonna grow mint this year, I think. What up, Machinia? How are you? Right, and that's kinda me with alcohol. Unfortunately, I don't really, like, dig alcohol much. I like a drink here and there or, like, a nice beer. There's a few beers in the world I really like. But, I'm not, like, a big in alcohol because I smoke so much pot. That's, like, my thing. But I'm the same. One beer, and I'm about to table dance. I've always been that way. I don't know why. I'm literally 6 feet tall. There's no fucking way my tolerance should be so weak. I don't know. The only thing I can come up with is the vast majority of my body is legs, so my torso didn't give me a liver or something. But one beer, and I need to, like, to have french fries with it, otherwise I'm gonna be fucked. Can confirm, except for going to the ER. Take care of your holes. If I don't smoke for a few days, I can literally green out when I start again. Cold sweats and nausea. Oh my god, I've never had that. But again, I don't Like, honestly, like, I probably smoke 3 bowls a day. I just nurse them. Maybe 4 with this bowl. This bowl's the one Vissy gave me. It's a little bit smaller, but I just nurse. I hit them and then I cover them, and I don't smoke the whole bowl at a time because especially while I'm streaming and hanging, I want to be able to be cognizant enough to at least follow the conversation and not be a complete fucking airhead the whole time. Like sometimes, sure, but not the whole fucking time. Like that's just exhausting for you and me. I like to be able to function, honestly. It just takes like the edge off of the hurricane in my head, I guess. Gatorade made your poop funny? What color Gatorade? In Cyprus, we eat potato salad with beets. My nana used to make that. I actually recently found out I have a cousin in Egypt who's from Cyprus, I believe. I have a Gatorade. Which color? Shitting blood all over someone's shoes is my kink. Please don't kink shame me. Oh my god, foe. Have I not told you that story? It's like funny because they lived, but also like it was really scary for the patient. I was in the ER. The ER was dumb busy for some reason. And one of the nurses was like, hey, can you hang with my patient for a minute while I go check in another patient or do something? Because they can't leave someone who's in distress. And this patient was just chilling in their bed with a stomach ache. And I was like, of course, I'll sit with them. I don't care. I'll make sure they don't like get up and kill themselves, fall over, or I'm sorry, terrible wordage. I'll make sure they don't get up and slip and fall or accidentally hit their head on something, do something dangerous in the ER. And as soon as the nurse left, the patient's like, I think I need to go to the bathroom. And I was like, all right, let me help you to the bathroom. Because it was one of those ERs where like there was a corner, a potty with an actual door, for you to go in. And he like grabs my elbow and I help him stand up. And he's about my height. And we get one step and I hear the splash before I realize anything's happened. He looks down, looks at me and says, I think I've shit myself. I look down and I'm like, you definitely have. Let's take a hot seat over here. GI bleeds, my dudes. Don't fuck around with your GI system. Eat your fiber. He was fine. He lived. He wasn't fine. I mean, he has a coli bag now, but you know what I'm saying? Eat your fiber. Eat your fiber. What up, Hikaru? I'm okay. How are you? Savage, that's kind of me too. I don't like painkillers either. Every time I've hurt myself and I've been on painkillers, I hate the weird like memory loss and the not being fully aware of what I'm doing all the time. Drives me crazy because I'm an idiot when I'm aware of myself. My dad pickles beets and onions with sugar. Oh, and eat it with feta. Yes. Oh. Yep. That shit's the shit, literally. Literally. God be like, hey, I invented cool shit that helps deal with your life. Religious people, I'm gonna turn that into a racist problem. Oh my god. Religious people shitting blood all over everyone. After starting HRT, my alcohol tolerance went way down. Did it really? Is it my estrogen fucking me? That's not fair. From 3 beers to 1.5? It's not just me! I mean, I'm sorry, but also... Welcome. Welcome to the How Much Did She Drink? Nothing Club. Have you heard about those tablets you can take to make your poop sparkle? Oh my god, stop it. Why? No. Like shit glitter? That seems painful. It was a purple color. I forget the name specifically. It was more than 15 years ago. Oh, shit. Okay. No, that's totally understandable. Dude, you know what's crazy? I've been there before I knew I had a cousin living there. I visited Greece, and we did like Greece, Cyprus, and Italy in like 23 days. It was crazy. It was a whirlwind. Me, my sister, and my mom. It was fucking amazing, though. But I have to go back because Zeke has never been. And he's traveled. Like, he's been to Germany, and he's been to France and stuff like that for cons. But he has never traveled abroad just to go for himself and not for a con. And Greece was one of the first places I ever visited abroad. I've been a couple times now, and it's one of my absolute favorite places in the entire world, and just the Mediterranean in general. I must return, and I'm kind of half convinced I will die there. Little Black Dress, thank you so much for subbing to the class, keeping the class alive, and giving it 8 swings. I fucking appreciate you. I'm sorry if I missed your fucking resub. I was scrolling. I knew I heard something. Thank you, love. I've had them raw in salad before, too. Honestly, I think it depends on the beet. Some of them, I mean, they definitely have, like, a tinge of dirt, but I like earthy, herby stuff. I don't mind if food has a little dirt on it. I used to just eat carrots straight out of the ground as a kid. Before my GPB, I had the lowest tolerance. I'd get drunk so fast. Now I can't get drunk at all. I can drink and only ever get tipsy. No, I mean, I don't wanna ask if you've, like, tested it because obviously that's hella dangerous, but, like, theoretically, have you tested that? And, like, theoretically, how far did you go? Because that is fucking wild. What the shit? My best friend pissed on my shoe on a night out once when we were having a smoke outside, and I still burst out laughing whenever I remember it. I thought she spilled her drink until she whispered panically, "I just pissed." Welcome, Raiders. That's fucking great. Hurts my face. Hey, Raiders, what's your favorite piss story? I've pissed. That's so fucking funny. I'm so sorry. Lena, right? Like, I kind of want to meet the person and ask them why and learn the purpose. I don't remember the name of it, but there's a pill that it used to get people off heroin. It was like 2 steps before that. Took it twice and said I'll never take them again. I knew what would happen. Oh my god, is it Oh my god, it's on the tip of my dick. I know the drug you're talking about. That it used to, I mean, I think it's still people still take it to get off heroin, but you can only take it in a treatment center. And they won't let you take it outside. Fuck, I don't remember what it's called. God, I hate my brain sometimes. Welcome, Raiders and Rod Johnston. My name's Katie. Hi. Piss, though. I'm so sorry. I can't tell you which friend this is. She murdered me. I don't even need that detail for it to be fucking hilarious, to be honest. Oh, God. I don't drink stupid amounts, but for my 40th, my friends tried to get me drunk. Oh, bless their hearts. It didn't work. I get tipsy to just the right amount, and after about 30 minutes, I'm sober again. I don't get it. But if I just keep drinking, I never get beyond tipsy. That's me and weed. I'm not even shitting you. The way you're describing it is literally me and weed. I haven't tried a bottle of... I mean, I wouldn't. That's what I'm saying. Like, I didn't want to see how far... I didn't want to... Like, have you ever just binge drinked alcohol? Obviously, that's horrible. But I have, you know... had a day where I was like, I'm just going to keep smoking until I can't anymore to see how high I can get. And for real, there's a certain level of stoned I get, and it's just, I'm done. I don't know if, and I have no idea because I am not a scientist of cannabis by any means, but it's almost like at a certain point, either I'm too high to feel that I'm getting any higher, or my system just tops out. Like there's no more receptors to receive THC. So it's basically a waste of weed, which is kind of why I kind of just nurse weed all day instead of like pile driving myself with a whole bowl at one time. Because one hit on that bowl kind of feels the same to me as smoking the whole bowl. And no matter how much you smoke within a 5-minute period, once that 5 minutes is over, all of it's going to wear off in 2 hours at the maximum. For me, I don't feel high anymore after about an hour. So it's just a waste of weed. For me, personally, I imagine you feel kind of the same about alcohol, really. I was crying. It was so funny. Half supportive bestie, half dying. Oh no, that's one of those moments that I'm hoping they told you to get a laugh because that is fucking funny. Is it methadone? I was thinking it was like it started with an S. Suboxone. I was thinking it was Suboxone. Naltrexone is one I think they can take home now. I love that you guys know these. You guys are so smart, and it literally gives me a boner that my friends are so smart. These are the drugs. Yes, I think Suboxone is the one that they do not let you take as an outpatient. Because people, I think you can still be addicted to it. I think it's an it helps you become unaddicted to heroin. And I think the other one, the naltrexone, I think that's one that you can actually be given like a bottle of it or however you take it at home. The pill made me feel so fucking good, and I started to have trouble peeing. Oh my god, that's so scary. No, thank you. One of the few things in life we can do is sit and piss. My 40th was messy. I had at least 5 to 6 rum and cokes, had some red wine. Oh my god. I would have been so sick. That would have ended my night if I drink 2 before the gastric bypass. That is crazy. Ugh. I mean, at least, I mean, that's, I think that's like not a horrifically dangerous amount though, if you're not doing that every night. Like that's like going out for a night, right? Might still, thank you so much for summoning the class, keeping the classy alive, and giving an anus its wings. I appreciate you, love. I almost did a vagina instead of a heart. I mean, whichever you prefer. I was told that it looked like I was having a seizure after taking huge rips from a bowl and started choking. Ugh. The more weed I smoke, the less I start to cough, and it starts to make me worry. I take naltrexone, and you can't get drunk. Really? Like you can't, like they say, don't get drunk, it'll interfere with the drug, or like you physically cannot get drunk. Is that what it kind of does? Is it makes it so even if you took like, if you drank or you took heroin, like you just won't be affected? That is so interesting. I didn't know. It's fascinating to me. I've known people just through other people who have gone through, you know, addiction issues and had to be on it. And honestly, I've heard amazing things from both drugs that it's literally life altering. Whereas like methadone used to be the go-to for things like that. But methadone's just another drug that you kind of get addicted to in itself. And most people that are seeking sobriety from heroin do not want to just trade it in for another thing. They have to go get it a tiny window every week or whatever. My top high is not being able to keep my eyes open or even think straight anymore. And see, that's once the weed wears off, I know it's wearing off because I get sleepy. So weird. Just biology, right? Human chemistry is bizarre. I don't know why. I'm the only person in my family that smokes. My sister will, like, recreationally, but not enough to have, I have no idea how the rest of my family reacts to pot in any way, shape, or form. It kind of sucks. I feel like you're talking about me with the weed, to be honest. Like, I burned through a whole vape before I realized I got more of it. Yes, I'm same. I did it on purpose because I really wanted to see, like, can I get as high as I got the first time I ever smoked? Sans screen door piece. Or is this just my life now? And honestly, I'm fine with this. It's not like I mean, once in a blue moon, like if I have horrible cramps, you know, or like a terrible migraine, I would love to be that high. But most of the time, I'd like to be just like comfortably high and functional. Dude, good job. Honestly, there's so much weed in front of my keyboards, I wasn't even going to try. Suboxone they usually use for alcohol addiction. Oh, really? I could have swore I knew someone who it was used. Maybe not heroin. Maybe it was like painkillers. Man, it's been a while since I talked to them about it though. I do enjoy having a drink. I feel the alcohol very fast. Just a few sips of a drink due to it not going through a bunch of stomach acid hits the intestine pure-ish. But I only really ever have one Red and Coke. That's me too. I like to have a social drink. I don't hate alcohol. I'm not a teetotaler by any means, obviously. I just like I don't like to get drunk because being hungover, I've never had a good time that outweighed my hangover, if that makes sense, ever in my life. I'm usually just like, I fucking should have just smoked. Like, that was terrible. So usually if I go out to dinner with friends, I'll get like a fun drink or like a good beer or something like that, or a whiskey or something like that, just for the taste, really, and for like a soft buzz. But beyond that, it's not worth it. I don't like having my day fucked to be drunk. It's not anything great. Does it work though? What does this med do? It helps people with addictions. That sounds great. What are the drawbacks? Addiction and the added shame of having to go to a tiny window, usually like downtown, usually in a bad part of town, probably near some railroad tracks where a nurse is going to give you a tiny, like a little med cup with a drink in it. Literally, that's the way I've always seen it. I have 2 brothers who have had to be on methadone, and it looks like cough medicine. Like, you know, those little tiny cups that come on cough medicine, the disgusting like Dimetap shit you drank as a kid. That stuff. It looks like that, and they have to go there. They cannot get a prescription. As far as I know, again, this has been a while, but I did have personal experience with it with 2 brothers, and it's the added like, so you don't have to be on heroin anymore, but you're gonna have to come here every single day, maybe multiple times a day, to drink this tiny shot of strange shit. Like, it just seems so counterproductive. Like, people are trying to get their life back together, and you're telling them they got to go to this Starbucks line for fucking methadone 3 times a day. It's just crazy. Oh, so naltrexone apparently is the inhibitor that blocks the receptors that opioids attach to. Yep, and that makes sense. That's probably what Suboxone does for alcohol as well. It's kind of fascinating they've come up with those things for people who would like to be sober. I'm not trying, and again, not again, but I hope no one who suffers from addiction currently or has in the past ever feels shame here. I do not believe in shaming people who suffer with or have in the past or in the future will suffer addiction. Addiction is horrible. It is the worst thing. I have nothing but sympathy for someone who suffers from anything like that. It's the worst. I'm not a judgy medical professional by any means. I ain't smart. Ain't a word. I sat for 6 hours straight and wrote a 10-page paper on cognitive behavioral therapy. Jesus Christ. Your poor brain, is it out your ears yet? Is it feeling a little moist upstairs? It's efficacy in treating different personalities and personality disorders with 12 different citations. Jesus Christ. I don't miss college at all. You just gave me cold sweats with that. Oh, for weight loss. No shit. Oh, you don't have the craving for alcohol with naltrexone. So it blocks. Wow. That's just incredible. Science is incredible to me. I find that shit magical. As long as it works, it doesn't make you feel like shit, obviously. I do billing for methadone and Suboxone clinic. It's intended to help people get off the drugs. And we have people who have been in the clinic for over 20 years. Damn. Like, they've been sober for 20 years? That's amazing. Oh, no shit. Oh, so there are 7 levels of being hungry. Without naltrexone, I don't feel 2 to 5. So I was either starving or way too full. Oh, that's so interesting. I wonder, like, was that like a thing you were born with? Like, is that a thing that some people just like? Because I've said that about myself, just in terms of like being on yo-yo diets my whole life and shit like that. Like, I trained myself to ignore hunger pains at such a young age that at the age of 34, I don't know what that is. I'm basically wait till I'm lightheaded, grumpy, or have a migraine, then I'm like, I should eat because I have no clue. Like, I literally trained myself way too fucking young to be like, did I deserve food today? Which is fucking fucked. Weed helps, by the way. Do buckets? What do you mean? Cannabis helps me live a little bit more moment to moment and present as opposed to just a lot of noise in my head. I feel, yes. Nonetheless, that's a beautiful way of saying it. And yes, I feel like instead of panicking about the noise in my head, I can focus on the conversation I'm having or the people I'm with or something like that. Yeah, it just slows it down like a tick. Yeah, I feel that. I had a friend who was on Suboxone for opiate addiction. To be frank, she was a polysystemic user. What is that? Like going back and forth. In Norway, they have a test project right now where addicts actually just go and get medical grade heroin twice a day, and these people are working and contributing again. Honestly, I think they're trying to do something similar. Where my family is in the Seattle area, Washington State, in Seattle, they've started making it so there's what do they call them? Safe injection sites where there will be nurses on staff, at least one doctor on staff, or an NP or someone of that caliber who can prescribe and stuff like that. Clean syringes, a clean space, just like not alienating and not shaming people who suffer from a pandemic that has literally been, you know, I'm trying to think of a nice word, but allowed by our government. You war on drugs. Um, Shaming the people addicted is not the way to help anyone. And I just there's a whole population of people in Seattle that try to make it out to be this horrible thing. Like, oh, they're giving out free heroin at these injection sites, these safe injection sites and shit like that. It's just psychotic. The things they say out loud, it's like, do you hear yourself? Do you fucking hear yourself right now? What up, Ethan? How are you? Oh, fuck yes, Lizzie. Cheers. Hold on, I'm thirsty. Always check for spiders. No shit. They do that at our chemist, and they have to go in a room to do it away from others, and they have to take it and hand the cup back before they're allowed out. It just seems like you're not making it very, for lack of a better word, convenient for these people to try to become unaddicted to whatever they've become addicted to. Like, these people are literally like, help me, and you're like, okay, but we're gonna make it as inconvenient as possible to help you. And I just don't see why. It doesn't seem like it's money saving in any way or whatever. Money drives everything. Oh God, you're like my sis. My little sister did that. My little sister, before the age of 30, double majored in Latin and classical history and then got a law degree. Not kidding. She just turned 30 this December and did all of that. And she just bought a condo. And here I am. I'm fine. I'm fine. You were just born with it, yeah. That sucks. But I'm glad you found I mean, you found, at least you're working on it. Like, you found kind of a solution, I guess. Smoke weed from a bucket? No. Like, you fill a whole bucket of water, fill up a bottle. Oh, you mean like oh God, what are those called? I have one. My friend Myron gifted me one, and literally, it was so hard for me to figure out that I abandoned it and kept the bowl, and I used the bowl. But it was so fucking hard, literally, because it was just too small. But I think I know what you're talking about. I just can't remember what they're called. Shit. There's a name. In our country, they sell them, like, already put... Gravity bong, a gravity bong, yes? Yeah, we used to do them as a kid. You'd fill what we would do is fill the sink up, like, plug the sink, fill the sink up with cold water, and then we get a liter soda bottle, a liter of cola, a liter soda bottle, and cut off the bumpy end, like the bottom, and then you'd have the mouthpiece, and we'd use that and just pull it up and, like, have a bowl on top. We used to do that when I was a kid, yeah. Yes. Sorry. Brains are stupid. Gravity bong, yes. Clean needles in spaces is the best way. We keep them from being sick and get them somewhere professionals can intervene and educate them. Exactly, and take away the shame. Because I've known a lot of people, and I can't generalize personal experience, but I've known a lot of people, personally and otherwise, who a large part of the reason they don't seek out help is they feel so much shame and embarrassment, and they don't want their family to know they've become addicted to something. And it's like, why do we keep perpetuating this shame and bullshit? It's not helping anybody. It does nothing. Like, this war on drugs shit does nothing. Nothing. I mean, my sister is available, but I'm interviewing, so I did. I've actually, Ethan, I've only been out of it 3 years. It's weird. I mean, only, but also I've been a full-time streamer for 3 years, which is also really cool. She'd use everything from speed, tranquilizers, muscle relaxants, and opiates were just her drug of choice. Damn. Polymedia many and systemic. Oh, okay, I get what you're saying. That's sad. I've had a lot of family members go down that path. Weathered meat. I mean, I would never. I don't think I would ever make that income, especially in this country. Never. Sarah said I want to be in that Roman Senate. I think Sarah will be the president. My sister is way too fucking capable for this world. She's the youngest. 8. Crazy. Every time I used one of those, I would get a mouthful of bucket water. My problem is that I would be pulling it up and try to pull it up as slowly as possible. And if you shake for 1 minute and accidentally go down, even the slightest amount, the air pushes your weed out the bowl. So a flaming ball of weed would come flying out the bowl that's sitting on top of this gravity bong thing. And I have a very steady hand until I want to do something delicate and that requires tactile. And then I'm like, and I just pop hot flaming balls. It's just not worth it. Bongs are just so easy. I am a lazy smoker. If I I equate it to people who get like really expensive fancy whiskey because they have like a very small glass in front of the fireplace on Saturday night when they get to chill out. That is not me with weed. I am the person getting a 12-pack every day. Like, it's just too much work for the amount that I smoke. It's so much easier to do this. Fuck the Reagans.
And Nixon.
I don't want a large Farva. I want a damn liter of cola. Thank you so much for knowing what I'm talking about. 2-liter bottles. If you remain untouched after one of those, you're hardcore. I don't even know if my lungs are big enough, but maybe. Hashish? Wait, you drink it? Oh, like, is it THC infused beverages kind of thing? I've heard about them. I've never tried one, but I've heard they're really tasty. Gravity bong, man. We had one when I was in high school. We used to like pack it around. It was just a stinky old fucking liter of cola. So gross. Way back when they used to have. Wait. Oh my god, my chat just jumped. Good lord. Oh, there it is. Way back when they used to have 3-liter bottles of Jolt Cola, so we'd use a 2-liter inside a 3-liter. Oh, that's genius. I don't think I've ever seen anything bigger than a liter of cola. But I don't really I don't drink soda, so I'm not in the aisle, I guess. Dude, I've tried Nesteros. Like, I tried all the, like, distillate vapes and everything like that. And for some reason, they just never get me high. I chill out from them. I have them. I have like an Aero Pro. I have a Pax. And I do use them if I'm like out and about or traveling or something like that. And I need to calm the fuck down in a very busy airport or something. But I never, when you hit a bong, you at least get this initial 15 to 20 minutes of like being in general quite stoned, a little high, chill, you feel it, it hits. And with vapes, I never, ever, ever get it. That. I just go immediately to the kind of heavy eyelid part where I'm calm. And it does the trick, but I don't really like it. Honestly, if you see this thing I'm using, this is in attempts to save my lungs. Not that I'm like worried about them. I think my lungs are okay. But I do smoke a lot of pot. Vissy got this for me for Christmas, and it's probably one of the coolest things I've ever seen in my life. It's like a filter for your mouthpiece of your bong. It just sits in it like this, and they come with little filters that pop in and out, and the filter catches all the additional tar and all the distillates that didn't vaporize small enough for you to actually absorb them. So they would just build up in your mouth and throat and or bronchial tubes and become icky stuff you would cough out later anyways. Yeah, it's by Moose Labs. It's pretty fucking cool. It just says mouthpiece on it, but the brand is Moose Labs. I'd never seen these before in my entire life. This is like the little package, but it's white. But those are the filters. That's what my filter looks like, and that's those filters. And for me, the filter tends to last like 3 days. And what happens, literally, the moment the filter's done, it just goes, it's like inhale and just smack your hand over your mouth. That's exactly what it feels like. The moment the filter's done, you cannot inhale through it anymore. They last a pretty good long time, but I am always trying, Oh, shit. Do you just get fucking, hold on, I can give you a permis. Hold up, I got you, boo. I give you permis, and then you can post link, yeah? There you go. There you go. I have a dryer vape as well. I have one. Again, I don't know what it is. Like, I feel like it's burning my weed down until it looks like crusty nothing, and I'm just never getting high. I don't know. Maybe I just smoke too much. It might be me. A vape feels surgical. Yes, there's no fucking like hit of the high, and I maybe that's just me. I miss that. Like I want that. Ooh, okay, what is this? Oh my god, that literally looks like something you would put inside of a butthole. It's cute though. I bet it's dumb expensive, huh? I don't know. I'll check it out though. I'll read about it. I'm always open to new stuff. It's just like if it's more work than a bong, I'm very unlikely to use it because I'm a creature of habit and very lazy. Not proud, just facts. What up, Brittany? Oh my god, no. The topic is all about getting high. Come on, you know me better than that. The Dynavape is super organic. You load the bowl, you use a lighter. Wait. Is it a vape if you're using a lighter? Oh my god, Hikaru, I could never. Honestly, I would get in trouble for just like public indecency because I couldn't take people. The vape that I have is called the Firefly, and it's great, but it's like, again, the bowl that you load either bud or wax into, you can do either, is so small. And it doesn't, I don't know. I just don't, I kind of feel like I'm wasting my weed every time I use it. I'm like, I could be higher if I just put it in my bong with the same amount of weed. Which sounds sick, but I mean, that's literally fact, I guess. It's a waste of weed to me if I'm literally smoking the same amount but not feeling as high. I can really only get hash, different pollens and Afghans. Honestly, they sell hash at my dispensaries here now. Like they sell it for primo dollar. Hash is big shit. And people love it because it's kind of a more natural way that it hasn't been so processed. So it's a vape that you light on fire? Oh, you heat up the chamber. Okay, I understand. Interesting. Cute. It looks so precious. Also kind of looks like something for an anus. Everything's for an anus if you're brave enough. My mother just spent 15 minutes trying to yell at me for not being downstairs, ignoring my child, wife, and girlfriend, just because she wanted me to move her makeup from rum. I can't even finish that sentence. That was a weird end to a song nobody enjoyed. Did it just, like, bleep me? I feel attacked. No. That was the end of that fucking weird song. I hated that song. I hated that song real fast. Fuck that. Yeah, dry vapes, there's definitely a drawback, and I think a big part of it is all the dry vapes I've ever seen out there, they're always like, "You can do dry and wax." It's like, you know what? I'd rather buy a vape for each than have one be half-assed at both. You know what I mean? Because weed, even in states like, I mean, I think Colorado might be the cheapest recreational state. I can get a quarter for under $30. Is that can anyone else get cheaper legal? Not medical? Just curious. I'm not trying to flex. I just don't know. I think it's pretty fucking cheap here, but it's still expensive. You know? I don't want to waste money. Oh, I'm sure I have a tolerance. That's why I take tolerance breaks every once in a while. I take at least a week or 2 weeks off. Usually when I travel and go somewhere, I just don't smoke. It's because I don't want to be out of control tolerance. Really, trouble? Dude, I'm glad that's the one thing my sinuses don't care about. The one. Ooh, a wet vape, though, since it's vapor, not smoke. That's probably smart. That'd probably be best for everybody, to be honest. A vapor instead of smoke. Cries, I know. I try not. Same, Nesteros. I can get an ounce. The cheapest I've seen an ounce of like 29% THC weed was $65. Colorado's pretty. You can, and I mean, I'm sure it's the same in Washington. It's kind of like, uh, you can buy as expensive as you want or as cheap as you want, and the weed is going to get you high regardless. I have literally bought the $200 Shaolin Monk rolled glunt that Snoop Dogg smokes, and it didn't make me see magical things, or like I didn't grow wings or anything. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's just weed. Weed is weed is weed. Honestly, I think it comes down to like flavor and stuff like that. I just want to be high. So I love those nice $65 ounces, but sometimes I have a lot of points where I get free weed, so then I get all the fancy weed. Is it pretty cheap there with the medical? It's crazy Florida went medical, but good for them. About a decade ago. When I was living in Maryland, like 3-ish years ago, I was paying like $200 an ounce, I think, on the streets. Theoretically, allegedly. So, Lizzie, I can buy it for that. And that's what I mean when people say, like, how much does it cost? You can, oh, you've got lilac diesel for $65 an ounce. Shut the fuck up. Oh my God, I'm so insanely jealous of you right now, Viata. Please buy it. Oh, I hate you. I hate you and love you. So I was gonna show you, like, Lizzie, these are generally sold as an eighth. There's usually only an eighth in them. Sometimes they'll stuff them more full. I don't know why. But this is what I'm smoking right now, and I'm incredibly stoned. But these are $13 a piece. And this is like the cheapest that's not the $65 ounce. Like, if you're buying them in separate little, like if you're buying multiple strains, you know what I mean? If you buy an ounce for $65, it's going to be an ounce of the same strain in a big old fucking bag. But if you buy different ones, I think that's the cheapest I've ever seen around here, $14 for an eighth. But like I said, I had points. So like these ones, these are $35 and they're an eighth. So this is still the price of your weed. It's all fancy. It's in like a porcelain container. It says it's cultivated by Vera. The strain is apple tarts potency. Katie can't read it because her eyes are terrible. 24%. I mean, they just make it fancy, but I mean, they both fuck me up. So. You did? Oh my God, Viata, yes. Hypothetically, exactly. In Minecraft, exactly. I love you, Saf. I think medical's the same in Washington. I've bought from one of them before since they have more one-to-one. I've never bought medical before. I've smoked it. It was delicious. It was great. I didn't notice a significant difference by any means. I pay $2.25 to $2.50 an ounce, higher if it's from Oklahoma. Really? Like, on average? Are Washington and Colorado about identical? That's what it sounds like. I mean, I think they legalized I think Washington was literally like 6 months behind, wasn't it? I was living there when they legalized. I got to buy legal weed before I left. I hate doing the math with the points. My dispensary does it for me. I just can't. I just can't with that. I see weed as an herb and thus hold the same philosophy for it. My philosophy for herbs in medicinal use, for example, valerian root, is that it doesn't work on everyone. It has different intensity and effects. Exactly. I 100% agree. I will never be that person that says, like, oh, everybody just that you didn't smoke right. You didn't smoke right. That's the only reason it made you paranoid or gave you this X reaction. I feel very bad for people who have adverse reactions to weed. That sucks. I would never pressure anyone to do something that would even possibly make them feel shitty. I hate that mentality. It's stupid. It's what makes it. What's what gives pot a bad name. I tried 31% medical weed before, and it didn't do shit for me. No shit. 22% on the other hand. I've had the same. I have strains like these are all across the board. What is this one? This one's 20% THC. This one says it's 24.2. God damn, the writing just keeps getting smaller and smaller. I swear to fucking God. This one says it's 24% THC, and I've had them across the board. And then that one strain, remember it was like called Gak Smoothie that I just kept rebuying because it's my favorite ever. It's allegedly only 12% THC, and it fucks me up. I don't know. None of it makes sense. I don't know. Ooh, Lady Madonna said it was 31. I think 31's the highest I've ever seen here. I think. Sometimes. Sometimes I think. I think that's the highest I've ever seen here. I think. Katie can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think THC and CBD is natural to us, like, biologically. I think. Oh, man. I learned about this one time, a long time ago. So the cannabinoids in general look insanely similar to our own biological nonsense, which is why they're so easy for our body to digest and consume and hold on to, which is why I say I think my body's like a fucking moving, walking, talking edible at this point. Good Lord, you could smoke my hair and probably get pretty fucked up. I don't even know. All this virgin hair, holy shit, it's just straight up pot. Of course, I mean, if the legends are true. But yeah, we do have an entire I hate that word so much. Yeah, oh my god, endocannabinoid system. And it has to do with like serotonin, dopamine, and happy chemicals and stuff like that. And the dope that what we smoke looks so insanely similar. That's why it's so easy to break the blood-brain barrier. Whereas, and it's just a plant. Whereas pharmacists go to like tens of years of school to learn how to design drugs to break the blood-brain barrier. Because it's so fucking fascinatingly difficult to do that. It's wild. It's kind of wild. I am not a pro there, but there's a lot of information online. A lot of people way smarter than me. I know trouble, and that's the thing. Like when I say when I take edibles, I have no idea how to equate them because like it could say the edible says it was 5 milligrams of THC, but I don't know how many milligrams of THC I just smoked of the total I bought in that little jar. Like there's no way. Edibles are weird for me because I never know when they're going to kick in. It doesn't matter how many milligrams they are, and I never know when they're going to wear off. So if I, don't have 5 days to do nothing, I really don't want to take them because I just don't know. It kind of sucks. What up, Goblin? How are you? We are one with the weeds. We are one with nature. I think there's something about psilocybin and mushrooms and stuff. We have something really similar inside us too, but I am not a pro in that area in any way, shape, or form. Lots of biological things look similar, though. The reason it works is because you have the receptors for it. Trust me, I'm a doctor. Who? I am not a doctor, and that is not my area of expertise, but I do like to listen to really smart people on podcasts and things who do study cannabis for a living talk about those things. Mm-hmm. Literally, Lizzie, literally. Weed is that person who just, like, passes the whole line outside the club and smirks silently, and the bouncers just, like, lift the rope, and that person just walks through, and they put the rope down and just stand in front of it again and stare at you like weed's that guy. 100%. Yep. Along with a lot of other things, but a lot of weed, yeah. Yeah, will you be high for an hour? Will you be high for 3 days? Will it kick in an hour? Will it kick in 3 days? Nobody knows. Edibles. Yeah, it sucks. I'll take them on vacation and shit like that. Like a literal vacation where I'm not driving, I'm taking Ubers or walking, because then I don't have to worry about it. But when I'm at home, like, what if there's an emergency? I don't fucking know. I can't be high for 3 days. Like, that's why I really honestly prefer smoking, because like I was saying earlier, from the moment of me hitting this bowl, I know I'm only gonna be high for a max 30 minutes, and then I'm gonna be gently stoned for literally a max of 2 hours. And that's being insanely generous. That's like the best weed I've ever had in my life. 2 hours is crazy generous for how high you're gonna be. And that's a nice way to control it. Whereas edibles, it's a fucking crapshoot. And that's why I like it. They're friends of the owner, exactly. They get bottle service. They're paid to be here. Oh my god, Katsumushi, the menu is so fucking good. I told everyone I would give everyone a week before we would talk about it, so I'm not allowed to talk about it until Tuesday. It's so good. Just watch it. Please watch the menu. I know. But I give everyone a week before I talk spoilers. The menu is so good. If you haven't watched it, I swear I never talk spoilers. I give everyone a week from something releasing. And then it's fair game. Tuesday, we're going to talk about it. And then after Tuesday, lights off again. We don't do it. But oh my god, I have to talk about it because I just have so many things I want to talk about that, like, I think I understood, but I kind of don't. And there's like symbology and shit. And like, am I ever going to eat a s'mores again? I just don't know. Great timing. Thank you for the follow. The menu's phenomenal. And if you're going to the theaters in the near future, I need water. I highly suggest going and seeing Megan. The new, it's like M3GEN. It's the new movie by the people who made Annabelle. It is so fucking good. So fucking good. I was shocked at how much I enjoyed that weird and I hate creepy doll movies. I hate dolls and creepy doll movies. They legitimately scare me. This one didn't scare me, but it was scary. It's good. Please watch it. Yes, Katsumushi, that's exactly it. It's legitimately very entertaining. I was shocked. Seriously, I'm kind of picky. I like horror. I watch a lot of it, and I'm a little bit picky, and holy shit, is it good. I love s'mores. S'mores are my favorite dessert, and now I just don't know. What kind of symbology? Symbolism. It's symbolism. Thank you again for knowing what I was being an idiot about. I appreciate you guys for having good taste in movies. Last time I had edibles, they didn't feel very strong, so I ate 4 more. And they all kicked in an hour later. Oh my god, did you feel colors? Jesus. How many milligrams was that total? Can you math anymore? Holy shit. I've never made the mistake with edibles like that. I've heard so many amazing stories though. Thankfully, I've been pretty. Ralph Fiennes is in it. He does. Oh my god, it's so good. A brief synopsis. Yes, a bunch of rich, like insanely wealthy, kind of snobby people go to dinner at one of those like really exclusive restaurants that, you know, has like 5 seats, 5 tables, and the chef comes out and talks to you. You know, like kind of like if you ever watched I Dream of Sushi, Jiro. I think it was called Jiro Dreams of Sushi. Thank you, glad I just noticed that too. I think it's called Jiro Dreams of Sushi or something like that. I think similar to that experience where it's like, you know, I think in the movie, and I'm not spoiling anything. That's literally just the premise of the movie. You see it in the first like 5 minutes, and someone mentions it's like $1,500 a plate or something, and I think it's like 5 couples or something, and that's the max. This restaurant, and they have to take they have to take like a boat to an island. Like it's, you know, rich people stuff. I'm sure people do that shit all the time. I don't know. That shit has to exist. There's weird shit like that all the time. Yeah, like a 3-star Michelin restaurant kind of experience. Exactly. Yes. You kind of get tidbits of each one of the groups of people going as they're on the boat and whatnot, and it follows them. And Ralph Fiennes is the chef. And that's all I'm going to give you. Fucking watch it. It's horror in that it's like a suspense thriller, but I wouldn't say there's definitely some gore, and I would say maybe a little triggery when it comes to like self-harm. But it's not like a jump scare. There's no ghosts. There's no like supernatural thing that's gonna make you think things are under the bed the rest of your life. It's more of like I need to talk to you guys about it so much because I need to talk to you guys about it. Like this is what the movie's gonna do to you. I guarantee it. I need to talk about it with someone. Can you all please watch it? Please, please. You don't have to get HBO. Like you're all adults. Procure it in a way. It's like a suspense, like a mind fuck, kind of. Yes. Like the whole movie, you're like, oh fuck, and then towards the end, it's more of a mind fuck, like a suspense mind fuckery. Man, genres be like, it's not a jump scare, ghosts and goblins and demons in the basement. None of that. And I know I always try to give people some sort of basis on that because a lot of people, there's like certain things like deep, scary water and clowns that if that's involved, or a puppy dying, that if it's involved, I am fucking out. And if you don't tell me about that thing and I go in and watch the movie, I'm gonna be a little mad at you. Because that's gonna ruin my night. So, there's like certain things like trigger stuff. If there's ever sexual stuff, I'll tell you. There's no, that I can remember, there's no triggers for sexual abuse or anything like that. But definitely a little self-harm trigger and gore. For sure. Yes. Yeah, and there's no puppies die, which like, thank fuck finally. I'm so tired of that being like the instigator for the hero. Like, come on. Kill a kid or I'm just kidding. That's fucking terrible. With a rosary, my Nana's rosary this close, Katie, get the fuck out of here. Yeah. Psychological suspense. Like, yes, that's a good way. Psychological something. Suspense? Man, I need to watch it again. It's wild. How would you say it without it's a gory horror with death. Death warning, I guess. If that kind of stuff makes you sensitive in any way, shape, or form, this isn't the genre for you to be diving into or questioning. Like, maybe check out New Girl. That's a really funny show. I like it, personally. I'm Team Schmitty. Schmidt's my hero. Fight me. Opposable Toes, you silly fuck. Thank you so much for a fucking year.
Damn! Thank you for subbing for the class, keeping the classy alive and giving it a swings for a fucking year. I appreciate you.
Thank you. Fantastical death. Maybe that's a way to put it. As horror movies are. Like Saw and stuff. They're not just gonna let someone die in their sleep. They're gonna throw them in a pit of needles. And that's when Katie shuts down for fucking ever. Yeah, it's not like yeah, exactly. To me, it's like every horror movie. Every horror movie usually has different themes of different ways to kill people throughout the movie, different moments of it. But I don't want anyone to go in and be like, oh my God, like, thanks for not warning me. You know what I'm saying? I totally get it. Thank you guys for helping me try to explain it because I want people to watch it without, hurting you. Yeah, The Menu. I cannot say enough about it. And if you're gonna watch Megan, no sexual stuff at all. Definitely murder. Like, death. Death warning. That's all I'm gonna say. I don't want to spoil it. Just death warning. If that shit bothers you, like, maybe wait it out. But if not, again, death bothers us all. But it doesn't disturb me to the point where I can't go on living my life afterwards because I realize it's a movie. However, I totally understand that some people get wrapped up in it and you can't go on. And that's fine. Don't watch it. But Megan's great. It's in theaters. We went and saw it in theaters with Vissy and Rod and Rod's neighbor lady, and it was so fucking good. Oh my God, I died. It's so good. It's annoying because it's just OCD. That shit just stays in my brain forever. No, I totally get that. There's some creepy shit in movies. I will say, like, in Megan, the murder is much less graphic. Like, you don't really see it. You know it happened, but you're not gonna see, like, body. You don't see it, I guess. You know what I mean? less graphic about it. Yes, kind of like Wicker Man. Yeah, actually, I kind of got the same feeling. Like the movie Ready or Not. Wait, which one was Ready or Not? That sounds so familiar. Hold on, I gotta look it up. I'm real bad with names. Very similar. Yes, very similar. Maybe even a little less than Ready or Not. Like, honestly, less, just less. Not as intense. Not as, you know what I mean? Yeah, it's yes. I just don't I'm so afraid to spoil anything for people who haven't seen it yet. Just watch it. It's good. I don't often gush about a movie. Like, I watch a lot of horror. I watch all the B shit. I love to just put on shitty horror in the background when I'm, like, vacuuming or whatever, brushing the dogs. Like, I just put it on all the time. It's not often that I will come to stream multiple days in a row just to gush about a movie. And both of those, I was very lucky. Within the span of 3 days, I got massive hits, 2 really good movies I got to watch. I was kind of phenomenally impressed. Dude, penis though. I mean, that's why I want to talk about it with you guys because there's some concepts in it that I just like. I want to see if I'm totally off base in my opinions on them. And I need to know what you guys think. So, if you are at all interested in watching it and are capable of attaining it in one way or another before Tuesday, that's when it's been a week and I'd really like to talk about it. If you don't give a fuck, just come to stream and we'll talk about it anyways. And maybe I'll inspire you to watch it because it's really good. Ralph Fiennes is a great actor. I really like him in general. I'll watch anything with him in it. Almost. Imagine if the show The Bear was about Carmy not going to work at the sandwich place, instead staying as a super high-end crazy chef. Oh my god. I don't think I like that at all. Sing this to a random kid song. Wait, okay, I gotta think of a kid song. Dude, I don't have kids or people around me with kids. I gotta think of a child music song. What's it? Twinkle Little Star. Twinkle, twinkle, little star, blah, 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 blah. Okay. I hope you are well. This few days has... Nope, it's not working. This few days has been hell. Just remember the guy from Dell has a criminal record. Snell? I got nothing. I tried. I don't remember the last time I've heard anything but that fucking Little Shark song or whatever it is. Baby Shark. Which I use as warfare against my neighbors because they're douches. Alchemy, thank you so much for summoning the class, keeping the class 11, giving a fucking in its fucking wings. I appreciate you, boo. How are you? Good lord. It is so far the end of my stream, but I was hella late today because, you know, life. But I wanted to show you guys an art thing I made recently. So I just wanted to go grab it really quick and show it to you guys before I leave. My friend described the menu as Voldemort as executive chef. I'm not shitting you. I can never remember Ralph Fiennes' name until someone says it, which Lizzie said earlier in chat, so now it's stuck in my head. I said the same thing. I literally said Voldemort says chef for rich people. That was the first, literally this Tuesday. That was exactly how I described it because I could not, like, he's either that or he's like the red dragon. Voldemort. That's exactly what I said. That's so great. I'm so happy that wasn't just me. How are you, Alchemy? Do you ever see the movie Frailty with Bill Paxton and Matthew McConaughey? That sounds super familiar. Hold on, I'm gonna look it up. It's visually, I watch a lot of movies. I just always forget their names. But usually, it's same with games. I never remember the names of video games and stuff. But usually, is it? Hold on, I'm gonna make Frailty. Yep. From 2001. Oh, I think I did. Hold on. Yeah. Oh, that's a fuck. You know, though, the first time I ever thought Bill Paxton was attractive, which is... This probably says a lot more about me than it does about anything else, right? Maybe I shouldn't say those things out loud. Oh, no. I'm gonna go grab that thing I wanted to show you guys really quick before I go. Just because otherwise I'll forget. And I'm kind of proud. It's an art thing. I did a thing. Because when I have cramps, I can't sit still. I just move. So I have to give myself an activity. Otherwise, I'll fucking go crazy. And that's not something anyone deserves or needs. Well, maybe somebody, but not like everybody. I don't know. I'll be right back. Enjoy some music. I'll be right back. Just leaving it here. Grabbing it. But I want your opinion. So, I have like all black clothes, basically. Like 90% of my clothes are not, I'm not talking like black and white or black and like they're just pure black with nothing on them or like some fucking whatever. And I was kind of feeling like I'm in a rut, but clothes are too expensive and I fucking hate spending money on myself. And so I was like, let's fuck up the clothes I already have. So I taught myself how to bleach tie-dye, which is something my friend Vissy has done in the past and made things for me. And I was so like in love with it. I was like, fuck it. I have so much black clothing, like just literal piles and piles of black band t-shirts and shit like that and things from Blackcraft. So many that I could probably not wash tops for a couple months and not run out of clean tops. It's a little sick. But they're just all look exactly the same. So I taught myself how to bleach tie-dye, and then because they all kind of look the same when you bleach tie-dye them, I then colored them with actual like clothing dye, and I did them all kind of different, but I thought they turned out really cool. This is a Pokemon shirt. But I bleach tie-dyed it and then dyed it like teal afterwards, and I think it looks really cool. I don't know. What do you guys think? I did a lot. That's that one. I did like a different kind of weird method on every shirt, just trying them out. Just literally, it just kept my hands busy, so I didn't ice pick my womb. But I think some of them are really cool. I don't hate any of them, but some of them, like, the dye didn't take as well, and I don't know if that's because I didn't get the bleach. I don't know. I did them all exactly the same, like, the method of bleaching them and washing them and whatever. I think that's that's the Black Craft shirt. This one, I think, is blue. But you see how, like, there's just so much more that it didn't take as vibrantly? I don't know why, though. There's no rhyme or reason. Probably a different material. It's a different dye, too. I mean, not a different brand, though. But I thought it just kind of spiced up some fucking boring shirts. It's like an ink blot. What do you see? I like these colors together, like the bleachy brown color and the blue. I thought was really pretty. I did a couple. It's like, well, when do we not see cocks? We have to say like, what do you see? Genitals are off the menu. I may or may not have tried to make a cock. Oh, this is a this is a Marilyn Ren Fair shirt I had that I actually like got bleach on accident. And so I hadn't worn it in forever because I fucked it up and I was like, fuck it, let's fuck it further. This one ended up really cool. I did a shit ton of bleach on it and then put it in the teal dye. But it's almost like a corpse. It's almost my hair. Oh my god. Oh my god. What did she do? It's corpse blue. I did it. I figured out how to make corpse blue, y'all. I like that one. And the sleeves. The sleeves I folded and literally used binder clips to hold them together and then sprayed it with bleach, but it ended up a cool pattern. But it's funny because I didn't actually buy this shirt. I was leaving the Renaissance Fair insanely drunk, and I found this like stomped into the mud in the parking lot, and I took it. It's like a large in child's, but it fits me well. So I thought it was pretty. I don't know. They smell like bleach still. I'm gonna have to wash them again. I'm just looking at them in the camera. I think they're pretty. I don't know. I just wear so much black stuff. And like you can't buy fun tie-dye unless you get it on Etsy and it's like $5 million because I don't know why. I don't know. This is another one. I got that effect by doing the bleach. I did like a fan fold, you know, where you like fold it one way and then fold it the opposite, fold back and forth, and then kept together bleacher clips, binder clips. I got the stripey, and then this looks like just drool. That's such a bad spot, but it's like right on the neckline. Just drool. I like this one. I like that effect. And the colors. But again, this is one probably that took the dye the least. And they all soaked in the exact same dye for the exact same amount of time, and it just really didn't. It only took in a few spots, and I don't know why. Magic. It's kind of like watercolors. Like, I don't know why any of it happened, but it did, and I'm cool with it. It's pretty. Yeah, I think they turned out okay. Oh, and then, one more? Yeah. Oh, this is an old-ass ESO shirt. It's the fucking Rosie Lion Inn shirt, if anybody remembers that when that was released, any ESOers out there. But it was actually, like, dark gray, and I just hadn't worn it forever because, honestly, I don't play ESO, and I think the Rosie Heart was, like... Isn't that the blues? Isn't that in blue territory? I don't know. Yeah, fucking lions. It is. It's blues. Fuck them. Not my clan, not my peeps, but I tie-dyed it. This is the first one I did. I went a little extra. I was like, how many rubber bands can I put on it? But I think it looks really cool. Looks huge. What did I do? I don't know. It's more fun than just, basic ass. Everything I have is black. But it's because everything in the store that's not black, I just think is ugly. Like, I don't want to wear floral. What happened to tie-dye? Guess you just got to make your own these days. Oh, that is a fucking eyeball. Oops. They kind of look like underwater bombs, don't they? Tie-dye is fun. It was fun because you just never know what you're gonna get out when you untie it. You just never know what you're doing. It's a mystery. But don't take my word for it. Reading Rainbow. How does it not bleach the print? Honestly, I have no idea. You know what also? It doesn't bleach the thread. That's not me. That's the thread. I have no idea. I think it's a case of the fabric being dyed and it being like, I don't know. Really. Because, I don't know. It's fucking weird. I have no idea. One of them did die. Hold on. I think one of the emblems did, and I literally thought that to myself. I'm like, how come this one, this one kind of? I don't know if my camera will pick that up, but the words are a little tinted green blue now, and I've washed this many, many times. These are insanely clean because I didn't want them to leak on other laundry. This one, but also, it's not like I don't think this is I don't know how this is on the t-shirt. Like, there's no ridge or texture or anything. I don't know how the fuck, if it's, like, laser printed into shirts. I don't know. In my day, every time you bought a shirt, you'd always feel the ridge of however that thing was put on, you know? Like this one, you can feel it, even though it's still flush. I can feel the thing on it. But that one, I don't know. This one didn't bleach at all and didn't dye at all. I have no idea what the difference is. No clue. Magic. I don't know. Bleach, though. Bleach is fucking everything. I have no idea. This is another one where the dye actually went into what's on the shirt, but it must just, I don't know. I have no idea. They're the Blackcraft ones, but the whole of the emblem is actually like pale blue now instead of white, which is what it was previously, which I'm fine with, honestly. I think it looks really nice. I'm fine with it. Born This Way. Lady Gaga's best song, IMO. It's a tit. Which one looked like a spine? Oh my god, that is a dick! And I don't remember how I tied this one, so now I might accidentally make a dick again. Oh no. Oh no. That's funny. Fine? No, I don't think so. Let me down here. This one? They look like many spines. This is probably my favorite, but it took so much fucking effort. This was like the hardest one to make, and I hate that. Because of this. But I like it. I don't know. I think they ended up cool. Thank you guys for being nice and giving me your opinions on my weird little crafty things I do when I can't sit still. I do lots of them all the fucking time. Can't stop, won't stop. Crafting is a lifestyle. There's a hair on my face. I need to go spend time with my dogs while we still have daylight. And unfortunately, because I live in the mountains, that means like in an hour there won't be any more. But I appreciate you guys hanging out with me today and always. What's tomorrow? Sunday? Right? Yeah, tomorrow's Sunday. I have a new book that I want to like talk about and maybe read some excerpts out of it. And it's like the dawn of surgery and that grotesque time in human history, which I think will be cool and maybe gross, but mostly cool. Monday's my normal day off, and then Tuesday I want to talk about the menu. I'm very serious about this. After we talk about the menu, I have a plan with which I don't know if it's gonna fucking work. I have like over 300 something unplayed games in my Steam library, and I would like to try to start whittling through them because I just am riddled with guilt every time I want to buy a new game, and I'm like, no, Katie, you have 300 unplayed games. I'm not gonna beat all of them. I figure I'll get at least 15 minutes, and if I hate it, we'll move on. But it's time. It's time to purge. But yeah, what I'm going to read tomorrow, if you care or if you want to look it up or anything like that, it's The Butchering Art. Joseph Lister's quest to transform the grisly world of Victorian medicine. Sounds like a real mood lifter. Honestly, I'm interested. I love this shit. Because, I mean, from my point of view, like, surgery and shit is grotesque now. Like, how much worse was it? So, I'm excited. That'll be fun. On that note, yeah, I'm gonna go hang out with my dogs. I don't think I had anything else. Oh, I'm in contacts with maybe like a weed related sponsorship really soon, which should be fucking cool. I don't know. I'm like excited and tentative because it's like almost too good to be true, you know? Like that those things don't happen to me, nor do they happen to people who do a lot of drugs like pot. And I just don't even know. Oh my god, what is this? Hold on. Oh my god, those are beautiful though. $125 though. Does that mean that I can sell my t-shirts for $125? Because ouch. Then Jesus Christ. I would feel like I was stealing from people. But okay. Ooh, accidental dick. Accidental back dick. I like that it's the Born This Way shirt. Like Born This Way and then there's just a huge cock up your back. I have enough black t-shirts. I have a couple more. I'll show them to you before I go. Hold up. I grabbed a couple more to tie up. I just haven't tied them yet because the rubber bands eventually just start to hurt my skin. This is one of the Twitch shirts, but Zach and I both got this one, and all of the print is just coming off like in chunks. So I'm gonna bleach tie-dye it because it's already becoming destroyed, so fuck it. And then this is like a really old shirt of Zach's. It's enormous. I don't know what to do with it. Well, it's not enormous, but big for me. With dirt on it. But it's like, you know, that shirt we all wanted as kids because we thought we were super cool. And I'm going to tie-dye the fuck out of that. So we'll see what happens there. You do know where we live, right? There's so many dumb rich people here. God damn it, you're right, though. See, I live in a really small Mexican community where everyone's relatively normal. I kind of forget the bubble I'm in. You're right, though. You're right. $125. I mean, seriously, my dudes. Ugh. Ugh. Only 50. Okay, 55 is way more reasonable. I was just like, damn. I wouldn't spend that on jeans. Like, that's so much money just to cover up my butt. You know what I'm saying? And like, I do squats. Like, why am I covering up what I'm working for? I don't know. Seems like a lot. I know. Honestly, to an American, those are not amazing. I'm a cheapskate. I am a tightwad. I grew up really poor and I just carried it with me, and now I hate spending money on myself or otherwise. Despise it. Everything about it. I don't know what it is. Like, I go to like, you know, online, or I go to like Target and I go to the sale rack where shirts are like $2. Because to me that's a little high, but I'll put up with it. Sure. I can't. I just hate spending. I've never liked spending money on clothes. It fucking drives me nuts. It's my least favorite activity. Oh, I bleached this one too. This one was kind of a fail sauce because it's a different material. I needed way more bleach, but I kind of like how sparse it is, to be honest. Kind of cool. How many hours did I spend tie-dyeing them each? I mean, it takes probably, if I was like giving it my 100% attention and not, just fucking off, it probably takes 20 minutes to tie up one shirt. Like do all the rubber bands, and get it all tied. And then really, you put it in a big bin, and I take it outside because bleach is fucking caustic. Spray bottle full of half and half bleach and water, and then spray it, flip it, spray it, leave it for like an hour, rinse it, dye it, wash it. So like a lot of the time is just passive. It's just me moving it from a bucket to a bucket. So I don't know how to. I would have no idea how to equate that. You know what I mean? Active, literal time I'm spending on it. What did I say? 20 to 25 minutes to tie it up, depending on how big the shirt is and whatever design I'm doing. And then I would probably tack on an extra 15 minutes for wringing them. It's a lot of like wringing the fuck out of them and making sure the water runs clear and then putting them in another, like a salt bath. So that like, but that's, I don't know. It's fun for me. But I don't know. I don't know how to equate that. That's a hard one. Metal, Hail Satan, and cheers. I was going to repackable and final cheers with you guys before we raid somebody. That's what I was doing. Thank you for reminding me. Where's my grinder? I like to go to thrift stores for clothes. Me too. Oh, I love secondhand. Secondhand and like consignment. Oh, fuck yeah. Not consignment. Like, where, people turn in their clothes and they're basically selling their clothes. Those kind of places. I guess that's consignment, is it? I love those places. And a lot of my favorite part about them is that the clothes are already worn in and pre-washed. So if I try it on, it's going to fit me when I get home. I got to grind up weed, dudes. I'm terrible at this. I'll cheers you in 1 second. Don't worry. I'm not going anywhere. We'll do some of these tiny buds because I opened it. Why not? Ice cream cake. Is it consignment? Thank you. Yes. I like those because for me, a lot of my big problem, because I'm tall, is I would buy t-shirts that would fit in the store. And then the second I wash it, it's suddenly up to my nipples. And I'm like, what happened? Jesus. Okay. Thanks. Trying to work out how much effort, hence the cost of your time and resources. No, absolutely. I was trying to too in my head, but like it's so much just, you spray it, you let it sit. I go do other shit for a while, come back, rinse, let it sit. It's a lot of letting it sit and soaking. But active time, maybe 40 minutes a shirt. Like physical active time of me interacting with the shirt, probably 40 minutes. Oh, I never did one shirt at a time. Let's knock it back to 30. Let's say 30 minutes. I'll be generous, 30 minutes a shirt. Because honestly, I did like 3 at a time every time. Maybe I'll have to test it and do one shirt, see what I can do. Terrible at weed, I beg to differ. I'm terrible at the timeliness of it. Yes, post cheers. Okay. I got some. And this is the new strain. I was saying it's ice cream cake. The parent, it's an indica allegedly. The parent strains are gelato number 33 and wedding cake. Yeah, wedding cake. And it's got the terpene profile. It's got B-caryophyllene, limonene, and then one I've never seen before, humulene. I don't know. Smells like pot. Who knows? It smells like drugs. Random question. Does ClassyKatie have suggestions on computer chairs? My suggestion, if you were in the market for one, would be, and this is not taking into account your personal budget or anything, would be a Secret Labs. They're the best. It's the best I've ever had. My Secret Labs Titan XL, I just had the Titan. Now they have an XL because I'm a really tall person. It's the first chair I've ever sat in where it didn't feel like someone just cheaply stretched out a chair to make me feel like I wasn't so big. Felt like a chair made for me, which was really nice. Like everything about it. The seat was long enough for my giraffe legs. The back was tall enough for me to chill with my neck back sometimes. Like it was just the best. Mine was so old it was starting to rip at the seat, which is unfortunate. And they are like, I believe like $450 to $500, depending on. They have like ones that are, like you can get a Lannister chair, you can get a fucking Witcher chair. Like they have so many now that are what would you call that? Like a licensing partnership, I guess, with games. They've so many cool ones. When I bought them, they literally had like black pleather with gold stitching or like silver. Like that was like your options. They have so many cool ones nowadays. But that's probably my favorite. I'm just, again, the seat, it literally, I sat in it for almost like 7 years and the seat was just tearing apart. I could not feasibly, I needed a seat for my seat, you know? Oh, Sea Lion, I agree. Cheers, boo. Right, Jackie, and that's why I haven't replaced it yet, because I'm just like, God damn, that's a lot of money. It's so much money. And if you think about it, it did last me almost 7 years. And I'm not a small person, and I'm fairly rough on my chair, meaning I like stood on it and shit, bounced around, screamed on it, whatever, probably spilled things on it. So it does attest to the length of it, but it's a hefty fucking price. It's not like a Herman Miller, but it's still expensive. Oh my god, darling, I hope you love it. I really enjoy mine. Seriously, the number one thing I notice is my pimple on my chin hurts. Is the lack of like that weird filmy scum you kind of get in your mouth when you smoke all day, and you're just like, you feel like you need to drink something carbonated to get rid of it, or like brush your teeth or something. That's gone. That's really nice, and you kind of like. I'm not sponsored by this brand in any way. Just trying to be a friend. I feel like I taste the weed that I actually smell in the jar, as opposed to like all weed just tasting like burnt butane ass. Like, you know what I mean? All weed smells relatively different. Like, all the different cultivated strains smell a little different, look a little different. But the moment you set them on fire, it's just like burnt ass, I guess. But I feel like with the mouthpiece, it strains out the burnt ass. I don't know. It strains the burnt ass, my dudes. Yep, that's what's happening. I'm just gonna raid Zeke now and go. Take your joy. Remember to clean your fucking bongs, and I'll see you tomorrow for enjoying the book I was just talking about, the whatever of whatever. The butchering art. I put all the t-shirts on it like an idiot. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Wash your hands off for self-loving and peeing, and eat something delicious. Thank you for keeping me company.